Okay, testing, testing, testing. I think we are perfectly well live. Let's just double check the audio as we need to. Okay. Yep, that is coming through perfectly fine. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, y'all, and welcome. Oh, actually, and a whole bunch of you, good morning, because we are here for day 11 of the XXXTentacion trial stream. At some point, I am actually going to make it so that my words come out properly. How are we doing, everybody? It's been an interesting trial so far. I'm hoping we have a little bit more in terms of fireworks, because last couple of days have been a little bit slow. But that does happen with trials. You know, you get an ebb and a flow, even when you're talking about a murder trial. So, let's have a look-see. Rabbit in the house. Thank you very much for putting that link up. Very much appreciate that. Dog Mama, good morning. How is everyone today? Yeah, can't complain. A little bit tired, a little bit, yeah, sort of to be expected though. You'll have to excuse me. I am going to crack an energy drink. Oh, love that feeling. Spacebar, hello. What's that? Came home and your husband came home and woke you up? Oh, see, that's not great. When the spouse wakes up the other, that's never fun. Sorry to hear that. Megan Untold, good morning. Stingy is in the house. Hello. You mind like Courtney Glove? God, I hope not. Jason J, hello. Malia Carr, howdy. Hope you're doing well. Hope the recovery's eased out for you. How's the head? I have a feeling you are still going to be pulling up better than the birthday boy did, that's for sure. Hoping this case will wake you up. Well, fingers crossed. We'll certainly see, because it's where are we? Law and Crime have just kicked over their trial coverage, and we're looking at a wall, as per usual. But let's have a quick share of the screen, because there is some audio already. You can always love the chance for a hot mic. So. In-laws member, hello. Oh, the judge definitely saying something there. Hang on, I need to boost that audio. Apologies, guard your eardrums. What's that? Do you understand the English language? A bit much, don't you think, Your Honour? 4 hours of sleep in the past 48 hours. Well, I'm doing slightly better than you. Hayden had a hot mic and told everyone about his fling at work. God, no. You kidding me? I'll have to go and stream snipe Jeff in the meantime. What else we got? Is the murder trial already streaming? Judge Christina Kennedy's personal meeting room. Hang on. I mean, the last thing I want to do is stream something like Mandu and get struck, but this is a court. Yeah, the trouble is I don't know if it's under Creative Commons or not. I mean, I would presume that District Court would be under the same thing as trial streams, frankly, but...
Miss Coleman?
Yes.
Is Tanisha Coleman here?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Coleman, can you state your name for the record?
Tanisha Coleman.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Can you please raise your right hand?
I don't understand why these
Are you
people always
driving?
do
I'm
this
sorry,
from their
Ms.
car.
Coleman, are you driving?
No, I was just looking at my account. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Okay. This matter is scheduled for pretrial. Attorney Schneider, where do we stand in this matter?
Your Honor, currently there is rent to retain of $9,339, court costs of $191.50, bringing the total owed to $9,530.50. Seeing as how this is not the first hearing, we are seeking a judgment at this point for them to pay or vacate by March 6, 2023.
Ms. Coleman, what do you have to say?
I have
in
no idea what's
response?
going on here. I literally just clicked on this to see what was going on.
The only thing they need to do is provide me with the remote for the television as well as the cord, and they can meet me on Wednesday when I get back in town because I travel a lot, and someone can pick up a check from the home. That's it.
You said they need to provide you with a remote for the television.
Yep, the television remote, because when the lease is up, I don't want to be responsible for the remote or the cord that goes to the television. They never did that. And outside of that, they can just come and get it on Wednesday. That's when I'll be in town. If someone could come to the home, because I travel a lot, I'm never really there.
Okay, so it sounds like she owes someone about
So,
$9
Ms.
grand,
Coleman,
including
are you
court
looking
costs.
to vacate the property then?
And someone's
No, ma'am, I'm
taken
looking
the
to
cord
pay
from the
rent. I don't
TV.
want that on my credit. I'm looking to provide with the check the amount for the rent, but when someone comes and pick up the rent, because I can't do it online, every time I try to do it through bill, it never goes through. When someone picks up the check, can they please bring the remote for the television as well as the cord to the television? And I'm okay with that.
Ms. Coleman, let me ask you something, because I've never heard this before. Can you just give me some background as to why the remote for the television and the cord is even an issue? What happened?
It's not an issue for me because I'm never there, but I just don't want to be held responsible for someone's property that I've never received. So in order for me not to be responsible, I just want it on hand so I can put it up. Other than that, I mean, I really don't care because I'm never at the home.
Who owns the television?
The landlord has to if I'm asking for that. It's
Well, no,
their
not, I
fault.
mean, listen,
Yeah, it's
you
not
just
mine.
came
If
on
it was
here.
mine- Yeah, if it was mine, then I wouldn't be asking for it. It's theirs. So I just need for them to bring that so it can be at the home and come and pick up the check. And I'm okay with that.
Ms. Coleman, if you have to park, the vehicle has to be in park. If it's in motion, I can't proceed with the hearing.
Someone else is driving. I'm not driving. There's no steering wheel with me. Someone else is driving. Another person. It's not me.
Okay, so when you pull over, come back and I'll
Pull
recall
over,
the case.
Ryan. No, that's
Thank
okay. He's gonna pull over right now. Pull over.
Miss Attorney Schneid, can you shed some light as to this TV remote situation?
She got no clue.
Unfortunately, I can't, Your Honor. All I can tell you is that under the lease, it says that furnishings, if any, and appliances in the rental unit are part of the premises. And that it would have been, if there was something missing at the time that she moved in, she would have needed to include that on the inventory checklist.
I did include that. I told the landlord himself, Mr. Bryan, when he came out to the premises, his maintenance guy was supposed to bring it. He never did, and he's aware of that. So I'm not asking for something that's out of the ordinary. Like, I really don't care. I'm never there. However, I don't want to be responsible for paying for something once this lease ends if I never had it. Outside of that,
I get what she's saying. So it's a furnished property. There's a TV
But it's also
there.
not my client's responsibility to come and pick up your rent payment. You need to make those arrangements yourself.
Okay, I'll make it. No worries. I can make that too. I'll figure out how to get it done, and that's no problem. But I need that TV remote and I need that cord, and I'm good.
Because she doesn't want to be held liable if it's missing from the property when it's handed over.
Clarification, Ms. Coleman, you are asking for them to come get the TV remote and cord, or you asking?
No, ma'am. I'm asking them to bring it, to provide it. They never provided it. Mr. Bryan is aware of that.
Okay,
That's
that's not a part, that's not gonna be a part of this judgment. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna issue a judgment by hearing. Ms. Coleman, it doesn't sound like you dispute the amount of rent that was stated as outstanding. The court is going to issue a judgment by hearing. You are to pay the $9,530.50 by, today is the 22nd.
10 days would be March 6th, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm doing more than 10 days.
Okay.
That's funny.
By March 24th, 2023. The judgment
You
is
ever
going to
been
be
here,
asked to
Wombat?
all occupants
No.
only. That's so that you don't have a judgment against your name, Ms. Coleman.
What about the other defendant, Jayla P? She did not appear today. We would like to seek a default judgment against them.
I'm not doing a default judgment against anyone. I mean, I'll do it against all occupants. I guess I'm asking, what is the, can you just tell me the urgency with having a default judgment issued against a person as opposed to the occupant, Attorney Scheid?
Because the defendant, Jayla Lee, and the defendant, Tanisha Coleman, entered into a lease contract which said that they were going to pay this amount. And because they haven't,
defendant's
they
gone,
have
by
been
the
named
way.
as a defendant in a summary proceedings action. And so it should go against them because Ms. P is not here to represent herself or for anybody else to represent her.
Hey,
She
dude,
has failed to appear, and therefore a default judgment should enter against her.
I love
A
these
hearing
courts. People
judgment
just
should enter
randomly
against
drop
Ms.
in.
Coleman because, again, they are responsible for not paying this rent. That is a breach of contract.
Okay, what I said was, what is the urgency? Like, why are you so,
was
why
gonna say,
does
she
it
didn't answer the
have
question
to
then.
go against? I guess what I'm saying is, how is your client prejudiced by it being issued against all occupants as opposed to an actual person?
They're not prejudiced, but you are also
Okay,
extending
that's
out
all I
the,
needed to hear. So the judgment by hearing will be asked to all
She doesn't like
occupants.
it. She does
The
not like it.
occupants are to pay the $9,530.50 or vacate the property by March 24th, 2023. I will sign the judgment when you submit it to the court, Attorney Scheid. That concludes this matter. Okay, what is next? Let's see.
No hangover?
Now
Wow.
calling case number 22396383, Bill Properties LLC versus Terrence Harrison and all other occupants of 3462 Gilbert Street, number 1 in the city of Detroit.
Dude, I
This
swear to God, I
matter
thought I had a
is
second
scheduled
hand.
for pretrial on a complaint for non-payment
hangover.
of rent. Will the parties present for this matter please turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and state your name for the record, beginning with plaintiff's counsel.
Jenny Scheid on behalf of the plaintiff, P64886.
Ooh, she's salty. She's salty.
Okay, is Terrence Harrison or any occupant of 3462 Gilbert Street, number 1 in the city of Detroit present? If so, please
How many
turn on your
grenades you want up
camera,
dropping?
unmute yourself, and state your name for the record. If you're here by telephone, please dial *6 to unmute. Terrence Harrison or any occupant of 3462 Gilbert Street, apartment 1 in the city of Detroit. The court notes that it has received no response. Attorney Scheid, where do you stand in this matter?
We would be seeking a default judgment against Terrence Harrison for failing to appear at today's hearing. There's currently rent to retain possession of $100, court costs of $160.75 for a total owed of $260.75.
How much is the monthly rental obligation?
According to the complaint, the rental rate is $950 per month.
Attorney Scheid, you're asking for a default judgment for $100. Has your client been in communication with the tenant?
There has been some recent payments, but it has not been enough to complete the balance at zero from the time that we had originally filed this case in October, I'm sorry, in November. It was paid through October. It has not been.
This
brought
judge
to a zero
really does not
balance, which
like
is
her.
why we're here today.
So what I asked was, has your client been in contact with the defendant regarding this $100 outstanding balance?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in court over $100, and she's asking for a default judgment, which will affect this person's credit and effectively have the possibility of having them evicted down the track because they're $100 behind for a month. Yeah, no. That's why the judge is a little bit like incredulous, and as am I.
The court notes that it is in receipt of a summons, a complaint for non-payment of rent, a residential lease between Bill Properties LLC and Terrence Harrison for the subject property of 3462 Gilbert Street, Unit 1 in the city of Detroit.
Sparkle. Morning, Sean. What? Raid? Hey, Boulder. Oh, meme was running.
The
G'day,
lease,
guys.
it
How we
looks
doing?
like there was an electronic execution by Jenny Fisher.
No shit. Hello, everybody. At the moment, we are watching the 36th
The
District
lease is
Court
not
in
signed by the tenant.
Detroit, and I'm having a little bit of fun watching this judge because she's a little bit fed up. Her Honor, right here, and surprisingly, right here.
The court is also
Right here and
in
right here.
receipt of a proof of service,
She's a little bit annoyed
which
with the
indicates
plaintiff's
that service was
solicitor.
effectuated
Sorry,
by
lawyer. So this is
posting
quite funny.
at
Raid Shadow Legends. G'day,
3462
all.
Gilbert, apartment 1 in the city of Detroit on December,
We're just waiting for the
I think that's
XXXTentacion
28th.
trial
It
to
could be 25th
kick off. We're
of
currently still looking at a
2022
wall.
at 12:20.
So we're just filling in some time here with
This,
property court,
I
basically.
can't issue this default judgment. This default judgment does not state the attempts at personal service. I'm going to adjourn this matter to give you time to submit a completed proof
This
of
judge
service.
does not like
Attorney
this lawyer.
Scheid, can I have an adjourn date, Mr. Clerk?
Watching this hope you had an
This matter
arraignment.
is adjourned to April
Little bit,
3rd,
little bit, Marty,
2023
little
at
bit.
9:35 a.m. Please submit a completed proof of service before the next court date, Attorney Scheid.
Thank you.
Hoping Marty was in the
That
drunk tank.
concludes this matter.
That could have been fun.
Now calling case number 22396-384. Bill Properties LLC versus Sanaya Smith and all other occupants of 15860
Bill Properties again. So this is going to be
Normandy
another.
Street, apartment 1 in the
Gonna be the
city of
same lawyer
Detroit. This matter is scheduled for pretrial on a complaint for non-payment of rent. Will the parties present please turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and state your name for the record, beginning with the plaintiff's counsel.
Denny Scheid
not
on
as of
behalf of
yet.
the
Did someone
plaintiff,
actually try it?
264-886.
Is Sanaya Smith or any occupant of 15860 Normandy, apartment 1 in the city of Detroit present?
Yes, Sandy Smith here.
Thank you.
Oh, girl, you're
Did
too
you
old
get
for
that
pigtails.
All right, Ms. Smith, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Attorney Scheid, this matter is scheduled for pretrial. Where do we stand?
Currently, there is rent to retain of $5,650. There's also court costs of $160.75. bringing the total owed to $5,810.75. We are seeking a judgment in that amount for them to pay or vacate by March 6, 2023.
Ms. Smith, did you
$5,000
hear
in
the amount that Attorney Scheid
2
stated
weeks?
it's owed, an outstanding rent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you have to say in response?
I have been trying to get them to come and fix things that need to be fixed. It actually rains inside the home. There is mold. There are a ton of things wrong, and I put in work orders for these things to be fixed, and no one has came. In response to the rent payment, I have asked them to
You
send
buy a
me
house for
a
$5,000
eviction notice so
through.
that I may get an SER to pay it. So I'm not just trying to not pay the rent, but I do need the things that need to be fixed. You know what I mean? Like I stated, it's actually raining inside the home. There is mold everywhere.
Where does it rain?
In the entryway of the home. So I'm safely assuming that there are issues upstairs because it's a 2-family flat.
Yeah, that's a key point,
Attorney
people, is you
Scheid.
should always be.
So it sounds
You should
like
always
Ms. Smith
comport
is
yourself as if
indicating that
you're
there are
physically in
issues
court.
with the unit. However, my question would be if she is withholding this rent, has she placed it in escrow?
Well, no, I wasn't asking for you to ask a question. I was asking for you to respond to the allegations that the unit
Like I said, this
needs
judge is not like
repairs
his
and your
lawyer.
client has not performed those repairs.
I'm not sure if my client is aware of these. I will have to check with them to find out. But again, if she is withholding her rent, we would need her escrow information.
So it
Okay,
actually is, Jonathan,
Ms.
if the place
Smith-
is inhabitable,
Ms. Smith,
is not
when
habitable,
did you put in
she
a
can withhold
request
rent, but
for
again, it has to be
repair?
put in escrow.
These requests have been going on for at least a year and a half. You have to put in a request through a work order, which is submitted through their portal, through their website. So there is a paper trail. There is evidence of me asking for things to be done, and they have not been done. And to answer the question as far as escrow, no, I have not put the funds in escrow.
Most people aren't going to
there
know
seems
about that,
to
though.
be a communication issue. I can't get them to come do a work order, so I wasn't sure how I would, get them to a point where we could, put the funds in escrow.
Okay, Ms. Smith, have you
Go pick up your
spoken to
camera.
an attorney?
No, ma'am, not in this leg of the situation. So I have spoke to, is it like the Housing Coalition or something like that? When this first began, but I haven't spoken to one since. And yes, I would like that legal advice if possible.
Yeah, the court's not going to give you legal
Can I
advice.
have an
for that.
attorney come on?
Oh, I stand corrected. They got Judy lawyers present.
This is Matt Krager with Michigan Legal Services.
Thank you, Attorney Krager. I don't know if you heard the allegations made by Ms. Smith. There's $5,810.75 owed in rent.
Awesome.
Ms. Smith indicated that she needs something from the court to get assistance in
I wasn't gonna
the
say it, but
rental
thank you for
payment.
saying it,
However,
Ambish.
there is also an issue regarding repairs that need to be done in the home. Can you speak with Ms. Smith to offer her some kind of assistance in this matter?
Your Honor, I can speak to her in terms of if she does need assistance. However, in order to fully advise her, I may need to look at some documents as well as some photo evidence. So I would request that this be adjourned so that way I have the proper ability to do so and advise her.
I'm sorry, what was the
as
last
such.
thing you said? What are you requesting, Krager, Attorney Krager?
I'm requesting an adjournment, Your Honor, as if there
Okay.
are work orders that have been
Zoom.
put in, I will need access to those.
Okay, one second,
Oh,
Attorney
Janina,
Krager.
seriously. There was a judge that was
I don't
presiding
know
over
if Attorney
cases from
Scheid
her
is
bed.
speaking to us or.
I'm
Attorney
sorry, I
Scheid?
had someone checking in from my front desk.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, there's stuff going on in here too.
Oh, I think this is probably so much worse than
So,
than a classroom, honestly.
how much is the monthly rental obligation?
$650.
Yes, according to the complaint, it's $650.
$650.
The point of this, Tits and Ray Gun, is
Okay.
that the lawyer in the
We're
blue
going to adjourn
is
this
acting
matter.
for
Mr.
the
Clerk, can I
property
have the
owner.
adjourned?
And
April the 3rd.
this woman
This
down
matter is gonna
here,
be adjourned to April 3rd, 2023. Ms. Smith, in the interim,
oh wait, no, this one
I'm
here.
going to
Oh, they keep jumping around.
issue an
Jesus.
order for escrow. You are to pay the monthly rental amount into
She's behind in her rent,
escrow.
basically, and they applied for judgment against her.
Today is February 22nd. That's beginning March 1st. So you are to pay $650, March 1st for the March 1st rental amount. And then on every first of the month thereafter. Attorney Scheid, you are to submit the escrow order. And is there anything else? Is there anything else that I need to do before I adjourn this matter?
You said April 3rd, Your Honor, but I didn't hear a specific time.
We can do it for 9:35.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
April 3rd, 9:35. Ms. Smith, you're to appear back in court on that day and time, the same way you appeared today by following the Zoom link for courtroom 433.
Ooh.
Once you receive the escrow order.
All right, we are up.
The court, when Mr. Allen was able to testify that there was some allegation of statements made against him downstairs in the holding area.
Welcome to the XXXTentacion murder trial. Looks like they're arguing in front of the judge over something.
More so that the jury wouldn't know it occurred in a holding cell area downstairs. Listing these three witnesses and wanting to present them is clearly going to cause no way to allow that to happen without the jury knowing.
They're arguing over the point in which there was witness intimidation.
In terms of how that was
Apparently the state wants to call witnesses.
that it shouldn't have happened, and the circumstances.
Oh wait, no, I want the revamp one.
I would argue, first and foremost, against allowing any of this testimony because the prejudice far exceeds any probative value.
Eric V, good day to you too.
Guilty of this crime, it's certainly logical to assume he would not be happy.
Oh, yeah, I should specify. Audio in this court is pretty crappy, so I'm going to drop my audio back, and you guys feel free to turn your audio up.
Of whether or not he's actually an honest witness, which clearly there's some issues with anyway, but it didn't even go cross-examined, Judge. I didn't even mention it with Mr. Allen, and I did that for a reason. I stayed away from it because I didn't want this kind of a bomb to blow up in the middle of my trial. So at this point, Judge, I'm asking that the state not be permitted to supplement the record in this case with witnesses that are going to cause far more problems than any possible help to the state in their prosecution. There is limited, if any,
It'll be interesting.
value and extreme prejudice in allowing them to do this.
Good morning, Your Honor. Pascal Schall on behalf of the state. I disagree with Mr. Ramirez. Number one, it is highly probative as to the consciousness of guilt for Mr. Newsome. The jury is going to be instructed on, I believe it's under 3.7, under weighing the credibility of a witness.
Good God,
as to
is that?
whether or not the witness has ever been threatened to testify or change their testimony.
Is there any audio coming out through there?
And the probative value, which outweighs the prejudicial effect. Additionally, Mr. Newsome cannot do or say things that invites potentially error or for the jury to know that he's in custody. It would be no different than if Mr. Newsome were to threaten a guard or a deputy that was involved.
Yeah, no, I know it's low as fuck. I'm trying to work out what the hell is going on, because I mean, I can hear it, but I've got no idea why it's not coming out on YouTube. Hang on, I'll listen to it on my phone and see what I can do to boost. Just give me a second, guys.
The issue at hand regarding this crime. I would argue that he does, and that it's very, very high.
Oh, come on.
All the testimony that they've heard so far is from one witness, which is Mr. Allen. I certainly believe, and I'm very positive, that not only Mr. Ramirez, but co-counsel for the co-defendants will attack the credibility of Mr. Allen regarding everything, including this issue. It is an important issue as to Mr. Newsome because it shows that, one, while the
Okay, I'm just going to be careful talking over the top of it. It's literally as high as I can make it.
Was so egregious, and not just because he's unhappy with the fact that a witness is testifying against him. That would be true of everybody, including Detective Curcio that's on the stand today. But that this particular witness had a special relationship with the defendant. They lived together during the time of the homicide. He particularly called him a snitch. He called him explicatives in an effort to try to get him to not testify. Mr. Allen said that he felt intimidated. So that's important because the jury...
At least we know Cheeseburger's still alive.
Weigh that as part of Mr. Allen's credibility. This does not go to the admissibility, it goes to the weight of the evidence. I believe that it is admissible, and Mr. Rares is suggesting that this is like some surprise. He actually asked for these witnesses. He specifically wanted the names of everyone who was involved. Deputy Alvarez testified, and that's one of the three. Deputy Gary, who's the second one, was another officer that was present in the corridor, and I believe the court indicated that all the names should be advised. And then there was also a sergeant.
I'm not that evil.
This is corroborating evidence as to an issue that is important for the state to be able to prove, and is material as to the credibility of this witness.
Briefly, Judge, we were 3/4, if not more, through the testimony of that witness with Mrs. Sledge to have occurred. If the state intended to list these other witnesses and in effect blow this trial up on the issue of whether or not he's in custody and that prejudice, those witnesses, although I spoke to them briefly, should never have stood there and listened to their witness testify to what happened downstairs. The rule had been invoked. They knew from the moment they heard this downstairs that these folks may be witnesses. If they were going to list them, they had an obligation to let them wait outside and not tailor their testimony to the way Mr. Allen eventually testified on the stand. And as I pointed out, I don't think anyone mentioned the fact that Mr. Allen said that. I certainly didn't cross-examine him on it. I don't intend to mention it in my closing argument. I think his credibility rests or falls based on the other testimony he's given in this case on numerous occasions. And whether or not my client made any statements...
Ooh, Mummy Esquire's looking good today.
...against him, it wasn't to influence his testimony. He was 90% of the way through his testimony. And I would argue that at this stage, the court should deny these witnesses in this line of inquiry because it is fraught with problems. There is little to no relevance to what he said, if he said anything downstairs, and the prejudice would far exceed it because the only thing I can do is go into a full set of circumstances as to how this was done, because this is set up by the, and the court's own order would become part of the evidence I would present to show that it was ordered by the court that this be prevented, and nevertheless it was allowed to occur by an obviously hostile deputy who I almost had to push away from me in this courtroom when he got in my face when I was trying to cross-examine him. I have problems with the whole issue, Judge, and I ask the court to exclude it.
Or let me hear from the other counsel.
Did he seriously just say that someone got up in his face in court?
Ms. Boatwright.
We also joined, we objected to the testimony initially, so any further testimony we feel like further prejudice is appropriate. Last word.
There's probative value as to hostile statements made by a defendant, for example, during jail calls. There is precedent for this. I am citing, and I would like to be able to supplement the record with additional case law. Kramer, C-R-A-M-E-R versus State, cited, it's a 4th GCA case, cited at 191, 7th, 3rd, 991, regarding the probative value of hostile statements made by a defendant during, for example, in that case, jail calls. It's not exactly an issue where two co-defendants, one who's on trial and the other who's testifying against the co-defendant, are happen to be in the same cell together. But the substance of the court's ruling is, I believe,
Okay, everyone just take care of your ears. I've just installed an additional audio booster, just in case. I don't want anyone's ears getting blown out if this fixes it.
Indicating a threat and contempt for what's happening in court is substantially outweighed by danger and unfair prejudice for prosecution. And in that case, the court did the balancing test and said that the probative value outweighed any prejudice. Additionally, the defendant cannot invite his own error. The state did not cause this issue. Mr. Newsome did. Mr. Newsome's actions, Mr. Newsome can control his anger. He certainly, and the argument that, oh, well, he's certainly upset. I'm sorry, but the state does not care in that regard about his feelings about being upset. He has to have the proper decorum in court and otherwise, which he certainly can do. He sat here, has not interrupted any of the proceedings. He knows how to act in court. Certainly, when he had the opportunity, when he thought that no one would be able to, I guess, call him on his actions when he's in custody with the co-defendant within earshot, then goes on to say,
Shut up, Landers. I'm listening to it on my phone and it actually sounds a hell of a lot better.
which would intimidate that witness. He's inviting his own error, not the state. And the fact that this came out 3/4 of the way through testimony, that's on Mr. Newsome. I didn't invite the error, he did. And if the jury ends up finding out that Mr. Newsome is in custody or was in custody when this happened, that's on Mr. Newsome because he's the one that invited this, this type of testimony to come in. It's highly, highly probative. It's prejudicial, but all of my evidence is prejudicial. And I believe that the probative value outweighs it far and far exceeds it because of the substance of what he was saying.
Just briefly, Judge.
Judge.
You allow him to testify. Overt objection. This is bolstering. It's unnecessary under the circumstances and should not be allowed based on the way this is.
All right, thank you. So, first of all, I'm going to allow the state to supplement the discovery because it was requested who else was there, and that's for purposes if, I don't know, if you wish to investigate that further. I would not allow them to supplement for purposes of now calling these additional witnesses. Again, I, over objection, allowed the testimony of the witness who heard it and testified about it, testified about the fact. I allowed the testimony of a deputy who served as a somewhat corroborating witness or presumed witness on the thing, and in doing a balancing test.
Hopefully that seems a bit better.
Testimony, and I still believe that that testimony, the probative value outweighs the prejudicial effect. However, at this point, to call 2 additional deputies to just say they also
No one's Camille.
what has already been testified to and brought in front of the jury is cumulative, repetitive, and does not add anything to it. And so when I apply the balancing test to having 2 additional witnesses testify to it, I find that at that point, the prejudicial effect would outweigh any further probative value of information that is already in front of the jury and to which the defendant, which it pertains to, counsel did not further question on that. If he had gotten further questioned on that or had remarked or commented in that way, then maybe. But even then, I think you have 2 witnesses who testified to it, and I'm not going to allow further testimony on that under 9612 as just repetitive testimony.
So you are allowing Deputy Alvarez to testify,
He testified,
not in front of the jury.
Well, that was just a brief hearing before the court made a ruling.
If I could finish, I'm still talking to the court. He didn't testify in front of the jury, and so I intend to call him to testify based on Your Honor's ruling anyway. I believe that within Your Honor's ruling and the parameters that Your Honor has set out, the jury should hear from him. He only testified as to preliminary hearing, which was a proffer, when it was brought up as to.
I will allow one deputy testifying again in order to make sure that there's no exposure as to that it happened downstairs in the same way that the question was put to Mr. Allen is as you.
No, but there's a good chance that it'll cause it to appear. I think was the problem. Not that I have any issue with Flux.
As you were escorting him into the courtroom, which is factual because bringing him from that, it's all escort from his cell to that stand is escorting him into the courtroom. And you can say as he was escorting him into the courtroom, he overheard that statement.
Okay.
Judge, I understand your ruling. I respectfully object to the record.
Dude, I get that your client's screwed because they're being tried at the same time, but every single day you're making the same motion and getting knocked back. Each one of the three. So technically, guys, for anyone that isn't aware, this is actually 3 separate trials being held at the same time because the evidence is identical. And they've all been trying to get themselves severed so they have individual trials.
It says he argues the trial court abused his discretion in denying his motion for mistrial based on state's improper comment during closing argument and admitting certain jail call recordings. Because we find the trial court erred in admitting the jail calls, we reverse. Just want that note for that.
He's cited by the state.
Okay, so one of the clarifications, if I could ask for the court to clarify, I know that I'm very clear that Your Honor is only allowing the one. Will you also limit any argument by counsel regarding, will state only called this person or that person? Because at least from the comments that have been made in argument, in this particular issue.
If one of the counsel were to argue that the state only called one corroborating witness, I'm not sure I see them wasting any of their argument time to argue on that issue. I would sustain an objection to that and tell the jury to disqualify.
Okay, so she's had a win, she's had a loss. This judge is very fair, as we know.
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Cohen and he's available today after lunch to discuss the matter with him.
We can try and do it today after lunch, although I was also thinking, looking at some scheduling things and what the state had indicated with the presentation of their witnesses and.
Hello, Vicky, welcome.
You know, they've got the.
I'm very well. Hope you are too.
On the 28th, and there may not be anyone available on the 27th, which is Monday, but that presumes that we go on Friday. So between giving them Monday off or just not having that half day on Friday.
Hey, Blink, good to see you too.
I prefer to just have them not come in on Friday, have the state present what we can do on Friday, on Monday, and then on Tuesday, wrap up and rest, which means that I would have Friday afternoon open. I know you maybe like it sooner, but that would be a time when we're not in session. I'm not holding the jury back, so if you and Brad can be available on Friday at 1 o'clock, or even calendar call probably end at 11. I might be able to do it at 11.
Okay, I mean, I would prefer 1:60 because of my boss's server.
Yeah, but Friday just seems like it would work out well. And again, just looking at the scheduling thing, because it looks like we have to take a break, a one-day break for witness coordination somewhere. And since we only usually get half a day on Friday because of morning docket, I'd rather just give them the whole day on Friday and
Oh, Mr. Smug's got his smirk back.
the state has on Monday, and when it's done on Monday, and then they'll rest on Tuesday.
Okay, so it looks like the prosecution's looking to rest on Tuesday, which is interesting.
Come on, state probably gonna rest on Tuesday, so you should probably start thinking about having the witnesses lined up potentially as early as Tuesday afternoon, but maybe not until Wednesday morning.
I had presumed that we were going first. I haven't actually spoken with Mr. Rears and Mr. Padilla about that, so we'll discuss as far as.
Right, well, whoever.
Oh yeah, because Colonel Mustard's going to be happy about
It's
that.
helpful for us to know when to.
Yeah, so in any event, earliest for defense case would be Tuesday afternoon, but probably more likely, well, I don't know, how long are the witnesses for?
Face tattoos.
Tuesday.
If it's a DNA person.
He's got substantial process, I can do it from.
Okay, so maybe 2 days, the 28th and then the following day.
Wait, what?
So you would start your case on the Wednesday. That's all.
Joking about the VTuber that was crying being you. What? There was a VTuber trying to be me?
It was divulged in testimony that there were a lot of Crime Stoppers information in this case that had been disclosed to counsel for one of the co-defendants that was never disclosed to the other 2 co-defendants' counsel. I don't for the life of me understand how when something is disclosed to one counsel in a murder trial, the state wouldn't realize that it was required to be disclosed to all parties so that all parties could consider the same information.
Because it's not.
strategy.
You're forgetting that it's 3 separate trials.
Not from the state last night, but from Mr. Padilla upon request. We're talking over 1,000 pages of information, which has a lot of very relevant, and we feel certainly under the circumstances in which it was introduced as an issue before the jury, is now fair game. Rather than make a Richardson argument, which I think certainly it's a violation, we simply want to be able to freely cross-examine this detective and any other witness on what was in that information and how it may or may
Maxine
not
Vader, Leany, good to see you.
in this case.
Since Richardson has reared its name, I will conduct a quick Richardson hearing on this. My understanding from sidebar was that, information.
Yeah, Darren, it's up as high as we can have it.
I'm being generous to say hearsay and innuendo. It's anonymous people calling up and saying, this might be a tip, that might be a tip. And ordinarily, that type of thing is never going to be part of the state's case coming into evidence unless it's sometime later disclosed that I am the person who called Crime Stoppers, and then they're in to be confronted and cross-examined. So I don't find it to be a discovery violation under those terms, either willful or inadvertent. It's just not a discovery violation. What counsel indicated at sidebar yesterday was that Mr. Padilla had specifically requested it, and they had facilitated the request, but I don't know that that falls within 320 as a regular matter of discovery. In every criminal case that occurs, there is potentially, I guess, anyone can call Crime Stoppers on any case. I don't know that the state routinely goes and looks at those.
Yeah, not gonna lie, he sent everybody over to Jeff. I was a little bit salty.
I don't think that it would be a discovery thing to say that in every criminal case.
I gotta say, I really do like this judge. He's very even-keeled, he's very fair.
Because we want to turn that over. It's just not regular discovery, and absent Mr. Padilla's specific request to which the state facilitated, it would not be there. They have not sought to introduce any of those. So I find no violation.
Can I please add something to the record? The state's character has been maligned with this argument. The request was made in open court in front of Mr. Ramirez. So when he's saying he has no idea about it, that's a disingenuous argument. I believe an order was entered also as to the state turning it over pursuant to Mr. Padilla's.
No, exactly. I have no idea what's gonna be happening there.
So Mr. Ramirez, being on this case as long as he has, because he's told everyone that he turned in Mr. Newsome, since 2018 of August, I find it incredulous that he wasn't aware. Also, Mr. Detective Curcio has mentioned it previous times in discovery. So, I mean, unless Mr. Ramirez isn't reading his own discovery, I don't know how he didn't know about the Crime Stopper tips. Just like Mr. Padilla did, he could have requested it and didn't.
Thank you. That doesn't help the court, but make the record. Mont, do you have something to add?
Not on this issue.
Okay. All right, so we're done with that issue.
Other than the fact, I think the jury heard about it, Judge, from the state's own witness, which at this point, I think gives us a right to cross-examine on it to a certain extent.
Well, again, it was clarified in front of the jury that the witness mentioned Crime Stoppers,
Oh, she's clever at what she does.
record said, well, gossip, innuendo, things floating around on the internet, so.
I guess to back up what Mr. Ramirez is saying, it is very much our intention to cross-examine Detective Curcio on the thoroughness of his investigation. He has already testified about that he heard rumors and innuendo and he discarded it. We have absolute right to cross-examine him on that choice to do so.
Gemini, hit me up on Twitter
Will allow that.
or Discord.
But we don't need to get into on such and such a date, some anonymous caller called in and said, the man on the moon was involved. It doesn't need to be that level for you to cross-examine.
I can certainly proffer that there have been no tips that I'm aware of that the man on the moon was involved.
I didn't hear.
We're getting close.
That the man on the moon was involved.
I will say that there is a videotape conversation between Detective Curcio and Robert Allen, where he tells Robert Allen that the reason I got your name was through Crime Stoppers.
Thank you, Nessa. I haven't seen that.
Possession of Mr. Boatwright on hearsay grounds. Little background, in Detective Curcio's report, he writes that Mr. Boatwright was stopped pursuant to a traffic stop and that a cell phone was found in Mr. Boatwright's possession. They then get a warrant for that phone, search the phone, all of which is a subject of a motion to suppress. Detective Curcio was not present for the stop of Mr. Boatwright. He did not participate in searching Mr. Boatwright. He did not participate in locating the phone. That phone has not been introduced into evidence thus far. There has been no witness to testify about that phone. Yet the reason I bring it up is because yesterday the state had indicated that we would be getting to Boatwright's phone today. And so I am moving to exclude any testimony by Detective Curcio that he received a phone that had been in Mr. Boatwright's possession, that he received a phone that was Mr. Boatwright's. The only way that he would know that a phone that he received was linked to Mr. Boatwright was if some other officer or someone else who was present at the scene of the stop told him that. And we have...
That's not hearsay if the officer is the one that provided it and said, I removed this from this person and gave it to you.
No one has been able to tell us who actually obtained the phone or where the phone came from.
Okay, that's different.
In opening statement, it's important because we have very much refuted that that was Mr. Boatwright's phone. We brought that up in opening statement. That's part of our defense. And so what I'm asking is for the court to prohibit Detective Curcio from saying that he got Mr. Boatwright's phone, that another officer gave him a phone that he said he found at the stop of Mr. Boatwright, or the contents of the phone, because it's all hearsay and a violation of Mr. Boatwright's confrontation clause. If the state were able to produce a witness who actually found this phone and could testify as to the location of where the phone was from and could tie it to Mr. Boatwright, I think we would be in a different position. I raised this issue during the motion to suppress. It was denied because hearsay is permitted at a motion to suppress, but it is not permitted at trial.
May I respond, Judge? Sure, no problem.
Yeah, look, it's weird because, I mean, when I put my headphone in and listen to it on my phone, I could hear them pretty clearly, which is really weird. So I don't know if maybe people need to fiddle around with the settings or whatever, but hopefully you're still able to at least hear the arguments.
Yes.
Okay. So two things. The physical device, which this is a physical device, was search incident to arrest. It came into BSO's possession at the same time that Mr. Boatwright was arrested. He was arrested by a deputized, it was a BSO deputy deputized by the U.S. Marshals. That was all part of the pretrial ruling. And so getting into that, the U.S. Marshals tracked him down and found him. We certainly can, that's one remedy as to that, but it's my understanding that it was search incident to arrest as part of his property. Now, that's the first thing as to the device itself. That's the hardware. The substance, which was downloaded, was pursuant to a separate warrant, which motion to suppress was also denied. That can absolutely be tied to Mr. Boatwright, and I also would argue goes to the credibility and the weight of the evidence of the device itself. For example, the device phone number is 754-207-1410. That device number was found in co-defendant Williams' contacts under Lil Boat, which has already been testified to by Detective Curcio, and which we will again have the cell phone expert who there was actually an additional warrant because the cell phone was downloaded again for updating purposes. Okay.
Part of the suppression motion.
Since then, it was downloaded again, Judge, and so that expert can testify that Lil Boat, the number ending in 1410, was connected to that same device. Additionally, the phone number 1410 was also in the records for BSO pretrial release for Mr. Boatwright. Mr. Boatwright, at the time of this arrest and homicide, had multiple felonies that he was arrested for and on pretrial for. That same phone number that were timed to him was what he gave his pretrial officer to be able to supervise him. So that's another way. Now, obviously, that comes with some baggage and regarding Mr. Boatwright being on pretrial release, but we can say that it was tied to records that are associated with Mr. Boatwright, which is a true statement. If that doesn't suffice and there's going to be a confrontational argument, the state is happy to bring in the pretrial officer to be able to say that that was the phone number self-reported by Mr. Boatwright, and that was in 2018, the same year as the homicide.
Oh, good, Lemme. I appreciate you being here all the time.
The phone came back, the device records came back to Mr. Boatwright's mother, Tammy Walker, which was also confirmed. And the device GPS shows all of the places consistent with where Mr. Boatwright was.
Nice suit.
Surveillance, for example, at the time of the homicide, during the homicide, after the homicide, when he bolted from the car from Driftwood, which has already been entered into evidence. And so these are all things that tie this device and the substance of this device to Mr. Boatwright. There's no confrontational clause issue. This particular detective did the cell triangulation work. Additionally, the witness that we're going to call downloaded the phone, and there's pictures of Mr. Boatwright and his co-defendants on this device. So it's a hard uphill argument to say that this device, I understand that's what they're going to argue, but I think we have a very substantial argument to say that this device and the contents of this device belong to this defendant and are relevant to the homicide.
I think the state is putting the cart before the horse. Before they can testify as to if they're trying to use the contents of the device to assuage the fact that the only way that they search the device to begin with is from hearsay. This witness, the only way that this witness knows
Trying to make a forbidden tree argument.
the phone that he was given on July 6th is through hearsay. It's from another witness. The state should not be permitted to, these pretrial release records are hearsay. This witness should not be able to permitted to testify that, you know, he received Mr. Boatwright's phone, that he received a phone that was done at the stop. It is important because, again, we have very much refuted that Mr. Boatwright's phone. There were two other people in the car at the time that he was stopped. We don't know if the phone was found in Mr. Boatwright's pocket, in one of the other occupants' pockets, in somebody's bag, in the trunk of the car. All of that is exceptionally relevant to the ownership of this phone. If he's just permitted to testify, yeah, I got Mr. Boatwright's phone from the stop, that is pure hearsay for which we cannot, you know, cross-examine exactly how that phone was located. As far as the contents themselves, linking it to Mr. Boatwright, it's not, the search of the phone isn't even relevant unless they know that it's Mr. Boatwright's phone to begin with, or that it was in Mr. Boatwright's possession to begin with. And so we don't get to that second step.
Okay, so where's the chain of custody documents then?
The first step of putting this phone in Mr. Boatwright's possession. Without some witness, all they would need is some witness who would testify, I was at the stop, this is where we found the phone, then we could cross-examine them. We could cross-examine them on the circumstances of where and how that phone was found.
Alright, if that's the case, the cops are fucked up here.
We are able, the issue about maybe it could have been in one of the occupants' pockets, that's always going to be the issue for a device. always a rebuttal for an electronic device, especially in a homicide, when we're able to put the device at certain locations and we're saying that it's tied to the defendant. The device.
Well, because it's exactly what she's doing.
The cross-examination can always be, well, you don't know who had that device in their hand. You don't know if, and I believe it was said on opening statement, that one of the devices the co-defendant was used as a community phone. I mean, that's always something that can be cross-examined. The contents of that phone, it's not putting the cart before the horse. These things were searched pursuant to valid search warrants, which Your Honor has already ruled on was permissible. So I would argue that it's very relevant to put it and tie it to the co-defendant.
Okay.
In this case, Mr.
And I think we just got a face for the guy that we hate.
Arrest is how it was found with his
Audio
property.
seems better though.
So that can be testified to. It's not a hearsay statement, and it's a truthful statement. I don't believe we have to put on the person that actually.
More to the point, I'm waiting for her to lean over and pour the judge a glass of water.
And enter it into evidence, especially because we have all this other evidence tying it to him. If that's the argument, there's only 3 people that could have been, well, out of the 3 people in this whole world that this phone could have been tied to, the other 2 are not on video.
I can't drink, it's like 3 a.m.
Flashing money, which was also from the phone. The other 2 don't have the contact related to that phone number in the co-defendant's phone. The other 2 also don't have the GPS location where that co-defendant was seen on surveillance camera. These are all things that we can show ownership of the phone.
Again, the state says, well, it was found search incident to arrest. The only way Detective Curcio knows that is because some other officer told him he wasn't there. You should not be able to permit this testify.
All right, thank you. So your objection or motion, or however you want to style it, is denied and overruled. The standard for an arrest is probable cause. The standard to put something in a warrant, you have to bring information to the court, and the affiant on the warrant is allowed under fellow officer rule to rely on the information that they've been given. And so in requesting this warrant, and he is given the knowledge of the fellow officer as to where that was retrieved from, search incident to arrest. So as the detective, he's allowed to know that. He's allowed to bring that information to the magistrate for purposes of a warrant. I don't see, that's analogous. I don't see that any different than what he's doing here in saying that, at the time of the arrest, these were the items that were seized. That in itself is not a statement. That's what he is going and looking at, whatever was seized at the time. And then, he can use that and did use that to obtain a warrant. And what's in the phone, again, separate issue that we've already had a motion to suppress on that, and the court's made its ruling. As far as the confront, cross-examine, there's no difference between asking Detective Curcio or asking the arresting officer, where'd you find this? Who's in the car with him? Well, do you know if it was a community phone? Do you know who else used it? Do you know who it was registered to? Do you know if it belonged to one of the other guys who handed it to him and he stuck it in his pocket 2 seconds before he'd never seen the phone? The answer to all those questions by the arresting officer would be say, I don't know, I arrested him, I did an inventory search, this was in there, okay? Same answer comes from Detective Curcio because none of them can know beforehand where it was, only where it was located, and where it was located in and of itself is not hearsay. So, overruled, but thank you for the preserve.
Oh, Ava, thank you very much for your super chat. I'm gonna say at least another week and a half.
They're all here and ready. Bring them on.
Wow, through the pen. Sorry, I just wanted to. The prosecution's due to rest on Tuesday, so I'd be expecting another. I don't know what the exact calendar is, but I'd be expecting another week and a half. Probably longer, actually. Probably closer to 2 now that I think about it, given that there's 3 sets of defendants to go through everything.
Oh. All right, well, we'll let them know that we should probably consult
See, I told you she'd have a job.
No, and
Actually, I can probably just not be lazy and look that up, can't I? Just gonna mute for a second so you don't have to hear the clack at the top. Huh. Okay. That's not me that muted, they muted. And I don't know why, because all they're doing is bringing the jury in. She muffs the marble desk with her tits. Jesus Christ, Ava.
that you requested that I see the transport order on them?
No, I'm expecting to see someone testify.
Linwood Walker, yes. Chambers received a call from Mr. Hogan's attorney who said it'd be nice if someone let me know about this.
I did.
You forgot. Would you give him a call and let him know the when and the where and the other stuff because he wants to be in the loop and,
Sure.
you know, so I said I would remind you.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, which is ironic given that there's 3 defense attorneys at it.
Let's bring them up.
That's a good point. And I'll try and be faster on the draw in terms of the audio today as well. Oh wow, okay, so resting bitch face is wearing a black pantsuit. Oh, the judge is so over it at this stage. Why is Williams not wearing a tie of some form? We've seen him in a bow tie, we've seen him in a regular tie. Why is he not wearing any tie? That is so disrespectful to the court. And not a good look in front of the jury. Mind you, my boss lawyer's tie is not much better. I know, right? That was so stupid. Men's warehouse coupons. I'd say that they're running out of things to recycle through the jail like community bin.
Jurors are entering.
Actually, Curcio can come back
I don't think that
in. Maybe Curcio can come back in.
I don't know if the clothes were provided by their attorneys. That's just it, that's what I'm saying. Their attorneys should surely know better.
All able to follow the court's directions. Thank you.
Black is not slimming on Red Godzilla.
Last we met, Detective Curcio was on the stand. He's coming back in now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, I think that the chances that have been dashed. Ooh. Since the witness intimidation, I think all 3 of them would have gotten raked over the coals.
You are still under oath, sir? Thank you, sir. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Detective Curcio.
How are you, ma'am?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Oh, come
Okay,
on,
I think
focus.
when we last left off yesterday afternoon, we were discussing Mr. Allen.
Yes.
And we were discussing how you developed Mr. Allen as a suspect.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please walk us through, there was, how did you, go about identifying who you ultimately learned that Mr. Allen was the second, suspect on the Reba video. How did you do that?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
There was a variety of things we did during the investigation. One of the things we think it was Big Rob, and once we identified whose number Big Rob belonged to, and we pulled up the driver's license photo, I think it was, you could clearly tell that Big Rob was Robert Allen, the person in the video.
Okay, and when you say you could clearly tell, you had people identify him as well, correct?
Again, I don't remember us showing the Riva people photo lineups with Mr. Allen because they didn't really concentrate on him because he wasn't up at the counter making the purchase. He was more in the showroom, but you could look at the video and it appeared to me and other people looked at it that Big Rob was the rather large person in the video with Mr. Williams.
Okay, now, in addition to determining who Big Rob was from co-defendant Dedrick Williams' cell phone, you were also able to determine from Dedrick Williams' cell phone that he had a contact named Lil Boat.
Yes.
I still can't believe he was named Little Boat.
The phone, what was the phone number that Lil Boat was saved in the contacts for Dedrick Williams?
Objection, hearsay by subject.
I was gonna say, for God's sakes, are you really trying to pull that?
754-207-1410.
Okay, for ease of reference for the record, it's okay if we just refer to it by the last four digits, 1410. Okay, and were you able to determine who Lil Boat, the phone number, as far as the records came back to?
Objection.
Record.
Hearsay by subject.
Overruled.
We did.
Our resting bitch face has not won an objection so far.
By other means, we identified it as coming back to Michael Boatwright's mother as subscriber, but as well, the phone was used by Mr. Boatwright.
I don't know, I can kind of see him as the guy that ran an electric fence around his front yard.
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Still can't believe that actually happened, you know? Some guy actually put an electric fence around like the front curb of his yard because kids from a local school kept walking through it.
So you don't need to continue to raise it, and it's noted and preserved. Thank you.
With respect to the number 1410, you also determined that Mr. Boatwright himself self-reported that in records that you were able to confirm, correct?
Yes.
When Mr. Boatwright was self-reporting this number as his own and using that phone number, that was also in 2018, the same year of the homicide, correct?
That is correct.
Did you ultimately determine who Lil Boat was?
Yes.
I know it's a nickname. There were two individuals that it could have been, correct?
Little Boat.
There was two, we had a Little Boat, and then we had another investigative means that only had the name of Boatwright, so we knew the last name, but there was two particular Boatwrights.
See people thinking Rabbit, so I'm going to assume that
And
Rabbit dropped
both
some
Ronald and Michael
memberships.
were,
On your
the
Rabbit.
Images of Michael and Ronald were given in a six-pack photographic lineup to witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And did you
Going
use
out to
the
John D,
determination of
Christine
positive
Huff,
identification of
Jason
Michael Boatwright
Marone,
to further your
Ollie Hand
investigation?
Grenades, and Jeremiah Norquist.
Who was
There
it
you go.
that positively identified?
Also, guys, if you don't already have gifting on, now is an easy way to do it. If you actually click on the gifts that Rabbit's dropped up the top, a little white button may appear underneath that says Allow Gifts.
That Tanisha Clark, who was renting
Slightly
the
faster
garage
way of doing it.
area,
And dropped another 5. Far out.
She
Thank you, Rabbit.
stated
Congratulations to Brandon O'Neill, Atomic Blast, CH, Lily Smith, and Andrew Underhill.
She knew by that last name was somebody she knew from prior contact, so her identifying him from.
I'm not even sure you can call it a beard.
Confirmed that Michael Boatwright was the Boatwright we were looking at, not Ronald Boatwright.
Okay, and the prior contact is who picked up the car, correct? Tanisha Clark, who rented her Dodge Journey?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
That was also the identification, utilized Miss Clark's identification of Robert Allen, who you were.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jason, I must have missed it. Hang on.
Or Robert Allen as the second suspect, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, you ultimately, did you obtain a warrant to be able to
don't see everything because the memberships don't show up in the back of StreamYard, so if you don't tell me that you've done it, I may not see it. My sincere apologies.
His DNA to compare back to evidence recovered from the journey. And I believe we also did a search
can't scroll
warrant
back.
for his house. We didn't get the arrest warrant until after those two first warrants.
Okay, we already covered, I believe, through other witnesses regarding the search warrant of Mr. Boatwright's home. But I also wanted to ask you, once Mr. Boatwright was arrested, there was a cell phone that the device that matched the phone number 1410 that was found search incident to that arrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm gonna show you what's been marked for identification as states. This is gonna sound funny, KKK.
Renew all our pretrial objections.
Noted, preserved.
The fuck's she saying? All I heard was KKK.
Oh. Ms.
Buckle up.
Buffalo said for us to go ahead and skip KKK, we're gonna go with MNM.
As you wish. What about L? Where did L go?
Judge, you
Oh, L was used already or no? Okay,
You got something against triple L?
no. Only KKK. We'll go with triple L.
All right, hold on, sidebar.
Oh, that was so much better. Wow, they fixed up the white noise audio as well. As you wish. Yes, sorry, Jason, if you can let me know how many you dropped, I very much want to thank you for that, because unfortunately, yeah, StreamYard at the back end does not let me see when people drop memberships. And I've only had the chat open in a YouTube window since I was listening to it myself, so I do sincerely apologize for that. Wondering if YouTube's suppressing my super chat. Super chat this morning on Jeff's stream, and Jeff didn't see it, but some chat did. Really? Yeah, it has to be a new AV guy. The evidence is marked as KKK? No, so they specifically skipped it. They've skipped over KKK and gone straight to LLL. Like, I get that has negative connotations, but like that does seem a little bit. Anyway, that's a minefield. I'm not even going to bother going there. Yeah, look, if there's a chance, Jason, that they're suppressing your super chats, then yeah, I don't know. Dog Mama saw the gifted one, so there you go. YouTube's been over censoring comments. YouTube is asshole. We know this. So, where are we? All right. So in the meantime, while we have most US buildings don't have a 13th floor either, that's a little bit different because that's superstition, whereas KKK is because of the negative racist connotations, which I completely understand. I legitimately do. It's just, it seems like going out of your way not to use that because of that.
What has been marked for identification as states LLL. And
State LLL.
you
There it
recognize
is.
states LLL.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the phone that was taken as evidence the night Mr. Boatwright was detained for the DNA search warrant. It's got Detective Foster's writing on the
Oh,
front,
really?
my initials on the back.
And is it in the same or substantially?
Yeah, no, I
similar
saw that, Stingy.
condition,
Unfortunately, I don't know what that was.
taken
So if you can give me some context.
Yes, it appears the seal is still intact.
At this time, Your Honor, I move into evidence states LLL as state 63.
Over previous objections, what was previously marked states triple L for identification shall be received in evidence as states 63.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
What's that? Yes, I will. Thank you. Detective Curcio, can you please open state 63?
sucks. Guys, for the most part, you guys know that the only real things that I don't allow in chat here are things that are going to get me yeeted or having goes at my guests. So.
Okay. Showing the jury what's been entered into evidence at State 63. What kind of phone is it?
Well, blurry, I have to look at my
This is
report.
gonna adjust in just a second. It takes a second.
No problem.
And if it's easier for you, Detective, I can just bring the item to you.
Yeah, I mean, let's do that and find my report, let's see. So
Okay.
it's an iPhone 7 Plus, and that's a sticker put on by our digital forensic unit once I obtain a search warrant to download it.
Are you familiar with an IMEI?
Yes, I am.
What is an IMEI?
It's, a phone has an IMEI and an IMISI number. They're the identifiers for the phone itself that the phone company assigns to the phone.
And an IMEI is unique to each individual phone, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we
Okay.
established this yesterday,
So
that
this
it's a
particular
fingerprint per phone.
IMEI, I believe ends in 6599. Let's see if it, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now,
Lonely Island? No, that's
with
news to me.
respect to the
Are they banned or
download,
something?
for the contents of the phone, did you have an opportunity to review the download of the contents of the phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Okay.
Now, you
For anyone
testified
remotely
yesterday
interested,
about your experience
that property
regarding
court is still going.
using, plot, latitude, longitude, location points, correct?
Yes.
Did you also do that type of investigative work with this particular device or the contents of this device?
Yes.
Now, on the date of the homicide, what, if anything, were you able to determine from this device? We're talking about 6/18/2018.
Objection, hearsay, and best evidence to this line of questioning, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Concentrating on the day of the homicide in the hours before, we were able to track the phone's location through the homicide when we were able to find points of reference on the phone all the way 4 hours after the homicide. And we also were able to identify different numbers that the phone called.
I would say so, probably,
how
Marty.
many times
So
the
thank you for
phone
that.
was unlocked during that period of time by who the user was, and stuff of that nature is all contained on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he
So
turned into
that-
the Hulk, or the
We're
Incredible
clear,
Bulk.
Because I know that you've been doing this for a long time, but for some of us that have never heard this type of evidence before, when you say points of reference,
Right.
what do you mean? So for example, Reba Motorsports, we know that location, that's where the homicide occurred.
Yes,
Did you check to see if the phone was located at that location during the time and the date of the homicide?
yes, I did.
And was it?
Yes, it was,
Objection, hearsay.
located at that location for a
No,
period of time.
that's the whole thing, guys.
And then it was
I
observed
deliberately steer clear of all
on
drama.
phone records when it
No.
left that location.
Okay, so an important investigative tool you had was a surveillance camera, correct? And were you able to check the device location also check it against the surveillance camera of when there was a slimmer, taller gunman killing the victim in this case?
Yeah, but that's for comic effect. You just happen to be the
Using
fall guy for that.
surveillance video, we
Not my
were
fault, you're
able
funny.
To determine what time the suspect vehicle with the robbers show up and what time the suspect vehicle with the robbers leave, and then compare that to the phone data on that particular phone of when it enters the area of Riva and exits the area of Riva.
So what was your determination? For example, when the Dodge Journey entered the area of Riva, what did the device show that it was doing?
The two different timelines mirrored each other. When the phone arrived, the journey is seen. When the phone leaves Riva, the journey is leaving
you also confirm?
I'm sorry,
the
what?
data location from Mr. Boatwright's phone? And we're gonna get into some of the other ways that you confirmed who you believe the phone belonged to.
What drama am I involved in?
If the phone was located with other cell phone data locations from any of the other co-defendants.
Yes, the Driftwood video in particular, after the homicide, when the people are seen walking away from the journey, the phone is in that area of the Driftwood apartments as well. And earlier, before the homicide, the phone shows up at an address, Mr. Williams' address, before the homicide.
Okay, and are you talking about the Driftwood video, the images that show two individuals walking, one with a camouflage hat with a red rim?
That's a good point. If I start snoring, you know why. Because rom-coms are evil. Remind me to show the video, the ruins everyone guy.
As states. What's the state? Exhibit number? 61?
I didn't get any response, by the way.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, when the individual wearing this hat, we believe this hat was at the Driftwood Apartments, what is the phone doing based on its location data?
It shows that it's in the Driftwood apartments.
Now, additionally, what were the other locations that you were able to
That's fair.
reference on the date of the homicide? Specifically, just prior to the homicide between 1 p.m.
No, I was expecting a fucking refund.
And 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
That particular phone shows it was at the address 550 Northwest 17th Street, Pompano Beach, which is Dedrick Williams' home address.
Now, during the time of 7 o'clock UTC time, or excuse me, UTC time, how do you calculate that to translate into Eastern time? We need
Yeah,
4 hours?
Well, it's daylight savings time or for regular, you just either, you go forward to what the time is in England, basically.
Half the time, not even that, Dwayne.
Standard time, you have to do the calculation depending on whether it's 4 or 5 hours.
Okay.
I checked
So
my
during
block
that
list the
time
other day.
on,
Literally, the individuals that are on that,
2018,
a couple of
were you
bots
able
and
to
some people that were
confirm
spewing some
that
absolutely
Mr.
vile.
Boatwright's, cell phone was making an outgoing
And that
call
isn't.
to
I don't even think they were being
125
legitimate. I think that was just trolling.
Okay, yes,
All right, what was the last 4 digits of the phone number that, the phone call was made to?
8578.
Right, during that time.
Exactly. I'd much rather laugh at them.
Where was the phone located making that phone call?
Again, we're talking about the 1500 Eastern Standard Time call? Is that the one?
Yes.
He was located at Mr. Williams' house in 550 Northwest 17th Street, Pompano Beach.
And what time of day was that on the day of the homicide?
3 o'clock, 3 p.m.
And when was it, when did you determine that the homicide occurred? What time?
Based on the 911 calls, the homicide, 3:57 p.m.
Okay, so just under an hour before the homicide occurred?
Yes.
Now, you
Even his
also,
arm tattoo looks
were able
annoyed.
to confirm that that phone number ending in 8578, that Mr. Boatwright.
Yeah, guys, if you haven't already, just remember, this is a safe space. And again, you're not a piece of shit and you contribute to society. So if you wouldn't mind just hitting that like button and just making that contribution to society a little bit early today, we very much appreciate it. And just double check whether or not you still subscribe, because let's face it, Susan's a bit of a cow, and on the way out, she may take some of my subs with her. I apologize for talking over the court.
Now, from 3:30 of the date of the homicide to
Oh, that's why I asked.
just before the homicide, I believe, right around the time of the homicide, 3:56 PM. Where is the cell phone located, that phone?
Regal Motorsports, 660 Northeast 37th Street.
Okay, fine, but even a piece of shit can contribute to society, specifically by hitting that like button.
Besides the location information that you were able to confirm, in terms of the identity and the ownership of that cell phone, correct?
Yes,
The contents of the cell phone were also downloaded. This is
Yes.
separate and apart from any GPS data.
yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review pictures and
Yes,
video?
Yes, I did.
And what pictures and video were you able to determine from that cell phone were relevant to your investigation?
Objection, hearsay, and best evidence, that's the line of questioning.
We had numerous
Really?
photographs and videos on the cell phone that
Aw.
were related to
I'll have to go and have a look.
the homicide that we're investigating.
Okay? I believe some have already been entered into evidence, but let's see here.
Oh, that's a tattoo. We established yesterday we think he's probably done some undercover work.
States 8, which has already been entered into evidence. And I'm showing 5 of 5 of states 8.
Right, I can think of at least one person in chat that can
And where
dispute
did that
that.
image come from?
And given that at some point I'm going to be paying them to send something into space for me,
When he was detained for the DNA search warrant.
The same phone that we're discussing that has the IMEI of 6599.
and we love you for it, Tits and Ray Guns.
Which has been entered into evidence as states 63. Okay, and you were able to
Made a fire
determine
song?
who those
Okay.
individuals were holding thousands of dollars of cash from the images, correct?
Yes.
And who are... the
Seriously, this was
two,
easily the most stupid thing that they've done. Like, hours after they robbed and shot him, they're posting on social media with thousands of dollars splayed out
When
in
was
the
this
hand.
image taken from the
At least wait
content of
for a
the phone
day.
that you can tell?
What an excuse to get a tat. Most people go, I was drunk. He goes, I needed it for deep cover.
9:26 PM on 6/18.
So just about 6 hours after the homicide,
fair.
after Mr. Enfoy was killed and robbed.
Yes.
I'm showing you 3 of 5 of that same exhibit, exhibit 8.
It's true. I still can't get over the fact that they named him Little Boat. Like, in what universe was that bright?
You recognize that image?
It just irritates me.
And where was this image found?
That was as well found on the
Oh, good.
same phone we're discussing.
Sorry.
Okay, so the same exact phone ending in 6599, or excuse me, 6599, the IMEI, which is entered as state 63. That image was also found on that phone. And when was this
There
image
he is.
taken, as far as you could tell?
The same date and same time.
Same date and time, about 6 hours after the homicide, and you
Oh,
were
good, I'm
able to
glad.
determine who that individual is.
Yes,
Who's that individual based on your investigation?
Mr. Newsome.
Showing 2 of 5 of that same exhibit, states 8. That image was also found on that same black cell phone.
Yes.
And when
Okay,
was
don't be
that
racist to the
image
cell
taken?
phone, just say cell phone.
Same date and approximately same time.
Okay, and in addition to that, the other information that you were able to determine is there's some other things that I believe is state
Oh, she sounds like me
61
readjusting.
that was also relevant to your investigation that's in that image,
Yes,
or
both
appears
the,
to be in that image.
both the hat and the shirt became important in the investigation.
God damn it, I hope this energy drink kicks in soon. See, what would be really funny is if they actually did go up on the stand and they did that, because that'd be one way to identify the phone. But, like, do you cop to it or not?
Relevant during that same time frame, did you also check Mr.
Staring at his money thinking of all the community
Williams's,
college or HVAC courses I could take with the money. Yeah, instead they decided to go on a shopping spree with clothes.
That we're discussing against Mr. Williams's cell phone?
Yes.
And did you determine where Mr. Williams's cell phone was during 3:54 PM, during the date of the homicide?
Fair enough. Good on you.
Yeah, his
I don't know
cell
that it's
phone
alive.
showed that he was at Riva Motorsport.
With the cell phone belonging to Mr. Boatwright at the same time?
Yes.
You admit it if it's a good pick. God, could you imagine getting
Where did the cell
identified
phones
by a
go after
tattoo
the two cell
that you
phones
got
taken
down
out?
there,
Mr. Williams' cell
and it's a
phone
tiny dick pic?
and what you believe
How
was
fucking
Mr.
embarrassing
Boatwright's
if that was
cell
made
phone
public.
immediately after the homicide.
After the homicide, the phones traveled to.
The drop around the courtroom.
And then Mr. Boatwright's phone travels down towards Fort Lauderdale, where it continues down to the Driftwood Apartments.
Oh, okay, so you've gotten into the routine. Fair enough. It wouldn't be so bad for me if I didn't have the 4-year-old, honestly, because I try and spend as much time with her as I can of an evening. Because I do worry that she's not getting enough daddy time.
Obtain a location at 4:23
So.
PM for the black cell phone you believe.
If I had my way, I'd be asleep from like 5 PM through till midnight, get up,
Yes.
do these trial streams, and then go back to bed.
3 PM, the address?
As it is, I'm sleeping about 4 hours a night.
17th Court in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which was Robert Allen's home address.
Now, at 20:30, which is military time for 8:30.
Tiny dick pic might actually make the actual look larger. Possibly.
4:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Mr. Boatwright receives a phone call again, or the phone receives a phone call again from 8578. Was it from that same phone number that you determined Mr. Boatwright?
No, I know it's not. And as soon as the,
Close to 100 times calling that same number?
Yes.
That's why I'm going to be happy as of next week, because I'm going to be getting more sleep.
Now, at 4:30 PM, what location is? the
It probably
cell
wasn't going to be
phone,
sustainable to finish off this trial anyway, so I was going to have to try and work
It's
something out.
using a cell tower. Again, there's call history, cell towers. Phone is more, I don't know what the word I should use, more precise. That one was a cell tower. It was using a cell tower consistent.
Would have been better if it was spelt Ragret. Sleep is for the weak.
Now, also relevant, just shortly after that, there was a text message that you were able to obtain from that same cell phone, which is entered as state 63, correct?
Yes.
On the date of the homicide, about 5:05 PM. What does the text message say to the recipient?
Objection hearsay.
Quote, tell my brother I got the money for the new phone, end of quote.
And you determined that this is just after, I believe, roughly an hour and a half after the victim, Jose Encore, was killed and robbed of $50,000 in cash?
Yes.
This is also consistent with the time frame. I believe it's just a little bit before. This is also consistent with the time frame when Mr.
No, Jiminy, I'm not, and it makes you
is
feel like
showing
shit. That's
thousands
right.
of dollars in cash on his cell phone, being pictured with thousands of dollars of cash.
That's correct.
Flasher in London who was identified by a Mankey tattoo. Mankey or monkey? Oh, Mankey. Okay, yeah. On his belly button was the butthole. Oh, God. Trials make me grateful that parents put fear of God in me, feel like guilty about hurting people's feelings, much less committing crimes.
Okay. Let's talk about Mr. Newsome. Before I move on to Mr. Newsome, what date did you arrest Mr. Boatwright?
Take a look at my report. So we filed for an arrest warrant after obtaining.
This will make life so much easier.
Just talked about. And again, if you can help me out with the page numbers, that would be good.
Okay.
And for the 5 of you over watching on Rumble, I do thank you. I assume that most of you have already hit the like button, given that I've got
Yeah,
Is that
my
correct?
report doesn't say the date.
10 likes and 5 people watching.
The affidavit itself, but, it looks like.
I'm sorry you feel alone over there, dear Ryder.
I believe it was July 5th.
Okay, you have to look at the arrest warrant.
Well, here, would this refresh your recollection of when the phone was collected?
Yeah, but we didn't arrest him for the warrant right away.
Okay.
We had a DNA search warrant, we had a house search warrant.
Oh, I'm sorry that I missed this chat. Someone over on Rumble, Link DD, asked, hi, if I can ask, what's your interest in the case? Well, generally my channel is about talking all things law, and we saw a trial coming up,
Yes.
and no one else in my particular community was covering it that I was aware of, so threw ourselves right into it.
Now, you ultimately,
That's purely it, bringing
ended
trial
up-
coverage to the masses so they understand what happens in the court
Based on
system.
some of the images also found in Mr. Boatwright's phone, you ultimately ended up making an identification of Mr. Newsome, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you end up searching in terms of a home believed to belong to Mr. Newsome or his family? What home was that?
And it belonged to his grandmother. The address was 2740 Northwest 10th Place in the city of Fort Lauderdale. I obtained a search warrant for that location on August 29th, 2018.
And this is after the first 3 suspects were already arrested for your pursuant to your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You specifically.
It's interesting,
were
this
searching
case
the
was he got his soul
backyard,
crushed and this was his backup.
Yes.
Yes, I
And,
said it. Bite me.
Why in particular were you searching the backyard? Not the reasoning necessarily, but what were you looking for? What were the items that you were looking for?
We were looking for $8,000 in cash.
And you obtained information that you believe that $8,000 in cash was buried in the backyard?
Yes.
What, if anything, was found?
Oh.
Relevant to this case, nothing.
Okay, so you weren't able to find
Relevant to this
$8,000.
case. So they found something in the backyard.
How long after the homicide did that search occur?
That was in August.
So roughly 2 months after the homicide?
Yes.
Vodka in their eyes? Good God.
In addition to searching Mr. Newsome's home, you also searched Mr. Williams' residence, correct? Or not you, but your team searched Mr. Williams' residence?
Yes.
And what, if anything,
Good old days when
were
you used to
able
just
obtain
hide
from that residence?
Relevant to this
alcohol in your
investigation,
belt
we
buckle or something
found
like
the
that.
fluorescent orange slides he was wearing in the Riva video.
Okay, and I believe that's been entered into evidence as states 54.
Yes.
Okay, and what else?
We found a live round, a 22 caliber live round, the same manufacturer and obviously caliber of the murder weapon, and sent that to the lab.
Okay, and I
Whoa.
believe that's also been entered into evidence as states 46. So I'm gonna show you.
Please feel free to tell that to my wife. Do so much for your girls, so much more than most. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm talking from experience of a single mama. 4 sleep went bye-bye when they were born. I don't doubt that. But honestly, if you want to mention that to my wife, that you think that I'd do a bit, that'd be appreciated. So, Filemaster hatches another dastardly plot to take over the world.
Unless it's been kept separate because it's a live round. Okay.
See, why couldn't Mummy Esquire be doing the one doing the digging through that box?
Maybe it is in states 26. Is it states 29? sorry, I misspoke, it's not States 46, it's States 29. Located at Mr. Williams' residence. I believe it was somewhere near the master bedroom. And when you're saying that it was, consistent with, in your training and experience, what are you referring to when you say it's consistent with the murder weapon? Was the weapon ever found, by the way?
No, it's not.
Well, that's
Okay, so
harsh,
how
James.
did you even determine?
Depends whether or not she expects you to
what
remove it with your teeth or not.
Weapon it was that was used.
You like this guy?
When a semi-automatic weapon fires,
I'm sorry, what was it? You may answer.
when a semi-automatic.
I'm 5 when my youngest brother went to kindergarten because they were
And the casing.
there all day. She took it at lunch and had a nap. Fair enough.
The 22 caliber casings that were found on the murder scene were a particular.
Oh, I'm not saying anything against her. I just have my preference. That's all.
Manufacturer brand, which were the same as this particular round that was recovered inside.
Well, we at least know that we at least know that that other cop was looking at her ass.
And
So.
we'll hear from the analyst that did that, but also, were any projectiles recovered, 5 projectiles recovered from Mr. Onford at autopsy that you're aware of?
Yes,
Were those also consistent with, based on your investigation, what was recovered from Mr. Williams' residence and what was recovered from the Reba scene?
yes.
How?
Cheers.
Again, it was the same style, caliber, makeup of the projectile. Every manufacturer, sometimes they're hollow points, sometimes they're ball ammunition. This was all consistent with each other.
Okay. In addition to the firearms evidence, there were also latent fingerprints that you also reviewed as part of your investigation, correct?
Yes, taken from the Dodge Journey.
And they were sent to the lab in order to be analyzed.
Yes, by latent examiner experts.
Now, you later determined, you were able to determine that the latents did come back positive to Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Newsome.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, just move the captions down slightly.
In addition to the fingerprint evidence, Mr. Boatwright had a Cadillac that was stationary in front of his house that was also searched, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if any, information from, or items from the Cadillac did you determine were relevant to your investigation?
Once we executed the search warrant that we had obtained, we found 2 masks inside the trunk and some additional live 22 caliber rounds.
It was really
Okay.
stupid of them
So
to
the live
leave
20
the
let's start
bloody
with that.
masks
The
there.
live 22 caliber rounds that were obtained, I think it's already been entered into evidence as States 46. And you recognize States 46, correct?
Yes.
It's displayed a little bit different for courtroom presentation, but these were found in Mr. Boatwright's, in the Cadillac in front of Mr. Boatwright's home, correct?
Yeah, we found it in the trunk of the vehicle.
In the trunk of the vehicle, and that was consistent with the round that's States 28 or 29 that was found from Mr. Williams' home.
Yes.
Okay. And you also said that there were the masks that were also found at Mr. Boatwright's home. I believe that's been entered into evidence as States 45. And States 44. Showing Detective Curcio, showing you and the jury, States 44, I believe was the neoprene mask. Is this the mask that you're referring to?
Yeah, I think the neoprene is the other one, but that's.
The other one
that
is
was
the
one of
cloth?
mine. Yeah, that's one. of
Oh,
mine.
okay. Let's see here. Ah, yeah, I can see the difference.
A chug. The more you
Okay, so
know.
the neoprene mask that was found. And then also the cloth mask, correct?
Yes.
It's true, Mexican Vader. It's very true.
Now, you are aware
More to the
that
point, who
crime
buys a
scene
cloth mask instead of a
swab mask,
neoprene
that
one?
The mask swabs were submitted to the lab, correct?
Yes.
And we will hear from the analyst that did the work on that, but as far as your investigation, did you determine that the results were relevant to your investigation?
Objection calls for hearsay and confrontation clause.
And what were the results that you were able to determine were relevant to your investigation concerning the mask?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection.
Overruled.
The DNA on the neoprene mask was determined to be consistent with the DNA we had obtained by a search warrant of Mr. Williams, and the cloth mask DNA was consistent with the DNA that we recovered via a search warrant of Mr. Boatwright.
Okay, curious, at Mr. Boatwright's home, were there any, for example, motorbikes that could be, that a user would ride? Because that's where the mask was found, correct?
It was found in the trunk of the car as well.
Hidden in the trunk of the Cadillac in front of Mr. Boatwright's home.
Yeah, but they were all about to come into a substantial amount of money, as far as they were aware. So I don't know.
Question goes sustained to the current question overruled.
It was hidden in the trunk, found in Mr. Boatwright's home, correct?
That's where they were located, in the trunk, yes.
Did you find any
Is that because you're worried about
other
being
things
yeeted
like
by a
user
police
would
officer,
ride
or?
that would go along with an accessory like that?
Not at Mr. Boatwright's house.
So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you to everybody that has recently signed up. It's nice to see that the channel's growing again. I was stuck at that 8,500 mark for a good few months, and we're near on our way to almost 9,000. So really quite excited about that. Sure.
All right, I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence, or excuse me, marked for identification as states. MMM.
Winter Soldier, I so Ronry. Get out, Winter. Let me try and list these out again so that I can have everything where it needs to be. There we go, that's better.
May I approach you? Do you recognize states MMM?
Yes, that's the DNA I took from Mr. Newsome.
And how do you recognize it?
It's got my ring in the front. And it's
No worries.
got my,
It's not like I was in it doing anything productive.
Is it in
I'd just be
the same or
asleep right now.
substantially similar condition as when you collected it back in 2018?
Yes.
At this time, I move into evidence states MMM as states 64.
No objection, Your Honor. No objection.
Without objection, what was previously marked states triple M for identification shall be received in evidence as states 64.
If he pisses himself, will they excuse him as a witness? No, they'll just make him change his pants.
You may.
I'm not going to be opening the exhibits because it's biohazard, but I will at least address the outside of the envelope. I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification as states NNN, like Nancy.
Exhibit Nancy. Besides Cheeseburger saying he was there, has much been said
Do you
about Newsom
recognize
committing a
states
crime.
NNN?
Not a huge amount at the moment.
Yes, this is the DNA I took from Robert Allen.
How do you recognize it?
Again, it's got my writing on the front and my initials near the seal.
Okay.
I don't know why
And
nobody
is it
else is
fair
covering
or
this instead of
is it
murder.
in the same or substantially similar
Everyone was
condition when you
expecting the
glance
murder
at
trial to be so much more than it has been.
At this time,
I think they
move
were
into
expecting it to
evidence
blow
and-
up along the same lines Depp was because it was such a respected lawyer family and that sort of thing. Honestly, I actually feel like the bias in the court has probably taken a lot of the sting out of it. I think that court case could have been so much more interesting. But I think that it's sort of turned everybody either one way or the
I'm
other.
not showing you what's been marked for identification as states O.
No justice? Why? What happened?
Do you recognize states O?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the DNA I obtained from Mr. Williams after the execution.
Of course, they're going to include anything that's a criminal enterprise into evidence. So of course they're going to include Mighty Meat Media.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected it back in 2018?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I move into evidence what's been marked for identification
Exactly.
as states O.
Like even this one, it hasn't been
Next
like
numbered exhibit.
stunningly explosive or anything, but it's still been enough to keep me entertained and interested.
Previously marked states O for identification shall be received in evidence of state 66 and may publish.
Thank you.
Of course it was one-sided. Oh, don't you worry, I'm keeping tabs of them.
Okay, so I have some additional questions.
Just you
about
wait.
these exhibits.
By the time you're done, I'm gonna have like 6 or 7 free griffs in one of your streams.
Now, once once evidence is collected by you or your colleagues, how is it that you are able to determine what
That sucks.
exhibit goes to what particular case? Is there case numbers that you rely on?
It's not only a case number, but then once they.
Even then, they'll just adjourn it until he gets stitched up.
Assign the lab number as well.
Okay, and what is the procedure as far as the
I
particular
think it'd be interesting that I got lost probably
in
like a
terms of
jury because
being
they're talking
able
about
to
everything that doesn't make
track
him guilty.
Who
Yeah.
has handled the evidence?
We do an evidence receipt, which anytime it's touched, removed, examined.
Jonathan knows where it's at.
A person signs it, dates it, and gives the purpose for doing such.
Okay, and once the evidence
for
is
covering Tatum
handled,
much
for
better than watching
example,
Law and Crime.
by, say, an
You're very
analyst
welcome, Dan
at a
Brother.
crime lab, is that also notated on the
Any news
envelope?
about possible sponsors? No, but that's just because I've been lazy. I do need to sort that out.
Anytime they break the seal to do their examination, they repeat the same process I did by, when I took it.
They were talking about him this morning
with
and
evidence
potentially bringing him back. So as far as I'm aware, yes, he's still alive.
They've opened it and resealed it.
Okay, we're specifically talking about state 66. Was state 64, 65, and 66
Sorry.
handled the same?
Ava Blank just joined as a legal intern. Thank you so
Okay, and
much.
they were all subject to the same Broward Sheriff's Office protocol in terms of tracking.
Interesting that I can bring those ones up. I can't bring it up when someone
and handling of
gifts.
the evidence.
It's really weird. I saw a salty cracker clip this morning. Spain is making sex with animals legal. Valhalla, do you have your passport ready?
In addition to.
I'm not Obama. Happy belated 50th birthday to Mighty Meat.
Plotting some of the records for Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Williams, you were also.
He's alive,
able to
cheeseburger
plot
lives.
Some of, for example, incoming.
At least as of a couple of hours ago, yes, he was alive.
Yes.
Okay, and did you plot them starting on what date?
The day of the incident is what, we.
The scary thing is, KK Gons, I still think they're going to find him guilty. I don't think they've proven it. I don't think they've come close.
We didn't have an.
But I think the jury's going to pull him over the coals all the same.
Okay.
It was for the, the day. of
Oh,
the
John D, no.
Okay.
Don't search Bad
Now,
Dragon.
on the date of the incident, starting on June 18th of 2018, I believe it's 5:55 UTC time, and real time it would be 1:55 Eastern Standard Time,
No,
correct?
don't search for anything that I don't specifically say it's safe
Did
to.
Mr. Newsome's record indicate that he received an incoming call?
Yes.
What was the last 4 digits of that number, phone number that he received a phone call from?
I have to look at my report unless you can give me something to refresh my memory.
Okay, hold on a second. Yes, I can, just let me locate the page.
Okay, for anyone that doesn't know, Bad Dragon is a very specific company that makes some very unique
I believe it
and uniquely
was
shaped
1355?
marital aids for ladies.
Military time, 1:55 Eastern Standard Time.
For example, one of their biggest sellers is the Demigorgon
Was making a call,
and the Tentacle.
that used the cell
Enough said.
tower at 127 Northwest 16th Street in Pompano.
And guys, if that doesn't give me a sponsorship, I don't know what will.
Why is that cell tower significant? Is it located near a location that's relevant to this homicide investigation?
Yes, it is near 550 Northwest.
Wait, this is a murder trial, not a financial trial. I thought that's how they all worked. Want to know how much money he stole from prosecutors?
Okay, so just prior to the homicide, I believe at 1:55, the cell phone records that you attributed to Mr. Newsome were consistent with being at Mr. Williams' home?
If a Bad Dragon dildo's a marital aid, then fisting is foreplay.
Moments later at, moments after the homicide, I believe
I'm
at.
going on the Bad Dragon
4:02
thing again. I'm still recovering from yesterday's
p.m.
events
Correct.
after I mentioned
On
it.
that same day,
Oh.
Mr. Newsome received an
Impish.
incoming phone call.
Now I'm concerned for your
ending in-
safety.
The phone number was
Power
5317.
tools disguised as marital aids.
And what cell tower was being utilized at that time, the location of the cell tower?
Again, it was using a cell tower at 1101 Northwest 5th Street in Pompano Beach.
And why is that?
You wanna know even that much information?
The relevancy as far as the location of that cell tower, is it near anything that was relevant to this investigation?
Yeah, it would be near a cell tower, near.
Okay, I gotta focus. I'm half asleep and I haven't listened to anything this guy has said in the last 5 minutes.
A minute later, at 4:03 Eastern Standard Time, there was another incoming phone call, and the phone number was ending in.
Jim Rhoda says, yeah, like when I searched that guy that died by horse.
And at that
Oh,
time,
good
what
God.
was the location of the cell tower being utilized?
That was down in Fort Lauderdale. The tower, I believe, was at 1725 Northwest 31st Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
And why is that location significant? Is it relevant to any remarkable location in terms of relevance to your homicide?
Yes, it's near 3060 Northwest 17th Court in Fort Lauderdale, which is near Robert Allen's home address.
Now, during that same time, were you also able to confirm at that time and that location that there was surveillance that you were able to corroborate from surveillance at Driftwood?
Yes,
And the surveillance at Driftwood was depicting who?
Mr. Boatwright and Mr. Newsome in the Dodge Journey.
During the time of the homicide, did you notate if there were any incoming or outgoing phone calls from Mr. Newsome's records?
There was no data on the cell call history records for locations around the time of the actual incident at Riva Motorsport.
In your training experience, do you know why that would be?
Again, it's,
Objection to answering that question. All for us,
Same objection.
Sustain that.
Not listening to his own testimony, he's as annoyed as you are tired. I'm not gonna sleep on the stream, relax. Turn the camera off long before that happens. Wasn't paying much attention to this guy. Look at the huge dome on his
So
head.
there was no data during the time of the homicide, correct?
More to the point, look at the
that
patchy
particular
beard.
time frame that we're talking about, no.
Okay.
Like, I'm gonna feel really bad if that's like genetic or something, or it's because of some disease or something. If it's literally because he can't grow a beard, he should just shave it.
One of the two individuals that actually jumped out of the Dodge Journey, were they armed? Well, both of them were armed, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and in your training experience, is it possible to hold a firearm and, for instance, hold
Must be Will Smith's
property
wife.
of the victim at the same time as making phone calls?
Objection calls for speculation.
Cigar maybe from a burn? God, I hope not, because I've been making fun of him for how long?
So can you hold a firearm on a victim while you're grabbing a Louis Vuitton bag full of $50,000 and make a phone call at the same time? Can you hold the device?
Calls for speculation.
Okay,
Your Your Honor.
So we had speculation, asked and answered.
I would find it extremely difficult to accomplish that.
And would that be a reason why there's no location or no data being transmitted on Mr. Newsome's phone during that time?
Far off now with speculation.
Needs a coffee hydrate for the trial streams. Honestly, I prefer the energy drinks. I like the fuzzy, the fizzy on my tongue. It makes things a little bit easier for me. His head would just look like a penis. His beard make him look like he had a chin. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Yeah, guys, I think we have a new sound and audio guy, because that was a hell of an objection, by the way. So, because she's talking about whether or not you could have a gun on someone, be grabbing for the necklace, and talking on the phone at the same time. Because, you know, everybody has... Don't you give that sneaky smirk, you piece of shit. We know you were involved. Yeah, so unless you got three hands, you're not doing all three of those things. Because the defense was trying to say, well, because there's no cell phone data to link them to being in the location, you can't prove that they were there. Well, how are they supposed to be using the phone whilst holding a gun on somebody and whatever else? But that was a hell of an objection, because you had the three of them going. Yeah, objection speculation, objection confrontational, objection beyond the scope, objection... what was the other one that came up? Speculation. Get a co-host so you can catch a nap. We want to clip you snoring on stream. Whatever works for you. Monster IV coming up. You know, I don't think I've ever actually drunk a Monster before. I've had Mother, I've had V, I've had Red Bull, I've had a Red Eye. I'd have to try Monster. Let's see what happens. Oh, I'm so sick and tired of his smug face. Exactly. Multitasking objection. That's exactly what it was. Now, like the furry on your tongue, now the kanga makes sense. Ooh. And audio is back.
All right, for scheduling purposes, this appears to be a natural breaking point. So, rather than going to one, we'll break here for lunch. It is 12:30, hour and 15 minutes.
Hard Mountain Dew? No, unless you're talking about the caffeinated Mountain Dew, that's all we've got.
So we will go 1:45. As with each time we break, you're not to form any definite fixed opinions, merits, case, so you hear all the evidence, arguments, counsel, instructions from law. Until their time, you must not discuss case, even among yourselves, during the course of the trial, or takes regular recesses during which you permitted to separate your life and personal affairs during these recesses. You will not discuss the case with anyone, submit anywhere, say anything to your presence, and attempt to become the jury after you stop, persist, leave them, either event, report the matter one of my deputies to advise me, seek counsel, witness, defend. Anyone else associated with the case in the hallway, those murdered are not being rude, please avoid exposure to media accounts, have a great lunch, see you in 1 hour.
It's boozing Mountain Dew. And he drinks equals bull sperm. Look, I know... Actually, I don't know that this one has taurine in it. Oh yeah, no, it's got taurine in it. Taurine, guarana, caffeine, a whole bunch of other things that I can't name, including... Oh, caramel color number 4.
I'll be back in 1 hour and 10, and you understand, so we're discussing things.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Hard Mountain Dew, 0 sugar. Baja Blast. Berry black cherry. Ugh. And watermelon. Okay, the watermelon could be interesting. I love how as soon as court's released, he's out of the robe.
But not trying to do that emergency thing. He's in custody and they brought him up here. I don't think you don't get to choose your room.
You don't get to choose your ruling. Brady polishes that. I don't reckon he puts that much effort in, honestly. So I can't do cherry. I don't like cherry. I can't. I'm not a cherry fan. Not in terms of drinks, anyway. Just double checking here before I get stuck in everything else. Huh. Man was hospitalized with 6 plastic horses up his ass. The doctor described his condition as stable. I swear to God, if you're not in the meat market, here, Mighty, I'm giving you a free plug. If you're not in the meat market, guys, his Discord is absolutely hilarious at times. And frankly, I need to spend more time in mine. Alrighty, let's get stuck into a usual version of Law News and Laughter, shall we? Because we've got, what? Wait, what time did they say it was? They were coming back? 1:45? So we've got an hour 15 to kill. Okay. Minister said opinion is just an opinion when told of oh, hang on, no, that's Robo Debt. You guys are going to get bored of tears out of that. Okay. Woman confessed to sleeping with her bestie's partner live on radio. The friend was listening. I listened to part of this yesterday. I didn't get to hear the end of it. I'm interested to see how this turned out. Have they got the entire video?
You guys had the really big fight, and I thought it was over, and you got the tap removed, and I thought it was done and dusted. So basically, we were like the last two. We'd been drinking all night, and we slept with each other. It only happened once.
Hang on. We slept with each other. She's your friend. That was her ex-boyfriend. You slept with him. Sorry. It ended with a murder trial.
What happened? Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I should clarify. This woman was with her boyfriend. They were on a break, supposedly, because they've gotten back together. And her friends just told her that in the intervening period she slept with him. So, it's very loud. Is this the Aussie equivalent of a Valley Girl accent? Quite possibly. Oh, shit. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Let me just check whether or not is the volume booster on? No, volume booster's not on. I'll bring down the audio slightly. It's a really annoying thing about this Cord audio, because now I've got we were on a break. Most Australian women think monogamy is a game by the Parker Brothers. The slutty ones do, anyway. Carter's still alive as far as I know. Audio control, mate, murder me is... Yeah, like I said, I'm sorry about that. I've dropped the audio. Really, honestly, that if the court could sort out their audio and actually be like, I don't know, normal with it or whatever, I might actually be able to have some audio that makes sense. So I was outside and could hear her nagging. A whore's gonna whore. See how those women share the blame when they do something when a guy does something that's quite different? That's very true. It's disgraceful for them to have an audio guy and still be shit. Yeah. Dude, what you do in your own time. So who's the whore in the situation? Both parties are whores in my opinion. Bad as it sounds, in the situation, if he didn't think they were getting back together, I don't think he did anything wrong. It might have been a revenge screw, but if he was unattached and he genuinely believed that the relationship was over, I don't consider him a whore in the situation. She's the one that still had a relationship with a friend at the time. Mind you, I think that as soon as they got back together, he should have told her. Must be a carcass in the partial lots of buzzards today and yesterday. Ugh. My friend slept with a guy I've been seeing. That's okay. I got even. I slept with her husband. Revenge is sweet. He's my only one night stand, but he and I are still friends, not she and I. Well, there you go. Insert Lana screaming at Archer saying they were on a break. Oh god, did Archer do that too, did they? I never actually made it past the first season. And I don't even remember that much. Based, but oh my god. We had embarked on an interlude during which we suspended our relationship not with the intention of engaging in whoring, but rather as a means of taking a hiatus from our association. That's a nice way of putting it. Alright, hopefully the audio's better, but I want to finish listening to this because I didn't actually get to hear it yesterday.
Are you?
Like,
no.
I'm so sorry.
We had a fight, and you slept with him. It wasn't even over. Well, that's like he said it was over, and like you had gotten his name removed from your arm. Like I thought it was all.
Okay, here's the thing. She can say it wasn't over and that it was a fight and whatever. If she's going to the extent of getting laser tattoo removal, that's more than a fight. Like, she can try and phrase that however she likes. That's more than a fight.
Over. Like, to be honest, I don't even know what I was thinking because like we were both so wasted, so messed up. But like
You're meant to be my best
messed up
friend.
really bad. Yeah, I know. Like I fuck.
Why did you do this? What the?
Let's try and stop the F's.
Well,
because we have to beep them. I get it. I
feel that it's
I get it. It's warranted,
appropriate.
but we want to hear what's going on so we don't have to beep everything.
The only reason we're here, by the way, Lara, is because she was too nervous to just talk to you direct.
I wonder.
You guys had to really.
I'd be nervous to talk to her too. So that was Kyle and Jackie O. They do a radio show here. I think it's most mornings or most evenings. I mean, we here in Victoria, we hear it in the evening, but I think they do their morning show in Sydney, so we hear it on replay. So what do we got? After struggling for months to tell her best friend a burning secret, Stephanie made an unexpected decision to do it on live radio. To the astonishment of the Kyle and Jackie O show listeners on Wednesday, the woman nervously revealed that she had slept with her best friend's boyfriend while the couple were on a 2-week break. Months had gone by since the incident, and Steph had been keeping her distance from her friend of 5 years, Lara, considering the couple had gotten back together. Okay, so she's doing a reasonable thing here. She's thinking about whether or not she needs to actually end the friendship. Months ago, the trio are work colleagues. Oh, that's never going to end well. Come on, you don't... Over the Aussie radio waves were cussing. I thought you were run by China. Fuck no. You don't stick your wick in the company ink. Pen in the company ink is what I was trying to say. Steph said the incident happened at a party where there's lots of alcohol involved. The whole time we've been dating, we've always flirted with each other, she said of her male co-worker. Lara was absent from the party hosted at Steph's because she was working a night shift. As Steph explained the story to the hosts, Henderson defended the boyfriend, justifying that he and Lara were broken up at that point. I hate to get all Ross and Rachel here, but they were on a break. He technically didn't cheat on her, she said in reference to the famous Friends storyline. But Henderson wasn't as forgiving about Steph. You're up shit's creek because you broke girl code, the radio host told the nervous listener. Steph added that things were now very awkward because she had distanced herself from the couple since the night in question. What a mess, Kyle replied. Soon came time for Steph to face the music, and Sandilands and Henderson patched Lara into the conversation. Cutting to the chase, Steph reminded Lara of the house party where they had mutual friends all rocked up with her boyfriend. Jumping in, Sandilands clarified that the boyfriend wasn't the boyfriend at the time, and that Steph thought the relationship was done and dusted. Look at Kyle being the nice guy jumping in there. That's not like him. She then gingerly told her best friend, "We were the last two. We've been drinking all night. And we slept together. It only happened once. What, are you serious? Lara reacted. No, we had a fight. You slept with him. The relationship wasn't even over. I would argue that, I mean, anyway. Steph was quick to justify her actions, explaining that he said it was over. I thought it was all over. To be honest, I don't even know what I was thinking. She said, you're meant to be my best friend. What the fuck? I know I fucked up, she responded. Trying to mediate, Sandilands said that he agreed that news was quite shocking. Steph was too nervous to tell her friend directly. Thought you were my best friend and you've gone and done this, she said, as Steph replied that she was unsure how to fix the situation. Lara began to cry, recalling that her boyfriend had never said anything about the evening. If this is how she's reacted to the friend, I'm willing to bet he's not a boyfriend anymore. Just don't know if I can forgive you, she said through tears. It's going to take a while to think through all this, Sandilands said, encouraging the women to get off the call and sort it out privately. He said things can only get better from here, as everyone knows the truth now. Yeah, no. What do we think, chat? Where are we? Why do they always blame drinking or drugs? She wanted to do it. Well, it's a good damn point. Radio station here used to do a segment called War of the Roses. Person sets up the significant other. Radio station called significant offered free roses. Just need who to send them to. Yeah, there's been various segments that we've had on the radio here, like setting up partners and that sort of thing. And I don't think that's good radio, honestly. That's why I don't like that Catfish show or anything like that. Like, if you're deliberately trying to induce someone into cheating, like, yes, you're testing them, but at the same time, like, how secure are you in your relationship to begin with? Told my husband he can cheat all he wants. I'll change the lock so don't come back. So he's still besties. If it's not the person called the station, they confront the significant other. Yeah. It's a jungle out there. In 34 years, I've never gotten drunk and fallen into a random vagina. Well, some people fall into them over and over and over and over again. Don't fuck where you work, bad idea. Exactly. Gotta be careful, Australians can be dangerous and unpredictable. Do the same radio show here in Metro Detroit. This guy broke up with a girl and moved on to another girl, but the first girl was so attached she called into the radio show for help. Oh, really? I'm shocked by this. Oh, if you want these kinds of stories, I got them, baby. Major whore back in the day. Look at you trying to whore yourself out to get on my channel. So I'm on the way to emergency. I'm much worse off than I first thought. Wish me luck. See you in a few hours. Jesus Christ, Digger. Hope you're okay. Fuck. Yeah, go. We'll hold down the fort and hopefully you'll be okay. Don't play matches with neither company Tinder. That's as true. That's as true. Boyfriend's fault. Blame him. Again, if he legitimately thought that the relationship was over, I do not consider that he did anything wrong. Mind you, I fall firmly into the Ross category in terms of Friends as well, so. Just like an episode of Friends, yeah. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's have some fun with that. Let's do a poll. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Girl code used to exist. It's not been a thing since the 90s. Nope. Not with the way that society is now. No man ever wants to have a stranger walk up and shake your hand and tell you, I'm the guy that's been sleeping with your wife. Ask me how I know that. It happened to me on the 28th of September 2001 and caused my divorce. Holy shit, Jason. Fuck. Sorry to hear that, dude. Wow. It's not a real friend? No, I don't think so. Husband and I agreed we were married. If we were either going to cheat, they had to give the other notice beforehand so I could decide to stay or go. It seemed fair. Well, yeah, because I suppose if you're giving notice and the other person agrees, it's not technically cheating. Then you become a one-sided swinging couple. Trusted my husband and he never cheated. Well, there you go. Any more info to make a decision? If anything, it's on the friend, because if this happened now, what's to say it's not happened before? Look, that's a good point. That's fair. So naive, I'm sure like things like this have happened since the beginning of time, but it's so simple not to sleep with somebody else. I know, right? You just keep it in your pants. Australians are naturally shysty people. You can't trust them. It's in their blood. No, absolutely not. You should never trust any of us. If we shake your hand, you should always check for your wristwatch. Just don't go read a book. You talking about my show? I have eyes, but for some reason I've never felt attracted to any of my friends' partners. The guy gave me exact details of when and where she lied to him, saying she wasn't married to me and didn't have a ring on. Oh, when she was pregnant with my son. Oh, God! Oh. Alright, lol, if you get worked up at the strip club, go home and make your wife's night. Would have wanted to kick his fucking ass. Well, I mean, has Jason specifically said that he didn't? I mean, I probably would have. Believe if you're not married, it's fair game. Okay. Mighty Mate's got illegitimates in every time zone. We were on a break. Gotta remember why he has his nickname Hayden. Mighty does have a mighty reason to brag if the story is to be believed. Yeah, and see, the trouble is, we've only got the one guy to substantiate that. For all we know, that guy could have been Asian. That was really fucking racist. But anyway, I'm moving on. Don't shit on your own doorstep. Billions of people on the planet, just find somebody else. Agree with the break thing, but it's uncool to sleep with your ex's friends right after the breakup. That is true. Just remember, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Of course not. But how do you do it? How do you turn a dishwasher into a vacuum? Give the bitch a broom. See, I went from racism straight into sexism, straight into still have a code even if nobody else does. I have to live with myself. Well, there you go. Well, that's good then. Your own personal ethics. Sex is a recreational activity, not some bonded code. And I do think that might be part of what's wrong with today's society, if I'm honest. In general, don't sleep with exes or friends. Rarely ends well. Yeah. She could have recreated a pussy elsewhere. What? Australians are Hispanic? What? To be clear, I'm not racist. I make fun of all races and nationalities, especially the French. True. Never got the point of a strip club. My wife has the only body I want to see. Is your wife standing next to you with a gun to your head? Well, you typed that. Yes, Jason is a warrior. Many have killed for less. Yeah. You send me a dick pic, I'm deleting all traces of you. We go hunting. Mighty Meat is what's wrong with society, confirmed. Still to this day, my mum called the Grand Rapids police to make sure I didn't snap and trail to make sure I was okay. Oh, fuck. Oh. Alright, so on the poll, we have 55% saying that yes, they were on a break. It's interesting that even like decades later, that is still so controversial. went to a strip club to buy a beer and it cost $8. I asked if I just face the bar and don't look at the strippers, can I pay $5 for the beer? Okay, alright, let's move on. Follow my instructions in the bedroom. A lawyer accused of propositioning former clients. Embattled Melbourne lawyer Pat Lennon allegedly made sexual advances towards at least 2 former female clients who had also borrowed money from a company called Argyle Lending, which is owned by his wife Jane. The 59-year-old, who is separately facing drug possession and trafficking charges in the Melbourne Magistrates Court, appears to have offered one woman a reduction in her loan fees if she agreed to his requests. Both women are asked not to be identified and have provided the Age with emails and SMS exchanges that reveal Lennon was making a string of threats and inappropriate comments. "Pay your money, you spunt, I told you," Lennon said in an SMS exchange in August 2020. "I told you I would reduce your fees considerably as long as you follow my instructions in the bedroom. You will like it." Classy. This is the same guy, yeah, that was found with ice and $6,000 in cash and a rolled up $20 note. The woman first met Lennon when he represented her in a family court matter and was later involved in an intimate relationship with him. Another former client who was convicted of drug trafficking charges last year and is currently serving a custodial sentence at Dame Phyllis Frost Centre was also propositioned on several occasions by Lennon between August and October 2021. He's dressed like a 99-cent Shazam. The woman needed urgent funds to pay for lawyers during her trial in 2021 and had repeatedly asked Lennon to transfer rental income from her property that had been used as security on a loan from Argyle Lending. On August 29, 2021, Lennon sent an SMS to the woman saying, "I'm getting aroused, so you better stop texting." She responded, "I really don't know how much longer you think you can get away with the things you do to your clients." Lennon replied, "Yep, and then asked, "Why don't we hook up?" Oh my god. "Why don't we hook up? I'm sure we can work something out." Sorry, I saw the photo. On October 3, he asked the woman, "Do you want to come for dinner and stay the night?" He also asked the woman if her female friend would entertain a sex for services arrangement, according to SMS messages. Lennon did not respond to questions from the Age regarding the messages other than to say, "You're funny." The Age recently revealed that Lennon, who was the subject of an ongoing investigation by the legal industry regulator, had been accused of pressuring a former client to withdraw her complaint. Hazel Brown, who was a former client of Lennon lawyers and borrowed funds from Argyle Lending, alleged Lennon gave her a handwritten letter that she was asked to copy, sign, and send to the Legal Services Commissioner to recant her original complaint of misconduct against him. Oh, fuck. Oh. I don't know what the likely outcome of this is. He hasn't done anything with trust funds or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be struck off the roll. I don't. I find it difficult to respect our legal system when there is evidently very little regulatory control over its licensed practitioners, she said. In 2020, Lennon was allegedly found with 11 grams of methamphetamine and almost $6,000 in cash inside a leather shoulder bag during a random car intercept in South Yarra. He intends to contest the charges at a 2-day hearing in May. In November last year, Lennon was attacked during a lunch break of a court hearing that he was involved in, according to a barrister who was representing him. He allegedly sustained a broken jaw in the daylight attack outside his office on Queen Street while appealing a magistrate's court costs order and was taken to the Royal Melbourne Hospital. This guy's starting to sound more and more like Better Call Saul. McLee recently confirmed that Lennon and his wife were the subject of an ongoing investigation by the Legal Services Commissioner before issuing an appeal for information from the public. Well, holy shit. When do we get to see you as a VTuber again? Oh, I don't know, about a half hour when I actually fall asleep and I need something on the screen instead of my face. Blackmail. Insider trading its lowest. Yeah. Told my husband I don't have an issue with my husband going to strip clubs as long as he keeps it in his pants. He hasn't been since his bachelor's party. Yeah, look, some guys just don't enjoy strip clubs. Like some of us are just really awkward when we get taken to one. Could play law license. Maybe. He'll probably be suspended. I don't know if they'll remove it entirely, which is like ridiculous, but now we're back to a murder trial, financial crime. Any of the women named Yoko? Not from what I can tell. Former client should be okay. Depends on the circumstances and the situation, and when the retainer was ended. If the relationship starts up and you're engaging sex for favors prior as an ongoing relationship or something like that, then it's it's not a good thing. Let's face it. That hairline, what a punchable face. Hayden as a VTuber was kind of hot and confusing. Okay. Fuck that. Funny peculiar. Westworld should adopt flogging. Is it because he's ugly ladies? Probably. The mesh shirt in the face is peak male. You reckon? See you, Stingy. Basic extortion. Yeah. Personality's ugly soul's the shirt. He's a shitbag and you want to marry him? What? VTuber gamer girl stream. That would confuse the fuck out of so many young blokes. Strip clubs suck. It's like going to a used car shop and throwing money at the cars. You're still not going home in it. This is true. So, what is a VTuber? Oh god, we're going there, aren't we? Okay, hang on. Oh shit, wrong button. Didn't want to stop the screen, I wanted to stop my camera. Settings. Switch over to the... Alright, which one do you want? Do you want the do you want the red raccoon or do you want the anime girl? Sexy Rue's gone. Sexy Rue I can't bring back. Shark? Alright, so animes it is. Animes virtual cam. So that means I need to open up the software. Library. Animes. Actually, I don't know if I actually ever downloaded the Shark. I do find it kind of weird that did you say Red Rocket? No, the Red Raccoon. Why are you not opening? Oh, there it is. I don't know how to actually make it so that it... G'day everyone, how are we doing? So, we're currently doing the XXXTentacion trial. Just got my baseball bat here just for protection. I don't actually know how to recenter the bloody thing though, which is really freaking annoying. No, Sexy Roo, I can't imagine I'm watching Warriors of Virtue anymore. Oh, yeah, no. Finally, Hayden took off his costume. Why the fuck do you have a baseball? You don't remember anything about your stream last night, do you? The baseball bat is because of you. Oh yeah, I can make him dance. Hang on. Doesn't quite work without music though. So. This has a lot of terrible applications for perverts. Yes, it does. So, anyway, bring that right back in. Okay, so where do we go with the news? Okay, Indigenous elder suing government in a bid to obtain early pension. An Aboriginal man is suing the federal government in a case that could have enormous ramifications for the whole country.
Out of Melbourne, Father Frank Brennan joins us. Father Frank, thanks for your time. You heard what the Prime Minister said.
In relation to the voice legislation, that's not the same thing. Okay. An Aboriginal elder is suing the federal government in an unprecedented legal case that could have widespread implications for other areas of law. Proud Waka Waka man Dennis James Fisher, 64, is suing the Commonwealth government in the federal court, arguing that he should have access to the age pension at 64 rather than 67 because he has a shorter life expectancy. The average life expectancy for Indigenous men is 71.6 years, which is 8.6 years earlier than non-Indigenous peers. No comment. White people are living longer because they haven't lost what we have lost. Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, you know what? I'm not going there. I'm just going to move on. This is about acknowledging what happened here. So many things that Aboriginal people are suffering from today are because of how we've been treated since colonisation. Oh. Our language, our culture, our identity comes from this land. We didn't have a problem. A problem came here. Really? Because I'm pretty sure you're I'm pretty sure that the life expectancy was significantly less than 68. You know, a few hundred years ago. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, this is happening. Oh my god, the machines will rise. No, this is more about me being able to just sleep on the job, frankly. As soon as I get the voice print done by Resemble so that I can actually just type in what I wanted to say and have words come out, then, yeah, I'll be able to set up entire shows and just use this. He was having a panic attack. A little bit, yeah. Waka Waka, that's where Fonzie's from. I don't know if it's where he's from. I know that that's his catchphrase. Gonna go smoke, drink heavily, and ride the most dangerous vehicles I can at 200 miles per hour to get my pension at 40. I'll then stop doing that as soon as I'm retired and live to 80. I don't know how to pronounce that. He's getting angry fast. He's right, Aussie, the white men brought alcohol and petrol. Yeah, we also brought education, medicine, like any number of other things that assisted with extending a life expectancy. So, heard you can import your own models into that, so we can all be streaming as Hayden. Please don't. That's the long and the short of it. Please don't. Why does Aussie look so much better all of a sudden? Well, sounds like he needs to give up all the benefits the white colonizers brought to his primitive people. I mean, guys still be eating bugs in thongs and shit. Well, the voice fits the creature. Fuck you, Excoma. Just train a model of your face and you can have ChatGPT make the text and use Stable Diffusion to make a deepfake of yourself to read it out. That's a terrifying thought, actually. You start using that damn AI to stream and I'll check out from YouTube forever. The Australian version of Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy seems a little off. Oh, that's not very nice. I'm just annoyed that it keeps tracking my head so that it goes off to the side when I'm looking at the page. Because I'd rather be looking at you guys to comment. Oh, actually, maybe I can just bring this across here. That works. Oh yeah, the end is nigh. It's not a hairy one, but... Well... Think of Australian Indigenous, I'm thinking them in thongs and eating bugs. That's a bit harsh. I mean, they're not all like that. Alright. Alex Walters from the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, who is acting for Mr. Fisher, told news.com.au, the case is about fairness and access to the age pension. The argument is pretty simple. Because of the gap in life expectancy of First Nations peoples, they don't have the same opportunity to retire and receive the support of the pension later in life, he said. He points out that there are already areas of public life where adjustments for the gap in life expectancy are made, such as aged care services, where the age for access for Aboriginal Australians is 50 and 65 for the rest of the population. In a sense, we are litigating the failure to make progress in closing the gap and the failure to move the dial of life expectancy. In what universe is that our government or our culture's fault? I'm sorry, that actually really irritates me. And you can call me racist for it all you like. I don't give a fuck. You can't drag someone along, okay? It's a whole thing. You can pull a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Is my own personal opinion on this matter. Say you're drawing the kids though if you go full-time VTuber. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to do this full-time. Are you kidding me? Racist. I only do what I'm told. Okay, so now say I'm not a racist. While work continues to close the gap in life expectancy, we say the pension should be accessible earlier for First Nations people to acknowledge the gap that persists and the right to a pension is not enjoyed equally. Think Hayden is cuter? Oh, thank you. Not a racist. Excellent. He said an early age for the pension is compliant with obligations under anti-discrimination law. How is that not discrimination? Okay, because you're either being discriminated against, either the white people over the age of 65 are being discriminated against, or the Aboriginal people under the age of 65 are being discriminated against. Where the fuck is the balance there? Yeah, they want equity, not equality. Yep. The requirement that people should have access to equal rights, irrespective of race, has been in the statute since 1975. While the case might be a test case, the law behind it is not novel or new. The Commonwealth is mounting a rigorous defence, warning the case could open the door to other rulings. Commonwealth barrister Jenny Firkin, King's Counsel, on Tuesday, according to the Daily Mail, argued in court that the life expectancy was not part of the legislation criteria to assess whether someone was eligible for the age pension, nor should it be. Get so fed up with the blame the whites narrative. If you work, you succeed. Full stop. Look, not so much. I mean, we have an entire underlying title system here that applies to Aboriginals, and they're entitled to have what's called native title, which means they have access to all government crown land, all sorts of other things. I mean, depending on whether or not you have a river running through your property, you can have your Torrens title, which is your house deed and land title, and they can own a native title for like a few meters surrounding that river. At least here in Victoria, anyway. So they don't so much need reservations because they can pretty much go where they like, as far as I'm aware. Mind you, I've never really looked too deeply into that. Drug addicts' life expectancy is less than the pension age, so we should lower it for them as well. Give me a break. Anyone can die at any time. By the way, they are still taking Social Security taxes from me. Are they really? That sucks. My expected age of retirement is 72. These guys can go suck on funnel web spiders. There you go. You're getting into it. I don't play video games, so this may be blowing my mind more than it should be normal. But I have seen cartoons. The robots are definitely going to kill us. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of like this one. Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark. I just wish I knew how to like recenter the body. But anyway. Those uni representatives we saw the other week who were supposed to be Aboriginals were white as fuck. Well. Wait, how did I lose 500 subscribers this stream? Meh. Preferred the raccoon? Fair enough. Yeah, don't save. What else we got? Oh, we got a lion. Ah. Cue the mass unsubbing from Aussie. Well, meh. If this trial wasn't causing you to unsub from me, I don't know that me being a shark or a lion on screen is going to cause you to either. Oh wow, they've got the entire Team Fortress, guys. You know, cats, a fish. Oh, you can be a sandwich. Look at that, I can be a sandwich. Lord Burger. Oop, too far. Hello, everybody. Now I'm a big ass hamburger. Bite me. Yeah, no, right clicking doesn't work, but that's okay. For those who think that I'm a dick, there you go. Well, okay, so people are still a bit behind. This is the Kanye burger I've heard so much about. No. Nope. Alright. Stuff it. Moving on. Alright. Why is Malcolm... you know, actually, I can't do this while I'm... I probably shouldn't be doing this while looking like this. Seems inappropriate. I'll come back to this one. Parents are suing Snapchat, discussing a Supreme Court case on the internet regulations.
Shape the internet. Gonzalez versus Google addresses whether or not tech companies should be held legally liable for harmful content that their algorithms promote on their platforms. People waited in line outside of the Supreme Court earlier today to hear the arguments in this case. It stems from the November 2015 terror attack in Paris when Islamic State extremists carried out a series of coordinated shootings and bombings across the city. 23-year-old California college student Noemi Gonzalez was one of 130 people killed in that attack. Her family contends that YouTube, a subsidiary of Google, acted as a recruiting platform for ISIS by recommending content related to the terrorist group in violation of U.S. laws.
Joining us now is Jaime Puerta. His son, Daniel, died of fentanyl poisoning in 2020 when he was just 16 years old. Puerta is one of many parents who are currently suing Snapchat. Jaime, whenever I think of Section 230, I remember the story you told me. Of course, we covered your story last year, but specifically why this law, why this is so important for you. Can you, for our audience who's not aware of your story, tell us why this Supreme Court case is so meaningful to you?
Thank you. It is very meaningful because the way I look at it and the way most parents look at it is if it's illegal in the real world, it should be illegal as well in the internet world. What we have is drug traffickers and micro traffickers selling drugs, illegal drugs, illicit fentanyl to our children, and they're getting away with it due to the features that Snapchat has on its application. One thing that makes it so attracting to these drug dealers is the disappearing messages that Snapchat has as their application. Not only that, but the gamification of the app in and of itself, where it gives the more they use the app, the more points they get. Also, there is absolutely no way of really truly seeing what the age of a person is who uses Snapchat, though they do advertise to kids and they say they have to be 13 years old or older to use the app. There's no way for them to verify the ages of these children. What we are looking for is we're not trying to restrict free speech. What we are looking for is the fact that the product has a flaw. The design of the application has a flaw, and it's being used by nefarious actors in all sorts of fields as far as sexual exploitation of children. We're talking about pedophiles using this because they can reach the kids as well. And we're talking about drug dealers reaching out to our children, selling them illicit drugs like fentanyl to our children. So it has to change, and it has to change right now. I would recommend that they should have a duty of care provision inserted into Section 230C. You know, a duty of care would hold these applications responsible for the people who use these apps to keep them safe from all nefarious activities and harms.
It's not their requirement.
Snapchat has said in the past that this is important for free speech and that they are doing what they can to stop nefarious actions from taking place on their app. But what else would you like to see companies like Snapchat and others do?
No, that's an excellent question. You know, they say that they're doing all of these changes to their platform to making it safer for children. But if that were true, then why are they not verifying the ages of these children who are going on there? When Section 230C was written back in 1996, nowhere had our lawmakers could have foreseen where the internet would be today. And children are going to be children. And I believe that Snapchat is taking advantage of that. I would like for parents to be able to see what their parents are, I would like for parents to see what their children are doing on apps like Snapchat. Now, they say that they have a parental monitoring system on there, yet it's not a very good tool because it doesn't show who your child is communicating with, what the content of that conversation is with, or who they're talking to, or what the content of their conversation is. So again, it's all product design, especially the fact that they have that disappearing feature where all the conversations disappear. Why do they have that?
Because it was designed for porn.
Does is it invites the various actors to use their app. In other words, If you are sending improper photos, if a 42-year-old man is sending pictures to 11, 12-year-old daughter, exposing himself, those pictures will disappear within the app. If a drug dealer is trying to sell drugs to your child, the conversation that your child is having with that drug dealer also disappears. That's why there's a product design failure completely across the board with Snapchat. We want them to have free speech, but not at the backs of the dead children. It's just, it's horrific to even think about, and they need to change, and they need to change very quickly.
And Jaime, you're not the only parent that I've heard from who has suffered the ultimate loss and supports the changing of Section 230. There are parents who are fighting because their children were fed material that would cause self-harm, that would cause eating disorders on other apps like TikTok. If the Supreme Court rules in favor of the Gonzalez family, specifically, what do you hope is the first change we see in the internet?
Yeah, parental controls, exactly.
Well, at least get our cases on the steps of the courthouse. As it is right now, Section 230C shields all of these internet platforms and all of these social media applications. There's no way that we can get our peers to listen to the case and the harm that has been caused to our children. Again, sexual exploitation. You have nefarious actors selling drugs to.
In my opinion, the issue here is that the child hasn't been raised properly and they don't trust the parent and things like that. If you have that kind of an issue with your child, set up their phone so that it is a under 18 profile on the phone. Then you have complete control over what apps they do and don't install on the phone. It's really simple as that. Why do you think I'm okay with my daughter having access to YouTube Kids and that sort of thing? Because she sits and plays on her phone when if the wife and I are having to do some work for stuff over the weekend, or if I've got a big case or something like that, she'll sit there and watch YouTube Kids and just flick through the videos about Anna and Elsa and whatever else. I have complete access and control over that phone. I can turn it off. I can lock it. I can do whatever I need to, and it protects her because I can see what she's doing on that phone if need be. Now, I can understand why some people may have an issue with privacy for a teenager, but at the same time, if you are at the point where you feel that you need to be invading your teenager's privacy like that, I feel like that's on you as a parent. My son's getting a flip phone for his birthday in April. I've got full control over what will be on there. Exactly. He's blaming Snapchat for his kid's death as if he's absolved of all parental responsibility. Exactly. TikTok is slightly more insidious. Seen some evidence of West Taiwanese algorithm recommending good stuff, but degenerate BS in the Western world one. That would not surprise me in the slightest, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. Parental controls, or give him a dumb phone. One that does not have a screen. Hell, take off the fucking touch screen. Yeah, there's apps that show you what your kid's doing, exactly. It was worth growing up. Growing food was on your mind growing up? Yeah.
Many children who think are buying prescription pills, whether because they want to self-medicate either due to emotional trauma or physical trauma, and what they're getting instead are fentanyl pills.
Exactly.
They're using the platform to deal drugs to these kids. They're using the platform to sending horrific pictures of themselves to young girls and young boys. There's all sorts of nefarious activity that's happening, and all we want is we want it to stop. If this case were to be accepted, at least we would have the opportunity for our peers to hear our cases and let them be the judge if the platform in and of itself was acting in a way that is contrary to law.
Jaime Puerta, thank you so much for so much insight and for staying in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Lilia. Thank you so much, Lana. I appreciate you.
And we should mention that in response to the lawsuit, Snapchat says it does not comment on existing litigation, but added that it is using cutting-edge technology to try to keep drug dealers from using its app. It also said it's openly working with law enforcement.
Okay, the explainer. The new START nuclear treaty and why Vladimir Putin is walking away from it. Russia's President Vladimir Putin's announcement on Tuesday local time that Moscow is suspending its participation in the last remaining US-Russian arms control treaty will have an immediate impact on America's ability to monitor Russian nuclear activities. However, the pact was already on life support. Putin's decision to suspend the Russian cooperation with its treaties, nuclear warhead, and missile inspections follows Moscow's cancellation late last year of talks that they had intended to salvage the agreement that both sides have accused the other of violating. In his State of the Nation address to the Russian people, Putin said Russia was suspending its participation in the treaty because of US support for Ukraine and accused the US and NATO of openly working for Russia's destruction. The US had previously walked away from the treaty. During the Trump administration, the US declined to engage in negotiations to extend it, accusing Moscow of flagrant violations. But when President Joe Biden took office in 2021, his administration signed a 5-year extension. Excuse me. Even just reading Biden's name makes me tired at times. What's that? I don't know anyone that brought drugs off Snapchat. They're buying fake perks for some kid named Kyle. That's how they're local. Fuck's sake, have open communication with your kids. You don't need parental controls when they talk to you, and stay safe. I have a daughter who is at risk of self-deleting because her father don't strangle with rule. Okay. It just says an excuse to get out. Yep. US and Russia nukes in check, so China gets a pass. Well, every time we've gone over there to inspect, they've sort of hidden shit. So, that's my own personal opinion. Here's a look at the New Start and what Russia's announcement means for keeping US and Russian nuclear weapons in check. So what is the treaty? New Start, formerly known as the Treaty between the United States of America and the Russian Federation for measures of further reduction and limitation of strategic offensive weapons, was signed by the Obama administration in 2010 and took effect in February 2011 as a 10-year agreement. The treaty obligated both Russia and the US to commit to regular communications on the status of the nuclear arsenals, allow regular on-site inspections, and abide by caps on the number of deployed and non-deployed warheads that each would maintain. Those caps included 700 deployed intercontinental ballistic missiles, deployed submarine launch missiles, and deployed nuclear bombers. 1,550 nuclear warheads on deployed ICBMs, deployed submarine-launched ballistic missiles, and deployed bombers. 800 deployed and non-deployed ICBM launchers, LBM launchers, and bombers. So, hours after Putin's address, the Russian Foreign Ministry said Russia would respect the caps on nuclear weapons, even though Putin had suspended participation in the pact. Russia will also continue to exchange information about test launches of ballistic missiles per early agreements with the United States, the foreign minister said. The foreign minister. Hang on. The foreign minister. Good job, ABC. We're still on a break? At the moment. Hang on. What time is it? You got roughly 9 minutes or so. Video is still black. See? So what are the consequences? Damn it. Oh, sorry, guys. Since New Start was signed, Russia and the US have allowed each other's compliance teams to conduct 328 on-site inspections of their stockpiles, and importantly, the two nations have provided data exchanges and 25,311 notifications on the status of their programs, according to the US State Department. Putin's announcement and subsequent clarification from the Foreign Ministry seemed to indicate the inspections were on a permanent suspension, but they left unclear what the data sharing and notifications might be continued. The US will get its first clues on March 1, the day both parties are supposed to exchange data on the aggregate numbers of their nuclear forces, says Hans Christensen, director of the Nuclear Information Project at the Federation of American Scientists. God damn it. Ugh. See what I do for you guys? Sorry, I shouldn't be doing that. The US and Russia have also been exchanging daily messages on movements and exercises, which has helped keep both nuclear powers clear on the other's actions, and both Mr. Christensen and William Albuquerque Director of Strategy, Technology, and Arms Control for the International Institute of Strategic Studies. On the US side, these formatted computer messages are processed by a military civilian team at the National and Nuclear Risk Reduction Center on the State Department. If Russia decides not to provide these notifications, we're immediately going to start losing data to be able to track how many strategic weapons they have and whether or not they're in the places they're supposed to be, or whether or not they're acting the way they're supposed to. If only the stockpiles each country is willing to show the other. Yeah, true. China's too busy wiping out remote villages to care about much lately. Well, don't fear Putin. I fear his successor that he currently has as his right-hand man. Don't really want to talk about China now. Ooh. Supermarket worker who ate a £100,000 crisp without knowing warns everyone who buys Walkers. A supermarket worker has been told she unknowingly ate a potato crisp shaped in like a love heart, that could have won her £100,000 after discovering a perfect heart-shaped potato. Mum of two, Dawn Sager, was enjoying the snack before a shift last Wednesday when she found the romantic shape in the packet of ready salted crisps. But she did not know that Walker's is offering a cash prize for the customer who finds and saves the best heart-shaped crisp. While the mum knew she'd made an unusual discovery and was amused to see the sweet shape so soon after Valentine's Day, she didn't think anything of eating the crisp after sending a photo to her friends. By the time they replied and warned her that it could be the winning crisp, it was already too late. Thankfully, the single parent took the news in her stride. The 40-year-old from Shropshire said, "I was gutted, but you know what? It's not the end of the world, is it? It would have made my life a little bit happier, but I haven't gotten the money, so it doesn't make a difference." Well, okay. Nice way of looking at it. So, yes, he is way worse than Putin. In fact, when Putin had surgery a couple of months ago, he was put in charge for a few hours. That's right. I remember that. Talking about that. Talking of the crisp, which she recognises could have been the best of all, she added, "Everyone's like, oh my god, you could have had the money, but it doesn't matter. I haven't got that money in my life. It might have made me miserable." However, she's been encouraging shoppers to keep an eye out for the unusual crisps and not make her mistake. "Every time I serve somebody with a pack of Walkers, I'm like, check if you've got the heart and don't eat it." While Dawn is not certain when the crisps were first purchased, as she bought them at her staffed canteen, there's plenty of time for crisp lovers to find eligible entries in the competition, which launched a couple of weeks ago. Late December, Walkers announced that it was on the lookout for the best heart-shaped crisp, giving fans until March 20th, 2023 to enter. The crisp brand says that the heart shapes can be found in packets of Walker's crisps thanks to the natural shape of British potatoes, meaning anyone could be in with a chance. But be warned, you've got to follow the terms and conditions, so make sure you aren't tempted to try any heart-shaped crisps you find if you fancy a chance to win. I'm presuming that you have to send them photos or... It's like Lois telling Peter that her father offered the family $10 million to help them out, and she turned it down without telling her. Mystery sphere appears on Japanese beach and is investigated by the authorities. Authorities in Japan are investigating a mysterious sphere 1.5 meters in diameter which has appeared on the beach. Believed to be made of metal, interest in the ball is being fueled by current global focus on UFOs and spy balloons. Yeah, I can understand that. Really? That's all it was? Here's a photo. Surely that's enough evidence. Oh, I don't know. It depends on what the terms and conditions were. What the? Man with world's longest tongue uses it to paint.
She holds the Guinness World Record for the longest tongue on the planet,
Ew.
which is an incredible 3.97 inches or 10.1 centimeters long. You can obviously lick your nose. I mean, that would be an obvious one. Yes. You can lick your elbow.
I can, yeah.
The most impressive one, which we've been talking about all morning, is the art, the fact that your tongue can paint.
Picasso. Yes, I was given the nickname Picasso for my artwork.
Well, you're going to demonstrate this.
Wait. She's probably well aware of what a well-sized tongue can do. Picasso. Yeah. I'm sorry. I needed a moment before moving on from that. Like, what? 2 peniasso. Always measure body parts in centimeters. Exactly. Guys, for those of you in America, it sounds significantly larger when you say that it's 20 centimeters as opposed to, 8 inches.
For us now, you have to wrap your tongue in cling film.
Yeah, safety first. So always wrap my tongue in cling film, and then I'll add the paint, and I'll get to work.
How did you discover you could do this?
Well, I saw a YouTube video of a man painting with his tongue. I thought that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I thought I would try it, but I want to put cling film so that way it's safer.
Which reminds me, in case there's any kids watching this, don't try this at home. Like, I can't believe I actually got to say that.
Does it get tired painting for that long on your tongue? No? It's good stamina.
There's an air of The Simpsons about all of these, isn't there? I mean, I like the style, actually. I do like the style.
I'm very small. That's Phil. I'm sort of like, I'm like a parrot on your shoulder.
A little pea head.
I'm almost a gopher.
Ooh, there's an idea.
Okay. Woman fumes as neighbor threatens legal action over cat paw prints on his car. A man has reportedly threatened his neighbor with legal action after finding cat paw prints on his car. The driver also threatened to harm the animal when he confronted the pet owner, who later shared the dispute online. Posting to Reddit, shocker, to ask for legal advice, the concerned woman explained that she lives in England in a neighborhood with several cats. Crazy cat lady. However, the neighbor insists that her cat is the one responsible for the prints on his car. Okay, they did not. Okay, maybe that's just me reading it. He says, my cat jumps off my fence onto his car. I've never personally witnessed this, just the cat jumping straight to the floor. The owner also claimed that he asked her to install spikes on her fence, but she refused. What a prick. Happy to put scent deterrents on that part of the fence near his car and make the access to that part of the fence inside my garden more difficult for him so he learns to avoid jumping down that part, she explained. The woman added that she'd asked her neighbour to gather evidence that her cat is responsible. Unfortunately, she fears her response will do little to appease her neighbour. I'm keeping my cat in for a few days anyway because he made a threat to harm him if I do nothing about it. Understandably, commenters were quick to express their concern over the threat to the animal. If your neighbour threatened to harm your cat, you should absolutely call the police, one replied. A second agreed, I'd have called the police the moment they said it, pets are family. Someone else thought, you haven't committed a crime by owning a cat. I'm pretty sure making a direct threat of harm counts as one though. In an update, the owner confirmed, I went out this morning to check the area and his car isn't even directly parked where the cat jumps down from the fence. There's a gap between his car and the other neighbours. Angry neighbour's car is mostly parked behind my neighbour's fence. Regardless, I'm going to plant a bush, I'm going to plant a bush in the corner he jumps up from and place some scent deterrent on the section of the fence to keep the peace. I've ordered my own security camera to see for myself what's going on, plus the extra security can't help. I'm going to arrange to speak with my union's legal department for advice and see what they say just in case. That's fair enough. Several cats in the neighborhood, not that he owns several cats. Yes, I fucked that up. This guy trolled his way onto the morning show. Good on him. Did he breathe through his ears? I would assume so. Isn't that a woman's idea of the perfect man? Can breathe through his ears and he has an ATM in the top of his head? Guy has left self-respect at home. Good stamina. Anchor is thinking hard about the skills. Yeah. Hand painting is better, but I use my freakish long tongue instead. Had to have had speech therapy. My sister is only slightly longer tongue. She had speech therapy due to a lisp. Oh, that sucks. She should have 78 lisps. Cat-related violence? Yeah. So, guy was upset because the cat was landing on his car. Woman furious after BF demands she spends lottery winning on gift for her. What was that? Oh, okay. If you won a life-changing amount of money tomorrow, what would you spend it on? Well, if your answer does not include buying your partner a car, you might want to think again or risk your darling's wrath. A man has lashed out at his girlfriend after she cashed in a winning lottery ticket, but refused to buy him a Tesla immediately. Maybe they had other issues. Maybe she was going to take the money and run. We don't know. The money-savvy widow says she's not touching the body. Damn it. Until she's first spoken to her financial advisors, but the news did not go down well with her partner, who has been making a long list of lavish requests. Shocked by her boyfriend's reaction. Okay, boyfriend. He can fuck right off. This is the same thing for... Oh, and for anyone that doesn't know, I was on Jess Reloaded's channel yesterday, doing the Reddit stories. This reminds me of a very similar one. She took to Reddit for advice. I'm shocked. Greeted by several commentators who were quick to support her decision and blast her partner's behaviour. Ow. In the much talked about post, the 26-year-old woman explained she'd been dating her partner for under a year. They've been dating for under a year. And he's that entitled? Girl, run. Buy him a Tesla. Are you freaking kidding me? The pair do not currently live together, and the winnings were deposited into her bank account. But ever since her wealth increased, he started making demands despite her plan to not touch the money until she meets her newly hired financial advisors. Yeah, fuck him. Fuck right off. One decision she's made is she would like to enjoy a small amount of her life-changing sum, use some to help her family, and invest the rest to safeguard their future. Andy has different plans, however, as her post outlined. She explained there's several things he wants, including a Tesla that he absolutely doesn't need, and a shared house with a swimming pool, and he started talking about starting a family together. He's seen dollar signs. He absolutely needs to go. Kicking to the curb, no attachments, exactly. Where are we? I'm starting to fade, so I'm going to send out some invites here. Just in case. Worst of all, he's now told every one of our friends about this, and they've started pressuring me as well, asking me to fund nights out, etc. That's fucked up. They've been very cruel when I refuse, assholes being almost a compliment. I'm devastated. As such, she was keen to know if she had been unreasonable for not wanting to spend frivolously. However, commentators were overwhelmingly in her favour, with many suggesting that she should end the relationship. No shit she should end the relationship. Are you kidding me? Not a chance in hell. Why the fuck how does he think that he deserves any of it? Did he buy the ticket or some shit? Needs some self-respect beaten into him? Quite possibly. one person wrote red flags. After only 7 months of dating, how did he decide he was entitled to your money? Another said, ditch the boyfriend ASAP. Don't buy him a pack of gum, let alone anything else. And another responded, dump him now. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Kick all friends to the curb as well. True friends would be happy for you, not expect a damn thing. Yes. Again, that is also very, very true. Alright, you know what? I'm going to do a new poll. I'm pretty sure we know we were leaning on this, but... where are we? Okay, so court is still not back yet, unfortunately. Which is annoying because I was supposed to be back 5 minutes ago. What the hell is going on? Come on, guys. I need to pee. I don't want to leave a blank screen. I mean, I suppose I can pull up the murder trial if I have to.
Feel for how the room might be taking something. So my question is this: Mark Ball, the friend attorney, shows up and spends most of the morning.
Joe, if you're ever seeing this, I'm just stream sniping.
Do you think his testimony
5 minutes
did more to help the state or to help the defense?
I was shocked, honestly, that he was put up because I thought he did much more to help the defense. I mean, excuse me, the state. Excuse me, prosecutors.
Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and germs, the former president of the United States,
I'm here.
Donald Trump.
I'm here. I heard you bitching about having to pee, so I tried to hurry.
Oh, no. I meant the court, not you. Not everything's about you.
I mean, I'm trying to keep him company while you're gone.
Well, I appreciate that.
Hello, you lovely chat.
Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, yes, I'm going to go pee. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go for it. We got this. We'll hold down the fort. I gotta change my doohickey dude. But other than that, you know. This isn't even the right one. Well, good morning, chat. Hope everybody's well. This trial has been interesting, to say the least. And I am now here. See what everybody has to say. Who is the senior citizen filling in for Ozzy? It is the Mighty Meat. He obviously has something going on with his head right now. I'm working on it. I downloaded this completely intoxicated last night, so I have no idea what it's doing. Oh, I gotta change it. Okay. And a virtual cam. Okay. Donald's still messed up. What is going on? See if we can't get this figured out. Like my camera isn't on. No, Leanie, I don't feel any wiser. None at all. But, you know what? We do what we can with what we have. Okay, now I'm a panda head. I don't get it because my camera's still not on. All right. Well, I guess we have this guy. He at least moves his mouth when I talk. Do you guys want to give him a prop? Like a beer cap? There we go. Now we have Beer Cat Panda. A little too big. Still can't see my eyes. We're getting there. Oh, come on. Alright, we don't like Beer Cat. Yes, I want to save it.
Sean's already over VTube. Well, imagine the future, Sean, where there are no real people anymore and all you're stuck with is... Oh, here we go. And we're back.
At perfect timing.
Are the cell phone records, call detail records of the 4 co-defendants. They also come with certifications from the third-party companies. Previously, the state and the defense on Instagram records, but at the time, I asked for stipulation as to business records.
Yeah, Nissa, it should work with pretty much everything because you just set it up as a
They
virtual
have
camera.
since withdrawn their agreement with respect to the cell phone records. Apparently that's different, but so they no longer want to stipulate to the certifications. So,
Oh, great. The court's now being
call,
dicks about it.
Not today, but the state will be
Fabulous.
calling a business records custodian regarding these cell phone records that have been testified to. So that's the posture of that. So I wanted to bring that to the court's attention.
Oh, we'll get the tits and ray gun.
The state's not seeking to introduce them at this time. The state is seeking to introduce them today then?
You're not publishing, are you publishing them today?
Well, I'd like to. I can do it understanding as an officer of court that I have the business record certifications. They're contained within each of the records and I can do it based on that. But the only stipulation that I had previously was that business records were permissible, and now with these call detail records, they're objecting. So
Let me hear from each counsel.
I mean, I respectfully disagree with the agreement that we had with the state. I specifically agreed to Instagram and Facebook records coming in. The call records were not discussed. I previously filed a motion to suppress the call records, which was denied, so I would never agree to the call records being admitted. We object.
The cat things really don't work on the pickle.
No.
Cursio, call records are hearsay. Cursio cannot provide any
Aviator pickle?
predicate of any exception to hearsay rule.
Yeah, that's a good pickle. That's what you're getting, ladies and gentlemen. Aviator pickle.
I would also point out that certifications are there, which satisfies under the Florida statute the authenticity of the records. Just like yesterday, I understand that Mr. Kimmock disagrees with my characterization of the prior agreement. No questions were asked of the business records custodian that the state brought in yesterday. So it's fine, we will do it, but I just want to.
Where are they and how long would it take them to get here? Are they-
Didn't you have a pickle joke?
I'll be here today. And so usually
Pickle jerk.
with T-Mobile and those types of records.
Yeah, the one that got the kid in trouble at
where
school.
They usually have a person that's within the region.
Oh, yeah. How do you
that's
tell if a
what
woman's
we
hungry or
find
horny?
out.
Depends on where she sticks the
Business records
cucumber.
Custodians were listed in discovery, and business records affidavit has been provided in discovery from the beginning. They were provided with the records. So the objection to authenticity, it's not, I don't believe it's because.
I think there's probably quite a few people that are no longer that sort of moved on tits and ray gun. If I'm perfectly honest.
A witness that they're not going to ask any questions of.
Actually, you know what? Let's do that as a poll. I'd be very curious to see who of the people here know exactly what that's in reference to.
Judge, as to the
I'll give my comments. I won't sully the poll. I'll give my comments after.
Did not notify the defense that it was going to seek to produce these items via certification as required by 90.803 subsection 6. And so there's case law cases.
If you're surprised, shocked, and embarrassed by doing it through the self-certification.
Oh, that's sweet, damn righter.
You bring the person in, but my question to the defense is,
oh, rabbit.
Do you have actual objections to the authenticity of these, or is it part of your continuing objection to them being introduced at all? Because if it's the latter, I can certainly note your objection and preserve it for purposes of appeal.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not Obama. I don't expect you to know who Law Patrol was.
Have the custodian come in to do it, but accepting the authentication certificate on there without waiving any objection or motion to suppress, we can do that. If you wish to have the person come in to say that they're kept in the regular course of business, again, we can do it that way. I want to make sure I understand. If you're doing it merely to preserve and prudently to preserve your objections to them coming in at all and to your motion to suppress, then
Oh, that's how it works. Okay.
I think you can agree to the authenticity without waiving any of those objections.
The objections in the motion to suppress, we still maintain those objections.
That is a mischievous looking pickle.
9803, well, that it's hearsay. If the state were to
That pickle's up to no good.
business records exception of hearsay under 90.803 subsection 6 C, quote, a party intending to offer evidence under paragraph A by means of a certification or declaration shall serve reasonable notice of that intention upon every other party. And we object, we were never given notice of the state.
All right, so if you're being given notice on the record in open court right now, what's your definition of reasonable? How much time do you need to prepare to counter this authentication certificate that's contained?
During trial, Judge, we object. It has to be at least, I would argue, at least 10 days prior to trial, but at least prior to the trial beginning.
Do you have some case law that suggests you need 10 days prior to trial notice on this? Because things like alibi witnesses and other things that have 10-day rules are specifically set out in the rule with that limitation. I mean, it is given.
Oh, it's doing that in relation to my voice, not in relation to my facial tracking.
Yeah.
I do not have case law specifically.
Oh, that sucks.
10 days prior to
That's
trial.
actually quite creepy then.
I do not believe that offering the notice during trial, when we're on day 11 of trial, is
Aiden, it won't fit in the hole.
reasonable written notice.
Or won't fit in the hole.
My screwdriver.
And Judge, with respect to
Then use a smaller screwdriver.
reasonable notice or not,
I don't have one.
obviously.
Then use a key or a knife or any number of other flat objects.
It's buried deep in there.
A stipulation can be withdrawn.
It can, but what I'm saying is business records are business records are business records. And when I was discussing it with defense counsel, the state was under the impression that business records.
I have to drill the damn thing out.
And that's why I started out by saying that stipulation has been withdrawn. So I'm only speaking to that as to the notice issue. And in terms of
This one's broken. The jaw opens way too wide for it to actually make sense.
This was something that simply just came up.
Is that on the Anna one over one?
Yeah.
Did you pay for it?
No, I think this is the if you have a look closely, it's got the watermark across it. I'm just trying it out.
And also
okay.
received, separate and apart, supplemental discovery.
I was really hoping for a big tit anime girl, but they've
That is part of that for him.
Fresh out?
That's part of the ones that you already
Yeah.
see. A swath of it, but we're talking about.
I mean, there's this chick, but she's not exactly
This is not a
like,
surprise.
titted.
Smash.
Also,
Of
on
course.
today's testimony by Detective Curcio, they've been
Aiden, what are you doing later?
throughout the whole morning.
Not you.
I don't believe that if we're talking about just the notice issue and reasonableness, I don't believe
My wife's
that
one comment was,
there is an argument.
did you proposition everyone on the panel for sex last night? And I said, probably.
When can I know when these witnesses will be available?
Ms. Buckley was working on it, Judge, as I'm
Ozzy suddenly got funnier and more interesting for some reason.
she will advise the court.
We don't even need the laugh track anymore. Make your funny all by yourself.
Fuck you.
They're usually pretty responsive. Hopefully by end of the day, before end of the day, today, we'll know some information as to Your Honor's question.
And other than the detective indicating...
Okay, is your poll over yet?
were you going and publish and have them
Might as well end it.
Yes,
When I first saw you, and you were on, I forget who, and I saw Law Patrol, I was like, what a pretentious douchebag. And I hated you immediately. Just so we all know.
I wish
thought
I
it
could
was
say
the
I'm
worst
shocked by
name.
that. You're just that much of a fuckwit, so.
No, I'm telling you the truth, the honest truth. Like, I didn't like it.
Okay.
mark and introduce for
And you changed it to Overlaw'd, and I'm like, all right, maybe.
Well, it was like chat approved, so I can't really.
after those witnesses.
Not getting used to the picture moving. I hope there's a better koala in there though.
Direct that you can do other than him identifying this at this time.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this guy's like a family-friendly square. Like, we're never going to get along.
What, and then you saw an episode of Kinky Corner or Nerdvana or something?
No,
Or
I
was it 'cause
wouldn't watch
dropped
at
the
all
F-bomb
until you
in the
changed
first
your
5
name.
minutes? Oh, well, there you go.
Just literally like 2 or 3 more questions. I mean, it's
I'll admit, didn't care for Aussie at first either, then you grew on me. That's what I do. I grow like a
I'm sure
fungus.
will be around and subject to recall.
He's local.
And he doesn't leave like herpes.
Actually, you can go to Japan. But so as soon as we know when they're
Yes.
coming in, and then we can let him know when we'll be coming back.
Yes, we'll do.
And Judge, our next witness, just so we're aware, I'm going to be calling the traffic crash investigator, just with regards to, Mr. Newsome made some statements. I just want to be able
This
to.
prosecutor really doesn't like these attorneys.
No, and she's got every reason to. They've been smarmy, they've been sleazy the whole time.
You want to do that right now?
With regard to those statements, though, similar to the court's previous ruling, the statements do not name Mr. Boatwright, Mr. Williams. He describes people and says how many people he was.
Landera says, when I first saw you, Mighty Meat in chat, I thought you were a walking STD factory. My opinion hasn't changed.
Well, that's reasonable.
First time I saw you, you showed the debt commercial on Vices and had me laughing. Well, there you go.
Cultural appropriator. Steal New Zealand. Oh no, you're a mean banana. Uh-oh.
Oh, look, I couldn't care less. I mean, eventually New Zealand's going to become part of Australia anyway.
And eventually everything will become West Taiwan.
Hey, so as long as I'm at the top, I don't really give a shit.
At this point, and subject to recall.
Oh, look.
Shit, sorry.
You can be weed.
Oh, that is awesome. Landris is a fan. Don't let him lie to you. He likes me.
Australia and New Zealand unite under the Japanese Empire. Eventually, we'll move back to a single continent, which should be fun. Oh, yeah. That'll be great.
I was just about to say something about as racist as your penis joke, but I'll refrain. Way overestimating the size on this thing.
You good?
Yes, just 30 seconds.
That's what she said. I know.
Go suck a dick, suck a dick.
Suck a motherfucking dick.
Ready? Thank you.
Ready, Mo.
I'm gonna be so pissed if I had to drill these out.
Oh, that's why your pickle looks so pissed off. You're staring at your desk.
Yeah, I'm working on something, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What are they showing on the laptop?
Mommy Esquire's butt.
I don't know. Shooter McGavin looks pissed off about something.
I have no idea what's going on.
I think the jury's coming in.
Okay.
Oh, Ava. Stop pretending you can read, man. Jesus Christ.
Parties may be seated. Court will come to order. The parties are present. The jurors are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Tercio. Just a few.
But before I do that, do the same. Detective Tercio is here this morning.
Yes, sir.
You're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Detective Tercio, just literally just probably 2 or 3 more questions. Earlier, before lunch, you used a term, timing advance records.
Yes.
Could you explain what that is?
It's a feature that, again, the phone companies or the phone itself tracks the movement of the phone. It's more precise than a cell tower. Cell towers are usually a mile-and-a-half range of where the phone is. Advanced timing is usually, it'll give you a distance in feet or meters. It's much more precise.
Okay, and so let's talk about the records that you did obtain for each of the co-defendants,
Yes.
because I know you're going to be called at a later date other than today, so that we can discuss those records in detail. Starting with Mr. Boatwright, what was the phone number that you obtained the records for?
Well, again, just speaking of call history records.
When I say cell phone records, my apology. Call detail records.
That's 754-207-1410.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's
and
still
that
on
was
the stand over.
for the phone device that was entered into evidence before lunch, correct?
Yes, that's the call history.
Because this is
records.
Wednesday. I'm
All right, and how
unsure
about
exactly who they're going to
for
put on the stand for another 4
Mr.
days after
Newsome?
this.
What was the phone number for the call detail records?
Prosecution has 4 more days?
They're going to rest on Tuesday.
367-8492.
8492?
3.5 to 4 days, yeah.
And how about for Mr. Williams? What was the phone number for the call detail records that you obtained from Mr. Williams?
954-867-8340.
8340. Now, for each defendant, when I say obtained, did you apply for a search warrant and serve it on the third-party company that keeps these records?
Yes.
And when I say third-party company, that's usually how we talk amongst law enforcement, but the cell phone company, correct?
Who the caller pays his bill to.
Okay, so like T-Mobile or AT&T, a company like that.
Yes.
All right. And you received in each case for, and also for Mr. Allen, I'm sorry, what was the phone number that you obtained for the records for Mr. Allen?
754-308-4520.
And did
6,
you,
7,
receive
6.
the
I
records
forget that
as to
number. I
Mr.
killed it.
Allen,
Doesn't even make
Mr.
sense
Newsome,
anymore.
Call detail records, Mr. Williams and Mr. Boatwright?
8675309. There we go.
I just tried to pouring myself a drink, so now I have a quintuple whiskey. If I get incoherent and start rambling about too risque things, I apologize in advance. All good. Probably provide a little bit of entertainment.
Some of what I
Did you watch my stream last night, Sovereign?
detailed in the call history records, other are actually
It's a bad idea. 8 shots is a bad idea.
Okay, and that's the GPS data that you
I'll be right back, guys.
Yes, I mean, some of the data is on the call history and is also duplicated on the phone itself. Usually the phone itself is more precise than the call history records.
Okay, so what is the information that's contained on the call detail records? The latitude, longitude?
It'll be depending on the phone and depending on the carrier.
Damn.
A cell tower.
Okay.
Which is
His neck, when he talks and like bobs his head, it like bulges out. Surely that's got to be like a thyroid issue or something.
Either a location or if it has timing advanced features, it'll give a more precise GPS location.
Will it give also incoming calls,
Yes.
outgoing calls,
Yes.
and
Patient's not going to live. We're going to have to operate.
differentiate, for instance, if the user
Can we get a
sends
Dremel?
text message?
Yes.
Yep.
That'll be a data recorded as data.
It will also include the phone number for the subscriber
Yes.
and I
I'll
believe
obviously mute.
the address for
Just
the
get it set up.
subscriber.
Oh, that's all in the subscriber information.
The subscriber information, but it's all contained within the call detail records, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And this information that's contained within the records is what you use to confirm some of the evidence that you were talking about earlier.
Some of it.
He still saw his power in his neck.
Off the phones themselves. And the phones, the devices that you had.
I mean, with a neck that size, you'd expect his head to be significantly bigger.
For Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Yeah, he's way out of proportions.
For Mr. Boatwright.
Yes.
You had a device for Mr. Allen.
Yes.
But you did not have a device for Mr. Newsome, correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Newsome was the one that was actually arrested last with 2 months between homicide and his arrest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just 1 moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Subject to recall.
All right, you may recall.
Do they always go back just to see if they missed anything?
On behalf of
Basically.
Okay.
And for the most part, depending on which side you're representing, you want the last word in as well.
Gotcha.
Before that you were not an expert in cell phone data and cell phone.
So would you intentionally leave something knowing that you're going to get a rebuttal?
And I take it from what you said, you have a lot of experience.
Yeah, actually, on occasion you would. I mean, the redirect you basically, you've got to refer to whatever the previous opponent has said. So you can't necessarily just leave something out, but you hope that you leave something open for them to refer to and to go back to.
Gotcha.
So
There's a sidebar record in this trial.
Oh, not even. This one's been pretty tame in terms of like what you can expect out of sidebars sometimes.
Really?
The reason that it seems like there's so many is because we've got 3 people with sidebars here.
Gotcha. Okay. Mute for a second.
I love that they all like everyone takes a look at the camera. Like each of them in turn is looking over and saying hi.
My man's got a smug look back though in the middle.
Oh,
Blue
yeah,
tie or blue shirt.
I just want to sock him, honestly.
He'll get it. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't doubt it. As soon as he gives that smug fucking look, as soon as he hits prison, prison's gonna hit him. Also, yes, if you are just watching and lurking, please put a hello in chat, even just a waving emoji, just so I can acknowledge and say hi. Whoever said budget Usher nailed it. Yeah, but they're famous for all the wrong reasons, and they're going to be even more famous after they are in prison. Every time he's on camera, he gets a smile on his face. It's like, dude, the jury's watching you too, idiot. Yeah. Les Carmel. Hi, hi, hi. Been working, miss anything important? So there was about an hour of like back and forth between the lawyers this morning. And this detective's basically been on the stand since then. I don't think he's really added anything so far. I mean, nothing groundbreaking anyway.
Like, don't get me wrong. We don't condone violence, but get that butt. Hey, Mystic.
Oh, Mystic's in chat listening. Thank you. Don't stop just because he's here. Don't think they're trying to get famous. Pretty sure their plan didn't involve being caught. Look, that may be true, but that doesn't mean... Has the state rested? No. The state is intending... They're looking at Tuesday. Next week. So... I genuinely don't know who else they're looking to put on. So... I mean, unless they have someone else that can identify everyone and saw everything, then, you know, maybe? Because generally you try and bookend. You'd go with some strong evidence, have your sort of middly testimony, and then you'd hit at the back end and say, here's our strongest evidence, here's why you should convict these people, or here's why you should let my client off. And for another 3.5 to 4 days, I'm not 100% sure who they'd have. I mean, I'm gonna laugh so fucking hard if, like, Google Earth or something was photographing the area at the time. Or there's some sort of, like, video recording that captured all of it, and they haven't put it in yet. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But again, I'm just so unsure as to what they would have for another 3.5 to 4 days. So... But anyway, it's just my opinion.
Okay, let me start again. Again, I apologize. You're an expert, but you have plenty of experience, and you can testify to this jury about the things you know.
Sorry, Ambish.
Realm of experience in this area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you do it all the time, as you just said.
Since the existence of cell phones, unfortunately.
And I think you mentioned that
Grand jury day.
almost
Oh,
all
that
cases
sucks.
these days, cell phone evidence becomes very important.
Cell phone, social media, all those things become part of every case nowadays.
Which has all changed since you and I started doing this work.
I will agree with that.
All right, so let me start first with a couple of things you last said about the information you got regarding Mr. Newsome's phone.
Yes.
You indicated that there was an incoming call at 1:55 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And that placed him near...
Just gonna rest my eyes for a second, guys. If I start snoring, I'm sure you can yell in my ears.
Yes.
And again, you pointed out to the jury that while the cell phone tower information...
If you start snoring, I'll smack him.
...is not as accurate or specific as you might have if you had GPS, it gives you a good general idea of where that phone was.
Usually cell phone towers, like I said, within 1.5 miles, unless that tower is busy, then sometimes it'll bounce into a secondary tower if there's too many phone calls hitting the closest tower.
Let's talk about that for a second, because I want the jury to understand that too. The closest cell phone tower is usually where the signal will go, whether incoming or outgoing, correct?
Depending on the volume of calls hitting that tower.
Right. If there's so many calls.
So do you want it gold?
Loaded.
What?
And move it usually to the next closest in proximity town, correct?
Yes.
And there's no way for you to know whether that happened in this particular case, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So that's at 1:55, about 2, 3, almost a little less than 2 hours, or a little more than
Give me
2
a
hours.
break, guys. 8 hours in what, 48 hours now?
Yes.
Then you indicated there was
I'm doing
another
all right for the
at 4:02.
where I'm at.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And that call would be within perhaps 3 minutes of this crime occurring. Is that correct?
I look at the dispatch, but.
Wait, he fell up the stairs again?
57 was what I saw.
I think it was 56, but again, it's.
That's what I heard. I haven't seen it yet, though.
Page 5 of the.
God's sakes, can someone please get the man a walking frame?
Okay, so around that time. Very close.
Can somebody please get him a retirement?
Yes.
That works.
Now,
Although if he retires, don't you get stuck with Harris?
Heels up.
it's on. It's working, isn't it?
There would be no way for me to tell that. I'm assuming not because you're getting information.
Yeah, we covered that one, I think, yesterday or the day before, Janina. But thank you for bringing it to my attention.
I don't know who Madeline McCann is.
Places him in Pompano Beach.
Young girl that went missing in 2018.
Talking about.
Yes.
Her and her family were on holiday in, I think it was Portugal. She basically disappeared, 3-year-old at the time.
South City and
Oh.
Okay, so let's just go back for a few things. I only have a few questions for you, and I appreciate your patience.
Is she an Aussie?
Go to Alan,
Brit.
pages of the report.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Spain, not Portugal, sorry.
You got it. Page 7. Couple of things that you mentioned. You talk about the fact that the initial information law enforcement had. Based on
My God, these screws are made out of fucking vibranium or something.
shortly after this crime occurred,
They're chewing up
exited an SUV demanding the victim's chain, and that the faces couldn't be seen, but one was taller than the other.
whole bolt drill bit.
Yes.
And that
You know, chat, I'm just throwing it out there. If anyone wants to put together like a smash-up compilation of all the videos of him falling upstairs, downstairs, off the bike, anywhere else, I'd happily use that as a video on the stream.
that was heard as if they were trying to rob him, get his jewelry, get his whatever the bag he had was, right?
That was what the witnesses described, yes.
And then they began to yank on him to try to get him out of his vehicle.
A pickle. A pickle. A pickle. Hey, hey, hey,
The
hey.
driver's window between the victim and the suspect. You could see it on video.
Right. And the shorter suspect appears to be reaching in and grabbing at him from both sides of the vehicle, correct?
The shorter one starts on the driver's side, then runs around and actually enters into the passenger side after Mr. Curra abandons the vehicle.
Okay. And of course, when you get information like that in a case of this nature, you're always looking for DNA evidence that will either prove or perhaps contradict what the witnesses are saying.
DNA is another thing like the phone records that we do on every case.
And in this particular case, no DNA matched Mr. Newsome, correct?
Not on the victim's vehicle, no.
Not on the victim's clothing?
No.
Not on the chain that apparently was attempted to be ripped off his neck, based on what we just said?
There was no DNA that was matched to him that I'm aware of.
Let's go to page 12 then. About 3 hours after this crime, at about 6:55 p.m., the blue Dodge Journey that was involved in this crime was in a hit-and-run accident at 3100 Northwest 19th Street, Fort Lauderdale, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Trayvon Newsome returned to that crime scene. He told law enforcement that he had been the driver of that car during that accident, didn't he?
That's what the Fort Lauderdale police reported in their incident report.
So the first involvement or knowledge of Mr. Newsome may have having something to do with this or knowledge of it occurred just 3 hours after this crime occurred, correct?
To the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, they were able to tie to the accident, not necessarily the crime.
Okay. But you got that information in short order, I imagine, from what I heard in terms of the the other testimony of other witnesses in the case, correct?
Well, again, in terms of short order, I don't remember what day we did it. We did a search on Dodge Journeys of that color vehicle for our suspect vehicle, and we found that report.
I think the testimony was that was done right away because that's one of the main things Detective
Foster did it.
Yes.
He would be the best to remember the time frame. I did. You say short order, there was a lot going on right afterwards.
I'm gonna object, this is argumentative. You could let Detective Curcio respond to a question.
I do want to please go
I
right ahead.
I don't remember how quickly Detective Foster found that report. When you say short order, I don't remember being that same day for sure.
Obviously, the juror's recollection would be the most important thing.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure you know, honestly. But that's how early on the name of Trayvon Newsome.
That's one of the ways his name came into it. Yes.
And that Trayvon Newsome returned to the scene of that car and voluntarily put his name involved in this case at that point.
To the Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to page 20. This is, I wanted to ask you about the photograph that the jury has seen. That appears to be Trayvon Newsome holding some money. At 9:26 p.m., it appears that photograph was taken, correct?
According to my report, it was not only a photograph, but it was a video as well.
Okay, but 9:26 is correct?
That's what my report says.
So it's a few or more hours after this crime.
That's correct.
But in very close proximity temporally, in terms of time, to the other photograph you have of other individuals holding money.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't know whether the money in that picture, apparently Trayvon Newsome, is the same money the other individuals were just holding and just handed it to him to close the account?
I have no idea.
So, I can't recall, I apologize. Did I contact you initially to have you?
Wake up, boobs.
What?
Let me look at my report. I don't recall, but that's why we do reports.
I had to.
Screw you.
I had to.
As I recall, I think I had a DNA search warrant out for him and possibly.
But thank you, I appreciate it.
Looking for him, and you may have contacted me in reference to that.
There's a search had been done at his residence or the parents' residence right before that time, correct?
No, we
might
obtained
actually have to try
DNA
and have
search
that at some
warrant
point.
early on, and
But I think the 4 hours are not going to cut it with this.
weren't able to find him. That search warrant you're referring to happened months later.
Take a nap.
Big monster, I dropped my baby when I heard boobs.
For that house.
Well, am I wrong? Didn't he surrender right after that search warrant, about 8 days later, after the search was executed?
Well, again, I don't have the report to tell you when he surrendered. And if you know what page it is, like I said to the state, you can help me out.
Yeah, I think it might be back at the beginning. Let me see. The number of notes in the notes there. August 8th, on page 24, the detective received, it was me. I called you.
Okay.
And said, I'm representing Mr. Newsome, and he wants to surrender, correct?
Yes.
And you came by my office and were kind enough to meet with me alone in my office to take him into custody, downstairs, turn him over to the SWAT team.
Yes.
And he voluntarily.
Not surprisingly, so the days that I do the regular stream, I get a full night's sleep. So that's perfectly fine. Like, 'cause I don't start till 8 AM when I do my regular show.
He allowed me to execute the search warrant.
Right. Thank you for making it voluntary, even though you could.
So what is it, like 4 right now?
6.
There was initially you were
Been at this for 4.25 hours.
Trying to find out who rented
Jesus.
the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
There were photo lineups prepared that included Mr. Newsome, correct?
Yes.
And witnesses did not identify him as being somebody that was there when this vehicle was rented, correct?
Not there when the vehicle was rented, no.
Not so much dog mowing. Just this guy still talking about phone records. And boobs!
Received
Boobs.
and had a chance to review a huge volume of tips that had been phoned in or emailed in or wherever we got them. To well,
I don't know if I prefer that one or the one that I gave you.
Like the one you gave me.
Yes. Yes. Box and a half, I think.
Didn't they include a lot of people, blackmails, flashing money, different blackmails, different circumstances in there?
Well, that was nice.
Anybody flashing money. I remember a group sitting on a car with
I love that as soon as I played the boobs gift, I gained like 3 viewers.
Did you look through all of it? I mean, if you fuck, I saw over 1,000 pages.
Oh, every one of them came in. Believe me, I looked through, and I just don't remember any other flashing of the money.
Well, that's your key to success. More boobs.
The one that I'm describing with the
and not mine.
mask on it.
We're all human. If I were to show you some of those photos with money, you would call it that might have been back in the day.
Sure. If you have anything you can refresh my memory, I encourage it.
I appreciate that. I don't have them here ready today, sir, but I understand you're back, so we may get a chance to do it. Nothing further. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Collapse on behalf.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Good, Mr. President. How are you?
Good. I'll ask you a couple questions, okay?
Not a problem.
So you're going to be 27 years on site, right?
Between two agencies, yes.
And you were the lead on the Martin Stone Douglas shooting?
Yes, I was.
Were you co-lead like you were in this case, or did you?
I would not say I had a co-lead with me because we had so many detectives involved helping me. And the Stone Douglas investigation kind of shot off into different avenues of investigation. Other people were assigned that while I concentrated on working the case.
What do you have for us women? Don't let Mighty Meat pick. Oh, let me see what I can do.
I can't tell you what they do. I tell them you're gonna keep me on call. I don't take myself off call. I've been doing this 27 years because this is what I want to do. So you can't overwork me.
You made reference in your direct examination regarding my client giving various versions. I think it was 3 versions that my client gave me.
Yes.
Could you recall how many versions Robert Allen gave of the same?
To be honest with you, every time I interviewed Mr. Allen, he was consistent in his versions that I recall. I don't remember anything inconsistent unless you can, again, refresh my memory. He pretty much, from the phone call all the way up to the final interview before he pled guilty, was consistent.
So you don't, your testimony is that you can't think of any particular time where Mr. Allen lied to you?
Hayden, Janina said no dick pics, so don't show yourself.
And he was consistent in that role throughout all the statements I took of him.
So, sitting here today, you can't think of a situation where he perjured himself.
Not unless you can tell me exactly what you're referring to and refresh my memory. I mean, they're all obviously
Absolute fuck.
So you were asked by Mr. Shields regarding celebrity beefs and other rappers that had issues with Mr. Oxford. Remember that question?
Yes.
Oh, for God's
sakes.
sakes.
You testified that you took that information that existed regarding these celebrity beefs, and then you pretty much filtered it through the cell phone dumps.
Here's the Drake thing again.
To make a determination of what was valid.
It's trying hard.
Any information we had, I evaluated 2 ways. If I could identify the source of the information and whether or not the information fit into any of the credible evidence we already had.
So what celebrity beefs existed? Can you tell me what they were?
Well, the only one that I can refer to, she went through a whole list. The only one I remember is Drake. And I don't even know the real name, to be honest with you. But and then there was a Palm Beach County rapper. His name was Carl Xanthus. Those are the only ones I specifically remember. I don't remember some of the other names she mentioned.
So the response to her question was only regarding one particular person?
No, she went through a whole list of whether your client brought up particular people's names, which I answered no, he did not say any of the names she brought up.
So when she was inquiring regarding these rappers and these celebrity feuds, and you responded, you were basically responding just regarding Drake and one other prominent rapper?
No, so she went through a list of what, when I spoke to your client, did he bring up all these different people's names? And I said, no, he did not. And that's the way the question was posed to me. Did your client bring up these names?
So regarding Drake, his real name is Aubrey Graham. Did you learn that they had a feud? Mr. Encore and Mr. Graham had a feud?
I learned that there was, and again, I think it was on Twitter, some comments made that were unconfirmable, basically, as to who made them.
Okay. When you say okay, do you know what the comments were?
Something to the effect of.
Objection here, Sam.
The first, and I'm paraphrasing, the first was allegedly something happens to me, Drake did it, or something, if I get killed, Drake did it. And then the secondary one was my account has been hacked. Again, I'm paraphrasing.
Hey, Rita.
I have no problem with Drake. And that was allegedly on the victim's, I want to say, Twitter account.
Okay, and how did you come to learn this information?
Just from either through anonymous sources, or I don't think I've ever seen the actual texts or Twitters
or the posts
or twits or whatever they're called.
And in your investigation, what did you do to try and see what it was? Did you Google it?
Did I Google it?
Did you Google Drake, XXX, threat?
I particularly did not do that. I looked at all the different downloads of phones of the suspects and call histories to see, as I'm identifying phone numbers, whether or not anything came back that tied anybody into the crime other than the four gentlemen that we ended up charging.
I understand, but specifically when we're talking about whether or not Mr. Encore had predicted, if anybody kills me, it's Drake. Regarding that, you didn't go further to actually find the post?
I've never seen the post. Now, again, whether Detective Foster did, I'd have to.
I'm gonna go with no because of how fucking ridiculous it
I never
sounds.
saw the actual post. I learned what the content was. I learned it was unconfirmable, and then I learned it had been rebutted by somebody who said, that's not me, I was hacked, I was cloned or whatever. I don't have a problem with Drake.
Now, when you say unconfirmable, what's your definition of that word?
Being able to interview the victim and say, did you actually post that?
Did you ask his mom?
Detective Foster was dealing with the mom. I didn't ask the mom. No.
So you didn't have any communication with Cleopatra Bernard in this case?
No, I was doing all the other things that I testified to, and again, Detective Foster was doing certain things that he was doing. He dealt with the family from day one, from notification on.
If Mr. Foster would have communicated with her, he would have communicated with you. Is that correct?
Usually, yeah.
I hope he just says, I don't care about your crackpot theory. I was doing my job.
So you don't recall any information?
Wouldn't that be nice?
That Detective Foster told you regarding the problems that he had with Drake?
No, I don't.
Did you come to learn that Mr. Encore, when he was alive, was physically attacked by members of Migos, the rapper?
Again, I seem to recall something like that, but I don't remember the specifics. I think there may have been a video or something of that in Miami, but I don't recall.
Did you research that at all or investigate that?
We again looked at the different phone dumps of the credible information we had to see if anybody could be tied to those phone dumps and phone call histories, and didn't come up with anything that substantiated that information.
So when you say we looked at phone dumps to be able to substantiate information, let's just take the issue with Drake, right?
Right.
Did you guys ever get Drake's cell phone number?
Did I know any of that?
Do you know if Detective Foster ever got Drake's cell phone number?
I have to ask Detective Foster.
So would that be a key piece of information that you could use to check with the cell phone dumps you had to see if anyone involved in this case had contacted Mr. Graham or anybody connected with Mr. Graham?
Well, we identified the numbers around the time frame of the incident.
Jesus Christ, this dickhead's trying to treat Drake as if he's like Marilyn Manson and the Boogeyman, for fuck's sake.
Nobody under the name of Graham came up.
I think he just wants Drake's phone number.
At what point in this investigation
It's like, I'm such a fan. I just want his number.
Give me the Drake.
Came from the anonymous information that was coming in early on after the murder. So that's the first time I was aware of it. That I don't really recall Detective Foster told me about it.
So this would have been early on in the case.
The tips were coming in, you know, for weeks or months. So I don't remember when the first Drake tip came in.
So sitting here today, you can't recall when the first time that you heard his name in this investigation?
No.
Now, would your report reflect that?
If I indeed dealt with when I first learned it, but I don't recall when I first learned it, so it's not my report.
Do you know if sitting here today, years later, if Drake's name is anywhere in your report?
No, it's not.
It's not? What about Migos?
No.
But actually, the first time that
Mostly that Colonel Mustard continues to not iron his suits.
that the word Migos comes out in this investigation.
That he's in love with Drake.
Not from my lips, but it was from your own. When you spoke with
Which Bozeman, to be clear, is the guy with the heart shorn into his head.
2018, a month after this murder, it comes out of your mouth, Migos. Isn't that true?
I recall.
Do you need something that's a refresher recollection?
Yeah, I mean, because I don't even know who Migos is.
Okay. I'm going to show you papers. I'm going to show you statement of Robert Allen.
I think it's giving me the shits, Hayden.
Point to page 9.
Good job. You're using it in an appropriate time and place.
I'm working on it.
Let me know when your memory is refreshed.
See? You're Americanizing me, I'm Australianizing you.
Okay,
No.
this is the answer to me, yes. Obviously, I haven't repeated because obviously I didn't know what he was talking about.
And here comes the sunshine.
Yeah, it's Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen mentions Migos. I didn't recall that.
And he mentioned Migos regarding being in a weed hole prior to this.
Oh, no. Migo, that would read the rest of it. Yeah, obviously, his phone is breaking up. You saw him, I mean, again, it's breaking up. You want me to read the exact quote?
I'm going to object as to just reading from the transcript into the record. It's an improper question, if there is even a question.
Refresh your recollection and then ask a question.
Let me know when your memory is refreshed.
Okay.
So the first time that Migos comes out in this investigation is from the cooperating witness a month after this murder, correct?
He's talking about something that's breaking up that I can't hear him. He talks about a weed hole, and then he mentions the word Migos.
The word Migos, right?
Yes.
And then after that, you learned that Migos had physically assaulted Mr. Boatwright?
No, I just remember there was a video, and again, I thought it was in Miami, of some confrontation that somebody videoed.
Despite the
But I don't know if it was the Migos. I'm assuming that's what it was. Because I don't know who the Migos are.
Right. After this July statement where the cooperating witness himself tells you Migos, what did you do to investigate that further, if anything?
Again, once he came down from Georgia, that was on the phone. That's why it's breaking up. I took a second statement from him, and then again, we were looking at all the call histories to see if anyone else tied in to the suspects of any of the information of other people, and it did not.
But when you're looking at the call history, wouldn't it be fruitful to have actual cell phones of persons like Migos or persons like Aubrey Graham to know whether or not people were calling them?
But we're identifying the numbers on the call histories by, you know, the computer systems we use. So knowing what their numbers are or how many phones they have.
So sitting here today, years later, so it's 4 years after this statement that you took in
If he had the pizza place's number in there, he wouldn't fucking follow up in the pizza place because he ordered a pizza.
I don't know exactly in that transcript what he's
Massive fishing expedition.
But you
This
never
guy's
asked
just going to
him
come up with an old
regarding
smelly boot.
multiple interviews that you had with Mr. Allen.
But the prosecution is going to put on and then kick him up the ass with it.
You know, in July of 2018, why did you mention that?
I don't recall if it was ever mentioned in the other two statements I took.
You don't recall, or it was?
I don't recall. I mean, the last statement I took of him was a few months ago, and I don't recall if he brought it up or not.
Did you Do you know the reason why Cleopatra Bernard wanted security with her son the day of this murder?
I think it's
Speculation,
it's
objection.
Of security. I think she wanted Mr. Curtis to drive with him. I don't know. I don't remember the term security.
Shit, the prosecution was asleep on that one.
Would it surprise you to know that the reason that she wanted Mr. Curler was because of the Drake and Needles beef?
Objection, mischaracterization,
He sounds like a crackpot though, so I'd almost let him go.
objection, assuming facts on evidence.
Sustained jury will disregard.
So regardless of the definition of security or not, do you know why she wanted that occur there that day?
I would have to ask her. I mean, I can speculate, but I don't know for sure.
Did you ever learn regarding your investigation regarding other rappers and the problems?
The trouble is with crackpots, you only need one person on the jury to think there's some credible evidence there.
Gotcha.
And let's face it, there's people that think that the earth's flat, so we can only imagine there may be someone out there that would believe the story.
A video of himself in
it's true.
Mr. Onfroy's neighborhood threatening him.
Objection, Judge. Counsel testifying. Objection as to assuming facts on evidence as well.
Sustained.
You never heard of the name Antonio King or 600 Reasons?
Objection asked and answered.
You can answer.
Not that I recall.
Objection, you're stupid.
Other name top 5, Hassan Ali. Have you ever heard that name?
No, not that I can recall.
Did you ever learn that Drake in 2018 came down to South Florida when filming God's Plan and gave out over $1 million in the street?
Objection, Judge, assuming facts on evidence and also relevance.
I'm asking if you know.
And I'm objecting to that question.
I'm sustaining the objection. Jury will disregard.
Did you ever ask Mr. Allen if he knew Mr. Graham?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Did you ever ask him if he knew anybody from Migos?
Not that I can recall.
Janina, that's not fair. I know what a hot man is. But when I compare everybody else to myself, they all come up short. So it's me and everybody else.
We really got to get your eyesight checked, dude. I know you wear glasses, but you might need the prescription updated.
Regarding cell phones. Now, there's two ways of obtaining a cell phone, right? Either you do it with a warrant or somebody voluntarily gives it, correct?
Well, obtaining it, you mean
Obtaining
physically
it for your
possessing?
investigation.
Well, we can do a search warrant to seize it off their body, or if they're detained, and it's in evidence, we can do a phone dump search warrant. They're two different things.
And in this case, I believe Detective Foster testified that no one had taken the phone of Leonard Kerr, but that's incorrect, right?
I don't recall if Leonard Kerr's phone was taken or not. Detective Foster dealt with Leonard Kerr. I know I looked at the victim's cell phone.
Now, regarding after the shooting, the next time that the Dodge Journey is pretty much seen is when it's involved in a car accident, right?
The next time it's actually seen being parked in the driftwood.
Right.
People getting in and out. It's actually seen driving down towards Robert Allen's house, then parking in the driftwood, and then later on it's seen in the actual accident.
Right, in the actual accident. And then when the actual accident happens, Mr. Allen jumps out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then he kind of like walks fast or semi-runs, right? And then he gets into another vehicle, correct?
Yeah, he gets picked up. There's actually more than Mr. Allen gets out of the vehicle after the accident, but Mr. Allen comes southbound right towards the camera, and then a vehicle picks him up on 31st Avenue.
And the vehicle's driven by a female?
I believe so, yes.
And did you ever ask Mr. Allen who that female was?
I believe we did, but I don't recall if we ever were
he didn't know who it was?
We didn't have information to determine who she was.
And to this day, you still don't?
No, not that I'm aware of.
You don't know totally irrelevant facts.
Now, the Dodge Journey was rented by Tony, correct?
Tony Robinson?
Tony Robinson, right?
Yes.
And it was rented for Allen, for Robert Allen?
That's the way I was told, yes.
Now, Robert Allen testified that his dad was a drug dealer. Were you aware of that?
I actually knew his father.
You knew him. So did you know he was a drug trafficker?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
So you knew his dad?
His dad lived in Fort Lauderdale, and I was a Fort Lauderdale detective for 30 years, so I knew of him.
And you're aware that his dad mysteriously died a month after his son cooperated?
Objection. Facts not in evidence, Your Honor.
The cop's actually laughing at him.
Passed 30 days after his son cooperated?
He's having a good time.
He passed away. I don't remember how many days after anything he passed away.
Not Obama. This one's just for you.
His father supplied.
Oh man.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
That's nowhere in your report.
No, my contact with Mr. Allen was trying to find his son when his son was wanted, and he was trying to assist me find where his son had fled to.
You actually
No worries,
texted,
Linda. Have a good day.
Mr. Allen's dad prior to this case going in front of the grand jury?
Objection, Judge. Relevance and also improper with respect to the grand jury.
Trying not to just
Did you ever
fucking
tell
die.
that?
Objection, hearsay. Still an objection to hearsay. It's out of court statement being offered for truth. No exception applies.
Overruled, you can answer whether.
Did I tell him what?
Did you ever tell Robert Allen, hey, I communicated with your dad prior to this case going in front of the grand jury?
Sure, I just testified. I talked to his dad many times trying to get him to surrender his son when he was wanted. So yeah, I don't remember it, but I probably did.
Now, you spoke to him in July 2018, and then I think again in October 2018, something like that?
And I talked to him twice, once on the phone in a tape recorded interview, and then when he came down from Dodge County, Georgia, I interviewed him in person, however many days it took him to get down, and then I interviewed him years later.
Right. And the years later part, because I recall when we took your deposition, his attorney was part of the deposition, correct?
Attorney was part of the deposition?
When we took your deposition, myself and the other attorneys, Robert Allen's attorney was present and asked you questions and was still part of the case, correct?
Yeah, he was not part of the deposition, he was part of the final statement.
Right, no, I'm just saying, when we took your deposition, Robert Allen was still a defendant, and his attorney was still part of the deposition, and he asked you questions just like I asked him.
He had not pled guilty as of yet. His attorney was present when he gave the final statement to me.
And the reason that it took so many years had to do with Robert Allen and his attorney, right? It had nothing to do with you or COVID or anything like that.
Objection, relevance, and also mischaracterization of the evidence obtained.
Sustained.
Do you know why it took so many years for him to finally come around and tell you whatever he wanted to hear?
No, I don't. I mean, he has an attorney. I didn't have any contact with him after those initial two statements till the final statement. I would not contact him, nor do I have any idea why it took so long.
So Allen testified that he had 3 or 4 phones. Did you ever find any phones from Mr. Allen?
Yes, we found a phone with him in Georgia, and I know Detective Foster recovered one when we did a search warrant on his house on 17th Street.
To your knowledge, was Robert Allen ever offered a deal with the prosecution?
To my knowledge, I have no idea why or what was done with Allen in the courthouse. I'm not part of that ever.
Okay. in your experience, how many times would you allow a defendant to perjure himself and still use him as a cooperating witness?
Yeah, I'm gonna object. Number one, with respect to general experience, not relevant, and also characterization of perjuring himself, that's not a question of fact for this particular witness to be able to answer.
Sustained.
Now we saw some videos of Dedrick holding money. Can you agree with me that if just looking at a video is insufficient for you to be able to tell whether or not the currency is real?
For me, it would be, I guess it would be an opinion. I'm not an expert in currency, but I can just tell you what it visually looks like.
But the question is, can you really tell whether it's real or not? Is what I'm saying.
Can I know my opinion?
No, I'm just saying, when you look at a video and you're unable to hold money and to test it, etc., there's no way of telling if it's real or not, correct?
Objection is to just generally any video.
Overall, I'll let him answer. But
From looking at a video, all I could give you is my opinion. I don't know how you'd be able to verify what you're seeing is real or counterfeit.
now, the state asked you regarding whether or not he spent $800 the following day after that video, correct?
Yes.
And they also asked you whether or not the clerk had used a pen to check and see if the currency was real. Remember that?
I remember her asking me if the money was at the store. I don't remember the pen part that you're talking about.
In your investigation, were you guys ever able to go and track down that currency to see whether or not it linked to the currency that was taken out of the bank by serial numbers?
The bank did not have serial numbers for the money that I'm aware of.
So you have been unable to find any currency connecting any of the defendants to this crime?
Other than photographic and testimonial evidence.
Now, in your investigation and your research, you reviewed multiple social medias, correct, of the defendants, social media, Facebook, Instagram?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Mr. Williams would come on often playing with money?
There was other videos from past occasions before the murder where he had money, different denominations in his hands.
So regarding the whether or not Mr. Allen's father provided weapons used in this crime, was that news to you today? Is the first time you heard that?
I'd have to look at the statements. I don't recall that ever being mentioned to me. I would hope I would remember that. I just don't recall.
The 22 caliber round that you testified was found in Mr. Williams' house. That was sent to the lab for frames and for DNA.
It was sent to the lab to check really for markings as well, extractor, anytime.
My question was specifically regarding fingerprints and DNA.
I believe so. Again, I know what the firearm said.
Hey, Susie. And there was no DNA or fingerprints linking my client to that cartridge, correct?
No.
In your investigation, you learned that Mr. Williams was a tattoo artist, correct?
At least an hour and a half more of this.
I believe so.
In your investigation, did you learn that he had tattooed the other co-defendants?
If they used a lot, Oliver, he might still been alive. What, because of the ricochet?
Now, Keith Brady, were you part of the group of people that went to go interview him, or was that possible?
That was Foster, and I believe Detective Cottom, but it was definitely was wrong.
Do you know if they asked him for his phone?
No, I don't think they did.
And Claudia Ramos from the bank, you guys didn't ask her for her phone?
I never dealt with Ms. Ramos, so I don't believe anyone did know.
Jason, it's still not bad here, man. Like, we got a little bit of ice, but it's not been terrible.
In the end, all that information regarding GPS, that simply can tell you where the phone is, right? Not the person.
Well, the
Charles
GPS
needs some process where the jury can go, we've heard enough, here's our verdict. Unfortunately, that runs counter to due process. Which is unfortunate, but true. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think that if you get to a point where the jury's already made up their mind and they made a decision, they should be allowed to say that. But it does run counter to the tenets of due process.
Not
Because
going to
you know
change their mind, though.
No, they're not going to change their mind unless there's some like groundbreaking testimony that comes out like, oh yeah, I was the one that gave him the gun. He told me afterwards that he pulled the trigger and, you know, I got a cut of the 50K or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, because I mean, otherwise you'd have people in like high profile murder and rape trials basically walking in, listening to 11 minutes of evidence and then going, yep, we're done.
Right.
So, like, don't get me wrong, I do think that the system could use a adjustment, but I think that that's going to take some time to work out exactly what needs to be adjusted. What the hell are you writing in chat?
Nothing. Don't look. Oh, of course. Jesus Christ. I hope not. Excalibur, that would be bad.
Jesus. Spawning reports of a uranium fire at the Wider 12 National Security Complex in Oak Ridge.
Oh, shit.
Are you just making your way through an alphabet of, like, dirty names?
Read some of them. Like Bowen to her. Or Ben Overbitch. Or
Anita
Ben
Dickinson.
Jurgenov.
Anita Hardcock. What was the one
Anita
that I
Dick
got?
and me.
What was the one that I got Rob with? Andy Feltersnatch.
Yeah, I remember that one, so I didn't
You skipped over it, yeah.
Yeah. It's my friend Connie Lingus. This one's everybody's friend. Craven Moorhead.
Channel will be fine with Mighty in charge. See, I would have believed that until I opened my eyes and I saw what he was writing in chat.
Shut up. You can trust me with your channel. Go to sleep. I got this, baby. Yeah, bullshit. I'm not Obama.
You were a co-lead detective on
You know Dick Ramdas?
You and Detective Foster?
Yes.
And you responded to Riva Motorsports first, correct?
Okay, hang on. I think this one might be slightly more important.
Witness.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Never mind.
Dixon between her legs.
We were both there at the same time, basically.
Bad question. The first thing you did was respond to Riva Motorsports.
I'll look it up in a minute.
And it took you about 4
That's
minutes.
alright, I got a Knox News article.
My average of about
Fire at Y12 National Security Complex uranium processing facility in Oak Ridge has been contained, officials said from the National Nuclear Security Administration. The fire at the complex started in a uranium processing area in building 9212 at 9:14 a.m.
we have a dual.
Several hundred employees from the building and others were evacuated at 12:30 p.m. They gave an update stating all evacuated workers were accounted for and no injuries or contaminations were found. Air monitors did not go off, which means there was no release of radioactive material. Officials say they do not yet know what caused the fire.
Sovereign, I'm already there, buddy. Sovereign asked, "What time do you not consider this a coincidence?" I've been there. I've been there.
Oh hell yeah! There's way too much to think it's a coincidence at this point. That's what we said last night.
I learned about it when I was actually on the scene.
Okay, so pretty soon thereafter.
On my show, I don't remember what you said last night.
Oh, that we're beyond coincidences at this point. Either we've blown the law of large numbers out of the water, or some shit's going down.
Some shit's going down.
No, they're already separated by patrol.
And once you
All these Palestinians already had to deal with toxic clouds. Sending in Butter Creek after this is just too much. Oh, another goddamn sidebar. So how many roids do you reckon that guy had to take to get a throat that big?
700 days worth.
I mean, it's either that or he was giving some major blowjobs to build up the muscles in his throat.
We read that name for comic relief.
May I touch him?
Yes.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a 5 minutes stretch break.
Okay,
Great
so
clip.
something's happened.
It's like the police are moving around.
Is that guy like dancing? Like jumping from side to side to try and...
I don't know.
What an idiot. See, the train derailments at this point, I'm not surprised by because, like, as it's been said, there's 1,700 a year, so there's more than likely going to be more than one in a week. That we just, I think it's more just we're scrutinizing it more because it's fresh in our minds that something's happened, so we're all keeping an eye out for it. But way too much now is happening.
It's been happening. I think we just haven't been paying attention. But it's been happening for a while.
A 1,000-pound meteorite landed in Texas? When did this happen?
A couple days ago, I covered that.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Officer Karen. Happily let her arrest me any day.
Aren't you arresting bitch face?
So 54,000 train derailments since 1990. Very few have resulted in death or toxic/flammable chemicals being released. Yeah, I think Ohio's just... Why is he talking to the sheriff?
I don't know.
Oh, well, Colonel Mustard looked a little bit upset out of that exchange, so that's something. Morning, Flux. You happy? I acknowledged your presence. DC's trying to distract from something that's happening right now. Need to look at the bills on the president's desk. What's going on in the Senate? They're reporting fires and explosions, etc. That's a good point. So what the hell is going on?
I mean, it's just to a point where it's like, Who gives a shit?
Judge is telling her how he'd like to show his gavel after the trial's over for the day.
Oh yeah.
I feel like a gavel would hurt.
I've never touched one. Have you ever touched one?
A gavel.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, because I assume you'd be using it for spanking, and that's gonna hurt an ass. Like it's not like a paddle.
Let's call Paul Pelosi. See what he has to say. Oh, it was a hammer, not a gavel. I'm sorry. Inappropriate.
More or less the same thing. Oh, is this a list of all the things I'm not supposed to say?
I just sent you an article. I thought you might be interested in it. We can take turns reading them.
Not on my stream. Look at the 2 videos you sent on Twitter. Hang on.
Stock market crash is trending on Twitter, but it looks like the Dow Jones is up. Well, no. Oh, shit. Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't like the sounds of that. Oh, hang on.
At 100 and... Oh, it's dropping like a fucking rock. 131.54. BTC, because I won't say it because it'll get you in trouble, is down 3% today.
Oh, damn it.
Dow Jones is down 0.4%. It was fine.
All right, people. Time to send me all of your gold. I will keep it safe for you.
Yeah. Or send it to me because I'm in America and...
Exactly. So you're over there. It's still like you could still have the
FBI, open up!
At least over here it'd be easier, and I could just tell them to fuck off.
Oh man, get it, bitches. Yeah, the S&P is falling too. Like right after 2 o'clock it started.
I love the difference in the news articles. US stocks little change ahead of Fed minutes. 6 minutes, and that was 4 hours ago. 6 minutes ago, stocks waver as Fed minutes reaffirm central banks' fight against inflation. Oh, what a difference 4 hours makes.
Even the Asian markets are down 0.5%. Japanese is down 1.4. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it's not pretty either.
Oh, yeah, it could be worse. Hang on, where's the... Oh shit, it's already 70:20. I'm gonna have to get the child ready for daycare in a minute.
Can I go do something real quick before you do that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, be right back.
So, while he's gone, for those that... What the issue was before is, he sent me an article, 50 things not to say to black people. And he suggested that we read them out one by one on stream. Nope. Tens of thousands of pounds of goods, food, water being delivered to the people of East Palestine right now before Trump's visit. He's paid for it all. Wow. I wonder if I can open this in a private tab so I'm not showing everything off. Honestly, I'm just happy that they're importing a whole heap of bottled water. So, there's that. Thank you, DD. No eating the stream, please. You know what the irony is? Everyone's saying bless you for the life of me. I can't actually remember sneezing. Like, that's how tired I am. Oh, that's fucked up. Joe Biden is lucky administration. They're doing shit all. Said bless you out loud, then felt dumb. All good flux. Oh, my nose. Well, I mean, on the upside, my Shiba Inu is doing okay. And yes, full disclosure, I hold certain cryptocurrencies. You honestly think anyone in East Palestine gives a fuck about the environment right now? That shit gone.
I don't think it's appropriate for Mr. Ramirez to especially be loudly showing his disdain or displeasure.
Hello.
State is objecting to, especially when it's a legal objection.
Hello.
That was sustained.
I had to yell at my kids real quick. So now I'm back.
Individually, but I will remind all council that there should be no reaction or comment to objections that are made, and certainly not to rulings from the court. So,
and I don't know what you're referring to, but I apologize. I'm not sure what you mean.
Said very out loud, Jesus, then screwed up your face as if you were disgusted with my objection that was sustained. It's on camera.
That's the face you usually have, sir.
Well, I don't find it funny.
So the court has made its ruling. Let's
Thank you.
carry out. Thank you.
She is not very happy.
Nope. Look, nor would I if he was being that much of a dick in court. Ooh, and resting bitch face is even more resting bitch. Wait, so they brought the audio back just for that?
And I'm glad they did.
As am I. They brought the audio back just to give mod. Oh, hang on. Here comes the jury. All right, I'm gonna go quickly get the kid ready for daycare. I'll be right back.
Yep, take your time.
Don't get me muted.
Is he gone? All right, so let's talk about the globalist.
Parties may be seated before we'll come to order. Parties and presenters are present. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
What is Nick doing on the defense?
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Yes.
And did you specifically speak with any of the witnesses yourself?
I didn't take sworn statements that I recall. I spoke to them after they gave sworn statements.
Okay. Other detectives and or officers took the sworn statements, correct?
Mostly detectives. I don't remember any.
It's the meat show now, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. And the next thing you did at Riva, you wanted to watch the surveillance video.
F a blink. Hit me up on Discord.
Bring my technical service people on to maintain it as evidence and then obviously view it as well. Now, I didn't view it at Riva as I testified to go backwards until I went back to our station.
Okay.
But they have to download it all and save it as evidence.
watched the surveillance, you were able to see Mr. Williams and Mr. Allen inside of Reba?
Yes.
And you were able to see another taller individual that was later identified to as Keith Fraley?
Yes.
Were you able to see that Keith Fraley also purchased a mask that day?
Ava, we did a whole deep dive on alien penises.
I don't recall what he was wearing.
No, that was duck penises. Sorry. But they look very alien.
Okay. You just stated on Mr. Padilla's cross-examination that you did not go to speak with Mr. Fraley a few days later, correct?
No, Detective.
I have to watch that, Barbara. I was going to try and make it down, but then this ice storm killed it.
Video from the Dirtwood apartment?
Yes.
And you watched that surveillance video back at the station as well?
Yes.
And when you watched that surveillance video, you were able to see Robert Allen, is that
Duck
correct?
penis. Sovereign duck.
And that
Yeah,
was
and they
around
shoot out.
reference to your
They're
report.
like darts.
That accident happened
They're
around
dark
6:40
corkscrews.
in the afternoon, when evening.
If you remember what page, I'll give you the exact time, but that's close to being the accurate time. I just don't recall if it was 6:46 or 6:55. For some reason, 6:55 is sticking in my head.
Ava, that's what they're used for. They're good, Leanie. They're supposed to be cleaning and packing for Florida.
Around 6:55, the Dodge Journey was involved in a car accident, correct?
They're not doing either of them.
And you would agree that the Dodge Journey is seen on the Driftwood surveillance exiting the complex and turning east on Northwest 17th?
On that particular version, well, when you're saying 17th, that's before the accident.
Correct.
It's seen going
Oh,
down 17th
dolphins are the
towards
rapist of
Robert
the
Allen's
animal,
house.
rapist of the animal world. We're 5 hours in. We're fine.
I've seen coming into the Driftwood apartment and parking, and people leaving on foot, and finally it's seen leaving the Driftwood apartment in the final clip when it gets involved in the accident on 19th Street.
Okay. And after the accident, you're able to see Mr. Allen again running down the street, correct?
After the accident, definitely.
Okay. And you, in fact, see Mr. Allen get into a sedan.
Yes,
And when he gets into that sedan, there is a unknown female driver, correct?
yes.
And I believe you stated on Mr. Padilla's cross that as of today, you still don't know who that individual is, correct?
Not that I can recall, I don't know who she is.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Allen knows who she is?
I don't recall.
Do you know if you asked Mr. Allen who she was?
During Hayden's 24-hour stream, we watched about
You indicated that you could see, you could clearly see
dolphin
Mr. Allen
grapers,
going down the road getting
like
into the sedan.
how dolphins.
Not Mr. Allen.
Dolphins don't
When
ask.
you see Mr. Allen getting into that sedan, can you tell if he has anything in his hands?
I don't believe he does. I'd have to look at the video again, but I don't recall him having anything.
But you would agree that the video would show that if he had something in his hands, the video would show it, correct?
Of course.
Okay. Do you know the address of Mr. Allen?
I think I testified to it earlier at, I know it's on 17th Street. Let's see if I get the exact address. 3060 Northwest 17th Court, I'm sorry.
And how far away is that from the Driftwood Apartments?
Directly across the street. A block and a half.
Okay, so like half a mile?
No, block and a half.
Not
It's literally, 17th Court is a dead end. And if you come out the south gate of the Driftwood, that's 17th Court. And literally the house is, I think it was 3 or 4 houses in from 31st Avenue.
AP.
Do you know the address of Michael Boatwright?
I know the address we did the search warrant on. It is, it's in Lauderdale Manor, 1617
Like they make those?
15th Street.
Okay. And if you know, how far apart are Mr. Allen's house and Mr. Boatwright's house?
I don't know. I'd give you an approximate,
Okay.
that may be a mile and a half.
Okay. Would you agree that they're in walking distance?
I wouldn't want to do the walk, but I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, it's not really walking distance, I don't think, but you know, again, if you're a walker, yeah.
Okay, but you would agree that they're less than 2 miles apart?
Again, I'm saying, it's Lauderdale Manors, which is like 15th Avenue and Sunrise. It may be even a little longer than a mile and a half away.
I want to talk about the phone that was introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit
God, look at that whale.
You indicated on direct examination that
Got
law
a big
enforcement
wee.
came into possession of this phone when Mr. Boatwright was detained. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not present during that time, correct?
I was at a traffic stop. No, I was not present.
Okay. Detective Foster gave you possession of this phone?
I believe so, yes.
And you would agree that when property is taken into evidence, there's specific protocol that's followed, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that normally an officer, when they take something into evidence and place it into an evidence envelope, there's information that they fill out, correct?
On the envelope, yes.
And that information includes like a case number,
Yes.
a date,
Yes.
the officer's name.
It's not only on the evidence receipt, but maybe in the
What?
officer's
Ava
report
Blink?
as well.
Okay.
Ava Blink?
The suspect
Whatever.
or the victim.
That's
Who
awesome.
they got the property from.
Related to the case, yes.
And do you know if there's a property receipt in evidence in relation to this phone?
I'm assuming there is. I'm sure there is.
Okay, did you author that property receipt?
I have to look at it. I don't recall.
Do you know what date the phone was placed into evidence?
I know what date it was seized, and then it was turned over to our digital forensic unit. So, I mean,
If I showed you the evidence?
no, the receipt would be the best for my report, because it was the day that Mr. Boatwright was detained to execute the DNA search
Yeah,
warrant. That's what-
Obama, there's so much worse they could be spending it on. I don't mind dolphin penis research compared to the other shit they spend it on.
As always, if you have a page number, I would appreciate it.
No, I don't. Eva Blink, I don't watch movies like at all, so I've never seen it.
It looks like it was July 5th, 2018 is when he was detained by members of the Viper unit who were looking for him for my DNA search warrant.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been placed into evidence of State Exhibit 63.
Okay.
Detective, would you agree that there is no officer's name on this evidence submission?
Well, you have to go down a little further. I can tell you it's Detective Foster's writing.
That's cool, Simon.
Yep, there's no name written on it. It's Detective Foster's writing.
Okay. Would you agree that there is no suspect's name on this evidence submission?
No, there's no.
Would you agree that there's no victim's name on this submission as well?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you the back so you can see the back as well. Would you agree that there's no
God damn, chatty fuckers.
name on this submission?
I can tell you at the top where you can
Who,
see
me?
it down, that's my.
Well, no, I came back and saw that there was 79 unread chats in the chat log.
Here?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, we talked about dolphin grape and duck penises.
As you're saying, Detective Foster provided.
You know, the good stuff.
Yes.
Right.
You indicated that the phone was taken into or placed into evidence on July 5th, correct? 2018.
It was placed into the care of the digital forensic unit, is the way I recall. It's the evidence section is a whole different area. It goes from our hands as detectives to the people who have the expertise to do the downloads with the search warrant that we had to obtain.
So let me clarify my question. So the phone was in law enforcement.
So if a duck has a corkscrew penis, how do they get it in? Do they like insert the tip and then spin around, or
And you
Oh,
were
it's like
there
a dart.
approximately 19 days after the
a
launch.
They
dart?
like shoot darts at them. Yeah.
Ooh.
You also testified on direct that you understand phone data and GPS and cell towers and all of that, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that phone data doesn't tell you who has a phone, but it tells you where the
So many thoughts that are running through my head, but I'm going to leave it alone.
I would partially agree, but disagree as well on that.
Okay. You would agree that cell tower data
Lake also had. Never mind.
of an area, correct?
Yes.
You do a radius?
It's usually a 1.5 mile radius.
So within a mile and a half.
Don't want to get hidden sued.
That phone could be anywhere, correct?
Usually.
I take it your mine probably went directly where mine did too.
Yeah, we probably.
Tower was hitting off. Just
We probably went to the same bus stop.
I'll tell you what side of the tower was hitting, so it's like a pie. You can tell.
It's just whether or not we got on the same bus or the next one coming along. Yep.
Okay, so you would agree that it could be within a mile and a half radius?
Yes, that's the tower range.
All right. The state also put into evidence as states.
Yeah, they have two
exhibit
badges,
or
and
composite
one of them is a fake badge to
some
try and
photographs
stop
that
the
you were shown.
duck from grape.
I'm going to show you these photographs, specifically this photograph right here.
Yes.
You indicated on direct that this photograph was taken at what time?
I have to go back and look at my report. I think I said 9:26, but let me confirm.
If I could just ask you, so which picture is that?
Oh, sure. Picture 205. Thank you.
According to my report, it says 9:25. I'm describing my report, Mr. Boatwright holding the money with the camouflage hat and the champion t-shirt.
Okay, you would agree that this photograph seems to have been taken at Mr. Allen's house?
I know that photograph, you got to scoot down. I know you had a brown couch when we did the search warrant at Mr. Allen's house, so I believe that's it, yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been placed into evidence. State Exhibit 8, and I'm showing you 505.
Yes.
And you indicated that this was taken at what time?
I would expect that doves would have penises, yes.
Same time frame.
I think so.
The other picture. Yeah, I mentioned in my report right underneath where I'm talking about the 9:26 picture, but I don't document 9:26 in my report for that particular picture, but it's right below where I mentioned 9:26 on the other picture. So I'm assuming it's right around that time frame.
Okay, for the record, it's 505. Are you able to tell where this photograph was taken?
Not based on the picture, no.
Okay, so on direct, you indicated that both of these photographs were taken at the same time in the same location, but are you sure that this photograph was also taken at Mr. Allen's house?
Technically, it's pronounced in Spanish Ava. You pronounce it Eva. Most people say Ava.
You know, I know that one with the
Yeah, well, if you pronounce it Eva, then I'm not stressing. Eva, Ava.
The second one.
Dove research incoming.
Cell phone dump to confirm it said 9:26 as well, but in my report it's right below it.
Okay, so at this point, you're not sure if this photograph was also taken at Mr. Allen's house?
Not based on my report without looking at something else like the actual phone dump record.
Okay, and I'm also showing you State Exhibit 8, Picture 3 of 5. Remember this photograph?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that this photograph was also taken around 9:26 at Mr. Allen's house?
Huh. There is no scientific difference between a dove and a pigeon.
9:26, I don't remember if I testified at Allen's house. There's not enough in the picture to indicate.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now, whether or not it's at Allen's house, but it's at the same time frame, 9:26.
Okay, so when you stated on direct that these were taken at the same date and the same time and the same place, at this point, you're unsure whether that this was.
I don't think I said at the same place. I think I said at the same time.
Okay, are you able to tell if this individual is actually inside of the vehicle?
The picture sits in front of me now, and no, I can't tell where it was taken. I'd have to look at the actual.
Pigeons and doves are both members of the bird family Columbidae. Technically, they're the same bird, as there is no scientific difference between the two,
You would agree.
other than size
that
and
phone
potentially
that
shape of the
was
tail.
taken into evidence on July 5th of 2018, that was placed into
I'll be damned.
evidence as State's Exhibit 63, contained thousands of messages, correct?
I don't know if there were thousands. There was a lot of messages, but I don't know if 1,000.
Hundreds?
I'd have to look at it again. I'd say that would probably be accurate.
Okay. Would you say the same as to photographs?
Again, I'd have to look at the phone. There was photographs. I don't remember how many.
You also testified that the phone, states exhibit 63.
Things you learn in chat of a murder trial.
After the homicide, tell my brother I got the money for the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that during Miss Tony Robinson's testimony that she actually stated that Mr. Boatwright was using Mr. Allen's phone?
I'm gonna object, counsel testifying.
I'm not aware of any testimony of Tony Robinson.
You would agree that during the course of your investigation, other names of other individuals came up as possible suspects, correct?
As testified to Mr. Padilla, yes, through various sources.
Okay. You would agree that the name Ronald Boatwright came up at some point during your investigation, correct?
It came up because his last name was Boatwright. No one came up with Ronald Boatwright that I recall. It was a Boatwright that Detective Foster put in the line. I don't remember Ronald specifically.
And that individual's name was Ronald Boatwright?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever speak with Ronald Boatwright?
I did not know.
Are you aware of the physical characteristics of Ronald Boatwright?
I remember looking at his picture back then. Yeah, I don't remember his height and weight though.
Okay, so you're not aware if he is the same height as Michael Boatwright?
I think he's shorter. I'd have to look at documentation if you have it to confirm exactly how tall he is.
But you never met with him, correct?
No. Yes.
How did this name come up?
His name is Carl Exantis, and he was one of the anonymous pieces of information we obtained where I spoke about the picture with the Photoshop mask where they're all sitting on the back of a car.
Okay, you would agree that in that photograph, Soldier Kid is also with an individual by the name of Soldier Jojo?
Yes.
And how did that name come up?
And again, through these anonymous information.
And how did you verify that that photograph that was provided to you at some point was Photoshopped?
It's obvious if you saw the photograph of the mask is photoshopped on the back of the car. I mean, I'm not a Photoshop expert either, but I've seen enough Photoshops.
Are you aware that that specific photograph also had a GPS tag? So you're not aware if that photograph was tagged 8 miles from Riva at the time of the incident?
I'm gonna object, counsel testifying and also assuming facts not evidence.
Did you ever speak with Soldier Jojo?
No.
Did you ever learn additional facts about a red mask in this case?
No, not a red mask. I know one of the witnesses thought there was some red accents on one of the masks.
Did you speak with Mr. Barbeau in this case?
I did not, Detective Foster. I spoke to him afterwards after the TMZ incident.
So would it surprise you that Mr. Barbeau indicated that one mask was black and one mask was red?
I remember him saying one mask had red accents. I don't remember him saying it was fully red.
Okay, but Detective Foster was the one who took that statement, correct? So he would know better?
Him and Mr. Barbeau in the statement itself.
You would agree that these names also came up during the 911 calls?
Objection, Judge. Hearsay.
Australia doesn't exist.
Bite me.
If I was to show you a CAD report, would that refresh your recollection as to whether or not the names were mentioned during the 911 call?
Sure.
And the approach? I'm showing you the CAD report from the 911 call referencing page 7 of 7. But you can read as much as you'd like.
While we read it, can we go sidebar to that specific item that she's showing you?
Okay, so while they're doing that, a couple of things. Want to get chat's opinion on this?
We know he's good guy and he no longer can be here. In honor of his legacy, we're not rioting, guys. We're not shaming anybody, guys. We're just
I don't
humbling
understand how this
ourselves
is
before you. Yes, Lord.
not more offensive to the people of color than anything else.
Guys, because Satan takes the L today. Father, in Jesus' name, you get the victory. Father, we ask for forgiveness from our black brothers and sisters for years.
Like, I understand the idea behind it, and I can appreciate it. It's... Oh, hang on. That's a wife. Don't worry, we're not on camera, but they may hear you if you speak.
Microphone on mute.
Since Aiden isn't here, I was going to abstain from commenting on this one, but all those people are beta cucks, and that's stupid bullshit, and no, I can't appreciate what they're doing there.
There were tips coming into 911 in reference to the picture with the mask that I testified to.
Exactly, Jason.
You also met with
They don't owe them shit.
I wish Brian were here. That's really the regulars that I know that are of color are the ones that I really wanted to get the opinion of on that.
So you want to ask our token?
No, it's not that I'm asking the token, because we have more than one token, so they're not token anymore. They're just a minority.
Brian's my token, though.
What information did you learn about Mr. Clayton?
I don't feel guilty for
prompted you to speak with him? Objection.
the amount of melanin that's in my skin.
Mm.
When did you yourself meet with Mr.
I never will.
I have to, let me look at my report or the actual sworn statement we took of him. That would refresh my memory.
It's racism. It's just swung around, and it's the other way now.
It's page 15 of my report. I'm not sure if our page is.
Yeah, it says it was interviewed and the sworn statement was taken from me. Or by me, I'm sorry.
So do you recall speaking with him?
Yes, I remember the crux of what he told me. I just wasn't sure if it was I who took the statement or Foster.
And do you recall when you spoke with him, you in fact attempted to do some photo lineups with him?
Yes, myself or other law enforcement, yes.
Identify as a large flightless bird. My pronouns are suck it and Hayden.
And we're going to need to go sidebar out, I believe, specific items that Ms. Hill wants to address.
Okay, so for comparison, how do we feel about this one? The fuck's a featherless one?
Also stupid, and none of those girls are gonna sleep with you.
It's kind of pretty fucking obvious. Are those natives? No, that's just a bunch of women getting bowed to by a bunch of men. Apologizing for male oppression.
Male privilege.
Tagged you when I meant meat. Also, those guys needs their balls taken away. They don't deserve them.
Yep.
Sad fools debasing themselves for what? Those women won't sleep with them. Nope. Oh shit, are those men on the ground? Yes. Yes, that is a... This is like a... Like, it was some sort of... like... I want to say Coachella, but I know that's not accurate.
You know who
Like
those girls would sleep with?
anti-sexism rallying?
The Chad who walks in and kicks one of these guys in the nuts from behind. That's who the chicks would sleep with.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see the chick on the far left, this one. Hang on. Oh, shit. This one? She is so enjoying her moment in the spotlight.
Oh, yeah.
They're not men. Fuck off, Aiden. No, well, I get that, Barbara, but I'm asking how you would feel if men took a knee in front of you, not you taking a knee in front of them. So, yeah.
But you shouldn't take one knee. You should take two. You're going to be down there a while.
You want a pillow for your knees?
Oh, you're terrible.
Oh, yeah, because I'm the one that brought that up. Which one, Aussie? They're all on the far left. Scary thing is, I don't necessarily agree with that, because there's certain people that I know that would definitely consider them on the right, that I guarantee they would be standing there looking at those men.
No.
So, but anyway. Was privilege, racism, and grape are so overused that I fear we're doing a disservice to actual victims. Yeah, I do feel like it's gotten to that point. But anyway, I just wanted to share a point and say that, you know, I wasn't just bringing up that video about the whites bowing to the blacks because I was being racist or anything. It's literally something that has cropped up over the last couple of weeks where various people that are apologizing to people that perceive oppression are doing this whole thing. And it's sort of become a fad now, in my opinion, because it's a cool thing to do for you to find somebody that you need to apologize to and to bow down to them in, like... Could you imagine if you had to do that every time you pissed the wife off? Or could you imagine if your wife had to do that every time she spent something on a credit card? Like...
Now you're talking. No, so that chick in the brown and white on the left side of the picture.
Yeah.
She's the type that, you know, nightly takes a gallon of Tinder sauce to the face and then complains about not having a stable man. And, Yep.
Oh, I know, James. I gather that it was 2 years ago, but the point is that people are like bringing it up now and making it a thing, basically. And it's just, it's driving me nuts. I mean, honestly, some of the shit that keeps getting pulled and resurfaced. I mean, I've seen news articles and things that people are getting upset about now that are from 4 years ago or 5 years ago, from 2019, 2018. And it's just, people need a metaphorical cup of concrete and to harden the fuck up.
Everybody needs to grow some balls.
Mm-hmm. Delighted because they have these low testosterone submissive men bowing down to them. Real women don't need to break men down for an ego wank. Well fucking said.
If anybody in this chat ever did that, or on this panel, Ozzy, I would lose every bit of respect for them.
Okay, of the two of us, I'm not the one that would be kneeling down.
You think I'd be fucking kneeling down?
I reckon if you had to, you'd drink an oat milk latte.
No, fuck that.
Telling a guy to piss off after receiving a catcall is a rite of passage for a woman, not an insult. When did it become an insult? Oh, because don't you know, clutch your pearls at this, impish. You're not allowed to find a woman attractive and express it in a way they may find insensitive anymore. Good dear God, if I was walking down the street and a woman catcalled at me, I'd be ever so offended. And yes, the family's out of the house now, so I can be a little bit louder. No weak men who do that. They're unhappy with the women they date because the women act like men. That
If
doesn't
anybody ever
fucking
catcalled me, I would have a raging erection for days.
Exactly. What? The only thing I'm upset about from years ago is that Des caught that ball. Hashtag Team Cowboys. What about the oppression that happened to my family when they came here from Ireland, Wales, and Germany? None of them complained. They worked their asses off and fought for a better future. Abso-fucking-lutely. And progressive women wonder why men have no interest in them. Any objections?
Oh, they want me to be. Yeah.
I honestly wouldn't believe them because women have emotionally scarred me for life. Oh, Sovereign. I'm going to post you a little packet. I need you to tip it into a cup and add water to it. And sip liberally. Grew up on army bases. I catcall back. Hell yeah. Atta girl, bub. Oh, Mighty's in trouble.
Oh, shit, I will. I got a bad knee. Can I just sit down instead?
Exhibit L and Defense Exhibit M. Can you please look at these and let me know when you are finished?
Oh, the man bun can go to hell. Actually, did you see that there was a guy that got time in jail because he went around, he managed to cut off 8 man buns in a single day.
That's awesome.
Like, why would you do that to yourself? You are going to lose your hair from it anyway.
I'm showing you Exhibit L for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Oh, and look who's deigned to join us. How was your nap?
It was much needed. It was much needed.
Speaking of man buns.
It's down right now. It's not in a man bun. Oh, how we doing, boys?
7 pages.
Yeah, can't complain.
We're talking about soy boys and man buns.
I heard.
It better be concrete you're sending me and not dehydrated semen. Dude, it's me, not Mighty, okay? It's going to be concrete.
Evidence has been previously marked as Defense Exhibit L as defense.
Swapped it out with dehydrated semen.
Back to the duck sex thing. I do have a video, if you'd want to watch it.
Not on my channel, you don't.
Figured I'd throw the option out there.
And Detective
They're ducks. They're not humans.
It's educational.
Ducks are people too.
Do you recognize what this is?
I fell asleep on the couch and woke up because it's 76 degrees in my house.
2018. And does this composite of 7 pages accurately and fairly represent the photo lineup that was presented on June 20th?
Because it's like 20.
At this time, we move into evidence with the privacy mark defense exhibit N as defense 7.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
Subject to my previous objections.
It's like 25 degrees for you, Ozzy.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That
literally.
woke you up?
Yeah. I need it to be cold.
Okay.
It's got to be like 70.
Right now, I'm shaking in my little space boots.
Why are you wearing space boots?
That's not the question I thought you were going to ask me. I don't know how to answer that.
Do you recognize this? And you would agree that you yourself administered this photo lineup to Sherrod Clayton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the date?
It looks like it was 6/26/2018.
And as you just indicated, you would agree that Michael Boatwright is
So far, I wake up hot every day. It's a curse.
Did Sherrod Clayton make an identification?
That was good. I see what you did there. Minus 4 degrees. Where are you? Move.
Mystic, if he keeps waking up flaming, you might have to reconsider your options.
I'm showing you what's been entered as defense.
So God made me okay.
Same questioning, do you understood?
Yes, it's the photo line you just showed me. I'm putting a picture of Trayvon Newsome.
And in fact, you administered this photo lineup on June 25th, 2018.
Yes, I did.
And in fact,
How's this dude been on the stand all day?
I haven't even
Because
heard
they
anything.
spent more time at goddamn sidebars than they have questioning them.
on the top, is that correct?
Yes.
I could not tell you a thing this guy said.
And same questioning, this is a blow up of Trayvon Newsome, correct?
Yes.
My takeaways from today have been, could he have had a gun in his hand, be reaching for the necklace and be using his cell phone at the same time? No, because he doesn't have 3 arms. What's the average distance for a cell phone tower? About 1.5 miles. If it can't reach that one, it'll go to a backup one. Fine. And apparently now he's the one that administered a
And just to clarify,
lineup.
detective, you testified
You've learned a lot today.
No, not really.
That was at Dedrick Williams' house right before the homicide, correct?
I testified that that's what Mr. Williams told me.
And Sherrod Clayton was doing some landscaping.
I think he was cutting the lawn, but Mr. Williams asked him to babysit so he could run down the river.
So the individuals that arrived at Mr. Williams' house would have come into contact with Mr. Clayton, correct?
They would have been at the same location. I don't know if coming into contact is the way I would phrase it, but they were at the same location.
Detective, you spoke with many, or you investigated many different individuals during this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you yourself ever see?
Reedy, I almost burned down one house, and I'll never live that down.
Well, when it's yours, that tends to happen.
One house.
Yes, I may have spoken to him on scene, but I didn't take the state.
Did you ever have Mr. Kirk come back to the station?
Have you guys seen this one?
FJB.
Did you yourself ever do any photo lineups with Leonard Kirk?
I don't recall.
Man, the news headlines
Wrong
are
one.
just...
This is defense doing cross.
With Soldier Jojo? You never spoke
Sorry?
with Soldier Jojo?
The news is
The
going
news-
nuts.
It's just depressing as shit.
Other than you
Mm-hmm.
indicating that.
Like, the man previously convicted of beheaded dog faces possible life in prison. 7-year-old girl fights for her life after being stabbed in the Coach of the Year Hopkinsville basketball coach accused of drug trafficking. Referees empty gym after fight in Fulton Lenore City girls basketball district title game. What the hell is wrong with people?
The world's going to hell.
Oh.
But luckily, everyone here in chat gets to sit and watch us watch a murder trial. And we can keep everyone entertained.
Everyone off the street and off drugs.
Video games.
Or if you're going to be on drugs, share.
Eva, that's absolutely accurate.
I'm okay with that.
The dog killer should fry.
I'm okay with that.
They should let me be judge and I can just hit fry or not fry on everything. Like, that's the only choice.
Video games. I pulled it off Twitter, Barbara. I'll put it in Discord. I keep people from killing people. I don't know about that.
You would agree that Mr. Boatwright's DNA was not found on Mr. Onfroy's person, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Mr. Boatwright's DNA was not found on the necklace?
That is correct.
You would agree that Mr. Boatwright's DNA was not found in the BMW?
That is correct.
You would agree that Mr. Boatwright's fingerprints were not
Ooh,
found
this is good.
on the BMW?
That is correct.
You would agree his fingerprints were not found inside the BMW?
No, they were not.
College athlete wins $100,000 settlement after she refuses to kneel for national anthem.
Which national anthem?
The U.S. national anthem.
Oh, God damn it, you're on international stream, Val.
Fair, fair.
Plus, have you forgotten about the black national anthem? Jesus Christ, they played it at the Super Bowl, fucker.
That's not a thing.
I'm sorry, they what?
That's not a thing.
Breaking
It's
news.
called
They played the black national anthem at the Super Bowl.
I didn't watch the goddamn Super Bowl, okay?
It's called, like, Raise Every Voice or something. I don't know. But it's supposed to be a new thing.
However, there was one tip or information that you received that was
Black
very
national
specific
anthem.
to Mr. Newsom,
By
correct?
many.
And that was
Colloquially.
regarding money buried in his backyard?
It's ridiculous.
Right, Sovereign, that's what I was saying earlier. They fought so hard to, end segregation. Okay, now let's resegregate. What the fuck, man?
That's basically what they're doing.
Bring back Brown. That's going to be the next one. Brown versus education. I wasn't being racist. Well, kind of, but like overtly.
Depicting Trayvon Newsome. And what did the text
I can't wait for the first one to start screaming for Jim Crow again.
Kaiser, shut up, Kaiser.
So I saved it for if I don't catch life.
How you doing, buddy?
I be thinking I'm catch life, but I buried the bitch. I buried it at my house, and I get you pregnant. I stay out here, and soon gone have to dig up the money. I got like 8,000.
I mean, Kaiser, if you're bored, I can fix that.
But if I do 5 years, I'll be home before you know it. You straight with me turning myself in Sunday.
that text message,
He buried $8,000 in the yard?
What's that?
Apparently.
Was the impetus as to why you then obtained a search warrant to dig up his grandmother's body.
That is the basis for us obtaining a judge to authorize me to.
Did I find it? We could go play pirates in his backyard. Dig it up.
Turning myself in Sunday. Trayvon Newsome actually turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This text message, in terms of the time frame, was it within the time frame after the homicide? But
That's not racist, Indigo. That's not racist at all.
The text I just read was
The men claiming that it is are generally racist.
Wait, you obviously don't get the new rules. Racist means anything that a group of leftists doesn't like.
No, it's not because I'm Australian. It's because the wife put her foot down.
No comment. I like Mrs. Overlaw'd. No comment.
I'm really hoping to actually sit down and have her on the channel at some stage.
That'd be fun.
You said she's not watching, right?
No, she's at work now. You can say whatever you want.
So we can talk shit about her all we want.
Why would I genuinely like her. Why would I talk shit about her? 22 boomerang.
I was just clarifying.
It's not like a 22 would work against the spiders. You need at least a 50 for that.
Yeah.
Mystic, I don't want to put that up because I don't want to know.
But now you know.
So, apparently you kneeled and she got behind.
Okay, yeah, whatever. Give it a go once.
International Women's Day.
Oh, Flux, that's a good idea.
Spouse appreciation stream for all their spouses to put up with their streaming.
That's not a bad
I actually
idea.
really like that idea, Flux. That's a good idea.
I'll do like a joint stream together.
I'm a lawyer, and bitch, what do you expect? Oh, I know what you meant, Mystic. I know what you meant. Jeff can bring the dogs. Oh.
No comment again.
Someone tell me when Kaiser gets back, by the way. I have no idea how long 300 seconds is.
You timed out Kaiser?
Oh, he said he was bored.
I didn't even notice. I was looking at the StreamYard chat. That's awesome.
What did he say? I'm here less than 2 minutes. I'm already bored. Okay,
Yeah.
see ya. I'm so mean to him. I need to be nicer to the Kaiser. Next thing you know, we'll be marching across Europe.
Again.
I come for the juice.
I come for the pineapples.
Part of me is genuinely worried for Steve last night. Just a little bit.
Steve, why?
Oh, you weren't there when he got there, were you?
Maybe not.
He saw everybody's hats and helmets and stuff and pulled one out himself?
Oh,
Okay.
Ozzy, let me show you something.
Oh, okay. I can gather where this is going.
Yeah. I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, I know Steve was on a train ex-goer.
No, he didn't. He wasn't drinking last night, Eva. He's got grown-up things he had to do.
Wait, did somebody send it to him?
No, Kaiser's back.
Oh.
I'll behave now. I just wanted to know who the guy with the toad neck on screen is. This is a detective. I have not got any clue what his name is because I haven't been paying that much attention. He legitimately has a thicker neck than his face. Sorry?
Detective like Crucio or something weird like that.
Oh, Crucius or some shit like that. That's right.
It's Dickhead. He's a detective, and his head looks like a...
Complete with patchy pubes from a teenager.
Megan Fox thumbs.
Mr. Newsome.
Not the reporter, the actress.
When?
July 29th, 2018.
Dr. Robotnik from Sonic. That works too.
Oh, that's pretty good. Actually, that's pretty good.
Yes.
And in fact, when
did Mr. Newsom actually turn himself in?
August 7th, according to my report. So it was
Okay.
within a week.
Consistent with what that message says.
Yes.
By way of amends, Kaiser, you'll notice you now have a wrench as well.
Whether or not you knew if
Ooh, Kaiser with a blue wrench.
Trayvon Newsome is holding in the state's exhibit, if you had any idea whether his co-defendants handed it to him or gave it to him, I think was some phraseology of the question, and then took that picture.
Yes, I remember asking that question.
Okay, and equally, you don't know if the money just.
That's a damn good question, actually.
Stealing it from the victim after.
Right.
The money stolen,
Okay, so equally.
There you go, Ozzy. It's in your Discord.
Oh my god. Where did he pull that from?
It was next
I
to.
don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It was in his office somewhere.
He just had that lying around.
Yeah, his like grandpa brought it back or something.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's really neat. It's a really cool thing to have.
Yeah, so as long as he doesn't start wearing it around and marching in a goose step.
Definitely took on a accent for a little bit.
This is assigned to a unit that specializes in serving these warrants for us, and they go through past addresses, make contact with family members, looking for Mr. Newsome. If they have a phone number, they try to crack a phone. But they do various things to try to execute the warrant. We have 10 days to execute a DNA search warrant.
Okay, so for that time frame, that 10 days.
See that when Biden went to Ukraine,
And during that 10
they
days.
had a marker on the ground for where he had to stand for photos,
During that.
but he couldn't even step on it because it's in the photos.
Law enforcement had any contact with him.
He missed the mark.
Okay, and when the attempts were made to find Mr. Newsome, for example, when they go to Mr. Newsome's grandmother's house, they do leave a card, a business card, requesting for Mr. Newsome or anybody with information to contact him, correct? Where else did they search for Mr. Newsome?
Any past address.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't step on the mark, so they missed.
Reports.
Okay.
They could, or any information as to where he could.
Okay, and were those locations also searched?
They were made contact with. The term search, they made contact at the door and somebody said, he's not here, he can't come in, we didn't search.
Okay, understood. So contact was made and was Mr. Newsome's image released?
Well, I found that way faster than I was planning on finding it. Pretty accurate.
Can you hear that when I do that?
Didn't hear anything.
Did not present himself, and you received no information about his whereabouts, correct?
First contact I had was Mr. Reyes.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Rubbing my beard on the mic.
And you made a distinction
Really?
that you asked.
You trying for some ASMR?
Barry asked you if he voluntarily gave his DNA. You had already had the search warrant. At that point, your intent was to execute it for certain.
So, for a voluntary kind of wasn't appropriate.
So when the language of search warrant, is a copy of the search warrant given?
This is going to end badly for me. I already know it.
Mr. Newsome and his attorney at that time?
We're gonna kneel to anybody who's not our skin color or
Okay, so
gender.
as far as you know, they were aware that force could be used to obtain this DNA. Because it was in the search warrant.
It was, after he had surrendered himself, I explained to him.
Don't mute me, bastard.
That's great.
Okay, and so after this
Wait,
search
what?
warrant, which has this very strongly worded language, which is issued by a judge, that's when it was
Because they're large.
said,
Fat
okay,
chicks.
you're allowed to take my
It's a
data.
fat joke.
Oh.
And that's
Tess
why
Holiday,
you
Lizzo.
Yes.
Whoopi Goldberg.
The downside is they do have bright pink or blue hair, so they're going to draw attention.
What the fuck?
The longer I look at that, the less sure I am. of
Wait, one more
the
time.
number of
One more
people.
time. I have so many questions. Holy fuck, one more time. What the? What is it?
Who's got the better beard? That or the witness?
We're able to confirm
Oh shit, that's a good one.
on June 18th.
What the fuck?
Okay. You're able to confirm that Drake is at least a 6'1", light-skinned black male, correct? Okay. Medium build. You agree?
Medium to muscular.
When you're doing that pull, do your chest too as a third option.
That was confirmed in your investigation.
What? I need to do a poll?
6'1", light-skinned.
Who has the better
Is that
beard?
not what you're doing? What are you typing?
Oh, that's
I'm
me.
not typing. That's
That's me.
Oh.
Now, you've been in homicide for 27 and counting years, right?
Yes.
Have you ever investigated homicides where there was a murder for hire type of plot?
A few times.
Okay. Now, with respect to that, there would be evidence in your training experience that the person who quote unquote orders the hit between the person who orders the hit and then the person who actually commits the homicide. There would be evidence of the person who orders the
I always
hit
heard
and
Diddy
the
did
person
it.
who actually commits the homicide, correct?
Isn't everything always that Diddy did it?
Make the arrangements and
Wasn't he supposedly responsible for the
Is there any
Tupac?
evidence in any of your
That's what I'm saying. Diddy did it.
that number one, Drake committed this homicide himself and was in Broward County on 6/18 of 2018.
No.
Some communication
Just
whatsoever
no.
with any of the folks that somehow
That's funny though.
this homicide.
That's funny though.
Is there any evidence?
Shut up,
whatsoever,
Kaiser. Can somebody... I can mute him, can I?
Not anymore. He's a mod now.
Oh, fuck.
or cell phone record?
That's the most important part about being a mod. You get immunity from Mighty.
Or any of the cell phone records that- or any
There are
numbers
so many
that
green
you
names
see.
that don't, though.
True that.
Oh, hang on. Mod.
What do you need in order to obtain a search warrant?
I have to have some.
Why'd you time out Impish?
Verifiable source.
What the fuck, dude? What'd she even say?
She's the first one I saw that wouldn't completely not make sense.
He's not anymore impish. Leany. Apologies. Drake made an application to the court to have it set aside, and he was successful. So this guy's keeps banging on about Drake. He ain't coming
You have
back.
any good faith belief to even ask Drake for consent to look at his.
Oh, he doesn't have to come in for a depo?
No tie-in at all to this crime.
What the fuck? I can't even bring her back. What did you...
You can't bring him back.
Need a
You just
shred
gotta
of
wait
Can't bring him
5
back.
minutes.
She's gotta wait 5 minutes. She'll be fine. I'll get yelled at for it later. It'll be fine.
Impish will be okay. She's a good trooper. She's a good sport.
Yeah, well, what gives me the annoyance is that I don't know if this is... Oh, hang on. Oh, I know. I'll just give Mystic a wrench.
And when you're saying that regarding the nexus, I reviewed search warrants.
Give Mystic a wrench and take Mighty's away.
You need a nexus between the crime and the
Right
thing
in the
that you're trying to
nads.
search. And when you're the nexus being the connection that
Actually, to be fair, I don't know why Flux doesn't have a wrench yet. I should probably
was
get a
there
wrench
any
doing that
nexus
too.
between Drake and this homicide?
Just
Yeah,
like
what the
that,
hell?
we get into.
Dedrick Williams. How about Drake and co-defendant Trayvon Newsome?
No.
How about Drake and co-defendant Michael Boatwright? Drake and co-defendant Robert
Fuck
Allen?
you, just done.
Am I going or Mr.
No,
Allen,
I haven't got a
daughter,
message yet.
who's now deceased? Did you see any?
I haven't even got a Discord message yet. She doesn't even know.
You weren't aware of what or who Migos is?
No, I remember seeing a video of some kind of altercation.
Marvel says Robert Downey Jr. is reportedly no longer on the table to return as Iron Man.
Oh, fuck off.
What'd you just say?
That was the one thing. That's the one thing that kept me going.
That no more RDJ as Iron Man.
Yeah, no, I think he said that before.
Yeah, no, they were in negotiations to potentially bring him back after Ironheart, but
The connection or
now I'm
lack
annoyed.
thereof would be a more appropriate way to ask. The lack of connection between Migos and this homicide. Did you find any?
No. Again, when I look at the phone records, I'm looking for connection to.
I don't know who that is.
He wrote awesome children's books. James and the Giant Peach, the BFG, Big Friendly Giant. He wrote a bunch of books,
Mr. Padilla also asked you
like
about
preteen, teenager era.
Antonio King, aka
Matilda.
600 Reasons. Was there any? That particular group. How about top
Willy
five?
Wonka.
Now, in order for you to search Mr. Leonard Kerr's cell phone, does that same standard that I was asking you in terms of obtaining a search warrant, for example, for Drake apply to Leonard Kerr?
Yes.
Any individual in the United States, correct, that has that constitutional right, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to, based on any evidence that you saw, obtain for a search warrant? Is there any evidence that you could put in a warrant to ask for that?
Not in 2018 and not now. Not that I'm aware of.
What, if any, evidence did you have other than Mr. Kerr simply was physically present with
yes, but make sure you're not buying the current run.
during the time that
Yeah, you gotta find the old
ones
ones.
that predate 2023 and 2022.
that Mr. Kerr was quote unquote connected to or
Are they woke?
That's why they're being reprinted.
Oh, you missed it. I covered it the other day. They're going back and whitewashing a bunch of shit out of the books. You're no longer allowed to call someone fat. They are now enormous. They talked about the witch wearing the wig in The Witches, and they've inserted a line saying, but there are plenty of other reasons why a woman may be wearing a wig, as opposed to the fact that she's a witch. Yeah, I know it's a given, obviously, Kaiser, but some people in chat may not know.
Yeah, like I didn't know because I don't pay attention to Ozzy.
He gone.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something?
I didn't hear it.
I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't hear a thing.
Fucking smart ass. Alright, let's have a look. eBay.com.au.
Wait, did you say that you didn't hear me? I said I don't pay attention to Ozzy.
you are able to make a connection with the person who may have worked
Well, I heard that one.
still also arrest the gunman, correct?
That's crazy.
Still
Huh.
arrest the gunman, correct?
Anybody who has
Marxism.
part who
Mm-hmm.
murder, gunman,
Fuck you!
blocked the vehicle, they all had an
It's been a
active
while.
part.
It has been a while.
He would be charged.
I figured I should dust off the old chestnut.
And so even
It's a good one.
in your investigation, because you were asked
Dust
a
off
lot
your
about
chestnut.
say if Drake or some other entity was involved.
That was a racist slur.
No, it
How would
wasn't.
that affect your decision
It was a
in
gay
terms
slur,
of
if anything.
These three co-defendants that are on trial.
It's a trap.
The active party participated.
You should have asked me that story last night. I probably would have told it.
I don't need to know about your times with traps, okay?
Did you have any evidence that
Yeah.
the bank teller had any involvement other than she was at work and dispensed money to?
Yeah, I'd rather be a little fat than absolutely enormous any day of the week.
What about any evidence in terms of responsibility for this crime on behalf of Mr. Rayleigh?
Mostly because I am a little fat and not enormous, and I'd like to keep it that way.
What was that evidence?
On the
I'll be right back.
full hard drive, you see Mr. Greeley leaving his vehicle before the murder occurs, and it's no longer even that.
Oh, you can get a hardcover collection of the whole the Roald Dahl books.
Really?
$22.
How many books? Where are you at on Amazon? Sure, send me the link, would you?
Oh, it's eBay Australia.
Oh, I'm not going to be able to get that.
Yeah, no.
During Miss Hill's questioning for on behalf of Mr.
10 out of the
Boatwright,
14 books in
she
hard
asked you about
copy.
state
But
63,
That's awesome.
which is the cell phone of Mr. Boatwright. And I believe there were some extensive questions that she asked you about the packaging that it contained, or that the phone was in, correct? And whether or not it had any information regarding the date, the crime, and suspect. Now, some of that information is typewritten, correct?
Well, that's just the envelope. There's an
I'm not
evidence
fat, I'm
receipt
fluffy.
that goes with it on top of that, so, you know,
I'm not
you'll
fat,
partially
fur,
just put it
poofy.
Okay, and so the other information regarding the name of the defendant, that is typewritten and it's on a sticker that's affixed to it, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so it does identify the suspect.
yes,
It does identify the type of phone.
yes.
And when you pull up the case number, for example, that's on there with DFU 2022-0531, does it also relate back, does that information also relate back to the suspect, the victim's name, all that identifying information?
Yeah, not only those stickers, but the evidence receipt that is attached to that envelope when it goes to evidence.
Okay.
Damn!
The fact that an officer, whether it's Detective Fox or any officer, didn't
There's
handwrite
6 now.
in, that doesn't
Oh, is
make
it?
back
I've
Yeah.
watched his latest show.
on there anyway,
I
correct?
think, if I remember correctly, the 6th one is, whoa! If I remember correctly, that's what it is.
God, I hope he comes back to Australia soon.
He's funny.
I missed him by 2 days the last time he was here.
Oh, that sucks.
And that's DSO's case number that also relates back to all of your reports, correct? Including Detective Foster?
Yes,
And it also identifies whose cell phone it is, correct?
that is correct.
You know what I'm pretty sure that wrist tattoo is?
What's that?
And I could be way wrong, but I think it's the thin blue line.
Oh.
I think
Could
that's
well
what
be,
it's supposed
actually.
to. I think that's what it's supposed to be.
You were shown state's composite 8 during Ms. Hill's questioning. And specifically, she showed you 5 of 5.
Yes.
Let me
Yeah, it would be too. It's pretty damn. Yeah. Okay.
Or the footer. Okay. So 5 of 5, which depicts previously.
I tell you what, some people came up with some killer tattoos for that though.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I believe she asked about 5 of 5 about where that picture was taken.
Yeah, I'd actually have to look at the photographs we took of Mr. Allen's house when we did the search warrant on it to see if the background is his house.
Okay, but rather than you being able to eyeball it and make that comparison, each photograph, it has metadata, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar that metadata gives you the coordinates of where a particular photograph is taken.
Yes. No, I am aware of that, yes.
With all due respect to your location information, you agree that metadata would be the best evidence as far as where a particular picture is taken, as opposed to if you can identify certain things in the background, correct?
Do they just not teach how to pronounce the word particular?
Yeah, that's why we put all that stuff in evidence.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay.
Same with 2 of 5. Rather than trying to identify a very generic brown couch in the background, you'd agree that there's metadata that's also associated with 2 of 5, and that would be the best evidence as to where that photograph was
It's
taken,
not
correct?
good.
Absolutely.
Nope.
Same with 3 of 5. Whether or not it was taken in a car or whatever, there would be metadata associated with 3 of 5 that Ms. Hill also asked about. From Mr.
It would give a location. I don't know if any information would tell me if it was in the front lawn or in a car.
Okay, but that was also obtained from Mr. Boatwright's phone, and that would be better evidence than trying to eyeball what's in the background or if it was taken in a car.
Absolutely.
He really hates this.
Oh yeah, he does not want to be there.
Ms. Hill asked about Ronald Boatwright.
Yes.
Did you find any pictures of Ronald Boatwright immediately after the homicide flashing thousands of dollars?
No.
Did you find any pictures of Ronald Boat or any video of Ronald Boatwright immediately after the homicide, grinning with his co-defendant?
That's good, so do we. Thank you, Sovereign Bozeman. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
Thousands of dollars. Did anybody even identify Ronald Boatwright as being involved in this crime?
No, they did not.
No, I was being a smartass. Relax. Speaking of which, guys, let's take this opportunity. If you have not already, please remember to like and subscribe. That was terrible.
Refresh your recollection with what's called a
It didn't flow very well.
No, I lost my mojo because I was supposed to just say like the stream and then, you know, double check if you subscribed or not.
Communication section.
Well, that was better. That would have been a better flow.
Via phone
Yeah.
calls from the time of the first 911 call through, you know, the process. Not the entire case, because sometimes the case goes on for months and months and months, but in that initial day.
Okay, so any communication coming in from the outside to Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
Any communication between law enforcement, say dispatch from a 911 operator?
He called you the Eiffel Tower?
All of that's contained on the report.
I can honestly say I have not. I've not been to a Jimmy Carr show. That also is on my bucket list.
He's pretty funny.
He's funny though. I'd go.
Okay, were there any calls
Oh, absolutely.
contemporaneous with the event, meaning
Oh,
notifying
who's
law
that
enforcement that
Aussie stand-up comic?
contemporaneous with the event
Which
at
one?
that time, stating that
There's more than one?
soldier kid or soldier girl
There's
There's a
only
few
one
good Aussie
Hayden.
comics.
Don't buy.
at the homicide.
Well, the funny thing is I could rattle off a few names and I guarantee you wouldn't know who they were. But
It
they're
starts
absolutely
with
hilarious
the.
comics.
I think it starts with double J. It's like
Okay, so the
Jared Johnson or something like that. That's not his name, but
Quita?
911 call.
who?
It was essentially
Jaquita?
a
No,
tip
that's
that
not
was
it.
coming in.
Oh.
And what time did that tip come in?
I'd have to look at it.
John Jeffries?
Hours later.
That's the guy.
There you go. Sovereign got it.
Thank you, Sovereign.
Okay, so when speculation was rampant that there were other people involved, that's when this tip.
Is it John Jeffries or is it Jim?
Yes.
Was anybody even dispatched? There was no
I think it's Jim,
emergency
actually.
at that
Jim
time. Was
Jeffries.
anybody even, when I say anybody, first responders dispatched based on this tip?
It is Jim.
There's nowhere to be dispatched to.
We got there in the end.
Just, people call.
His last name's Nugent.
This CAD report was so generic, you couldn't even be dispatched to where the location was allegedly of these people. No further questions.
Thank you.
I bet this is bullshit.
There's no nexus between Drake and this crime, correct?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Told you it was gonna be bullshit.
So then your definition of nexus is not enough for a search warrant, or just no nexus?
No, a nexus is a term referred to that we use to get search warrants. So, again, when I present facts, I have to have a basis of why I'm going to go in front of a judge. And anonymous information is not a nexus to get a search warrant.
Okay. But the definition of a nexus is broader than just.
A nexus is a sufficient connection. There is literally. Hang on. You know what? I'm getting my fucking legal dictionary. This guy's pissing me off.
Nexus is what I need to get a search warrant. Yours could be what the Webster's dictionary version is. Mine is what I need to get a search warrant.
But there was sufficient nexus for you to confirm that you
Uh-oh, watch out. Aiden's getting a dictionary.
June 18th of 2018, right?
I believe Walt Foster actually confirmed that. Yes.
Also, it wasn't you?
I was part of the team.
So please explain to this jury when and how you confirmed that Drake wasn't in South Florida June 18th of 2018.
I think they determined on social media where he was at. But
Okay. Because this guy's really fucked me off now.
Before
Nexus.
you get into that, Flux, look at Flux's comment, please, and then go for it.
One day I want to stream with you guys. Flux, you only ever have to ask. I'll flick your link now if you want. It's just that I think we've only got like 15, 20 minutes left of this. But yeah, absolutely. More than happy for you to. Bring Drake in. Now, a nexus, a link or connection, especially a causal connection or relation of interdependence. The nexus, oh, you guys aren't going to give a shit about the Constitution. Point is, he's saying there is not a sufficient link for them to get a warrant for Drake. It's pretty fucking straightforward to say that. Like, for fuck's sake.
I didn't do it, so you'd have to ask.
Okay, so what we're telling the jury is that the way that Broward County.
Oh, of course, you're at work. Right, fair enough.
Drake was looking through his Instagram and Facebook.
I'm telling you, there was no search warrant obtained for anything to do with Drake. If it was a public setting type thing on social media, that's the way it was done. There was no nexus to obtain a search warrant for Drake's social media.
Give her a wrench. Weren't you gonna give her a wrench?
Oh yeah, cheers.
That Drake was not in South Florida in June 18th of 2018. Are you telling this jury that that confirmation was simply somebody in BSO looking at Instagram and Facebook?
That's the way I heard.
Okay. Do you know when they did that? Was it contemporaneously or was it years later?
I don't think it's we were getting the tips in those first weeks. It would have been years later. But it definitely wasn't years later.
Right, but we wouldn't know that because it's nowhere in your report, right?
I didn't particularly do it, so it wouldn't be in my report.
Do you know if it's in anybody's report?
I'd have to look at all the different reports. I don't have Detective Foster's report. If you have it already.
Objection, speculation.
So you remembered enough to answer Mrs. Shields' question when she asked you. So you
I think Marty's right. I think they're letting him go because he sounds like a nut job.
I would.
South Florida, June 18th of 2018, right?
How hard can you push the Drake aspect when the detective's going, there was no connection? There was no connection.
Let me tell you something. Meaty's always right.
Make sure that.
I don't know about
he's really
always,
not
bro.
right anyway.
Let's not get carried away now.
Yeah.
On any case,
Evil and Meaty's not right. He was just slightly wrong, but he's still right.
Folks have identified witnesses. None of those numbers came back to any of the names you mentioned.
But how would you know if you don't have the numbers associated with those people?
I do have them because I take those numbers on the phone call.
The detective's getting frustrated now too.
They tell me who the subscribers are.
Well, when I already asked you whether or not you had Drake's cell phone or other people's cell phones. So if you don't have their cell phone, how can you look at the cell phone number and know?
You're not listening. I take a number, 9999999. I take it off the phone call history. I put
It sounded awful German.
Tell them 9999999 in the subscriber register. And none of those numbers that are on these gentlemen's call histories or phone numbers come back to any of the
9999999.
I obtain the numbers from the call records or the call history, and then I go to the system to find out who owns those numbers. And that's how we identify witnesses. And
But you're testifying that the numbers that you're using are just numbers from the day of the crime or a day prior?
it's usually, I go back a few days in either direction. In some of these defendants' cases, I did them for much afterwards because we were trying to find them, these guys. So we're using those numbers from their call history to go to locations to try to find the people that we have active DNA search warrants for, different locations, different people they're in contact with. So,
And it's your testimony that you cared enough to do the steps that you just outlined. However, it didn't come out in the report anywhere, correct?
what didn't come out of my report? It certainly did.
No, the fact that you look for these rappers, let's say Drake, and you check the cell phone like you described, is nowhere in your report.
You're mischaracterizing what I said. I said I identified the numbers on the call history and the phone numbers, and none of them came back to them for these people you're mentioning. I didn't specifically look for those numbers. I identified the numbers to identify who the people were that they were communicating with before the
Hey, you're
murder.
not listening, you piece of shit. That's what he just said to him.
And you would agree that in this case, and in many cases, there's going to be numbers you can't identify, correct?
Nowadays, there's phone numbers that come back to apps that are more difficult, but once again, to get legal service, you have to have a nexus to get the caller.
9999999. There was unidentified numbers that still to this day are unidentified, correct?
I only can remember one in particular on Mr. Boatwright's phone.
Outstanding.
A Google number that was not identified. I don't remember any other one.
So a Google number was not identified. Joe?
I couldn't tell you in this case. I'm just talking about on a general case. I will go back, depending on what the crime is, I will go back a couple days previous, a couple days after. This one was most likely.
Oh, he still hasn't found his knife, has he?
Not that we know of.
Not, there is as much link to Steve's knife to this case as there is to Drake.
That's 100% true. 100% true.
Mr. Shields asked you.
Probably more to the knife, if we're being honest.
You're aware that they don't want to have numbers.
You keep the cover on that fucking thing.
Okay.
So, and you don't know anything about them.
My bad.
No, I have yet to double check the exact wording of the March update for the creator content rules.
All good.
Where he mentioned it, and I couldn't hear clearly. But
I got plenty of stuff I can fidget with.
So from that conversation in 2018 to today, you never heard the word.
That was like a reverse snort because I pushed the air out instead of snorting it in. They killed the audio.
I think he just walked away from the mic. I think he's done. Oh no, somebody said sidebar.
Yeah, no, I completely lost all audio in my left ear, so I'm assuming that it was set to stereo and one of the mics has gone out or something. Oh, at least this poor bastard's off the stand now, and it's 10 to 5. I highly suspect that this is where we're going.
Probably. They're not going to call another
Rabbit,
witness.
At this point, that's my understanding, is that content creators are no longer going to be allowed to show at least firearms. I'm unsure whether or not it specifically includes knives, swords, and various other paraphernalia. I'm going to be double checking on that.
I thought when I saw it, it was saying that you couldn't like show how they worked or how to modify them or that kind of stuff. But I didn't look that closely into it.
Then you're fucking awesome, Rambo.
You know they make ballistic knives?
Yes. Yep. I've seen them because I think my dad used to have one for when he went scuba diving up in Darwin with the crocodiles and the sharks.
I can't imagine that was legal in Australia.
Yeah, no, it is.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Guns are about the only thing that are that overly regulated. If you're over the age of 18, knives, fucking pretty much anything else. I mean, yes, there's an overall thing for not having anything as a particular weapon, but that's more for like walking down the street with a baseball bat sort of thing. Like, and deliberately using it to commit damage and stuff like that. So, I want to know what's in that squirt bottle.
If Lon Cuck's logo wasn't there, we'd probably at least see what color it was.
I know, right?
That's good.
Oh yes, there you go, Impish. Congratulations. Just put animals in potato sacks and throw them at people. Perfect Australian animal weapon. Fuck everything. I quit.
Oh,
words,
Eva.
Words hard. Words hard. Aussie.
I can't word today. Aw, thank you for the super sticker, Xcoma. Very much appreciate that for the Norwegian krona.
I think that's how you say it.
Yeah. I love that Impish rolled him and he wasn't even there to hear it. Oh, fuck. I don't understand why he's still on the stand. Yes, the judge. The only thing the judge has not done, and the judge should have done this before they went to the sidebar.
Dismiss the
Because
witness.
they've already. Yes, they've already done redirect. They've already done redirect of the redirect, and no one's got any further questions. He should have been dismissed off the stand before.
Makes me wonder what they're arguing about in sidebar.
It kind of does. He's still got that goddamn big ass neck though.
He might have something like actually wrong with him. He might have like a
He
glandular
may well
issue.
do. But I'm not getting this out of my face, okay? I'm not getting that out of my head anytime soon, okay?
Oh, that's great.
There has been a lot of waiting flux.
A whole lot. A whole lot. Better looking.
Might help some people. You're right, that is definitely a thin blue line tat.
I think that's what it is.
Because it's near identical to some of the other ones you get when you search for thin blue line tattoo on Google. Oh. He still looks like a penis. Better hurry up with his sidebar. I'm afraid Detective Toad might croak.
He's pretty fidgety too. I wonder if he's a smoker.
Could well be. Either that or he might have gotten into the stash of other things that are in the police lockup.
Oh. Allegedly.
Oh, yes, allegedly. I'm in no way casting aspersions. I'm just saying.
I'm like aspersions.
Thin blue line, aka gang member.
You can't be in a gang if you're in the controlling party. Who's gonna say that Thin Blue Line's a gang? Cops? That ain't gonna happen.
That's a good point, actually.
Mm-hmm. Biggest gang on the planet is the U.S. Army. Changed my mind.
Humming Rage Against the Machine in his head. Someone timed me out right away during the Depp trial, and I only said hi. Karma's a bitch. He got yeeted off YouTube a few months later. A few months ago.
Outstanding.
Well, yeah. Oh, I guarantee he's holding back some rage. Goiter caused by iodine deficiency? I have no idea what the hell a goiter is. What's a goiter?
Big lump.
Without sounding like racist or stereotypical, I thought that was just a Jewish word.
The goiter!
Oh! Regular growth of the thyroid gland. The thyroid is a butterfly-shaped gland located at the base of the neck below the Adam's apple. Oh, yeah, that could easily be it.
Could be. That's funny. I was just talking about iodine deficiency the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Actually, that
Shit.
might be exactly what's going on.
Yeah, now I feel bad.
I've said worse. They're actually finding a lot more Americans are developing iodine deficiencies.
That doesn't surprise me.
Everybody's
do you guys
going,
add it to your water over there or not?
No, we get it mostly in our salt through iodized salt. But there's been a big push lately to go with like artisanal salts, like Himalayan salts and sea salts, and they're not iodized. So it's becoming an issue.
Yeah, that'll be an issue. Maybe his neck fans out like a poisonous lizard when he attacks. I just want to open the damn image. I don't want to open the new... Open image in new chat tab. That's what I want. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that could well be what it is. In which case, Officer Goiter, I wholeheartedly and unreservedly apologize.
First of all,
That
he's
you
a
look like a penis.
detective. He's a detective, not an officer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Detective Goiter.
There you go.
I unreservedly I unreservedly apologize for the fact that you look like a penis.
Dick
With some
Goiter.
peach fuzz.
Dick Goiter, because you call him detectives dicks, so he's Dick Goiter.
Detective in charge, right, Dick?
That's the other thing that I was thinking, Jason.
That could
Also,
be.
can you guys stop changing your fucking icons? Got iodine poisoning a couple of years ago. Jesus Christ, that was not fun. Only time I've ever had to go to the ER. Isn't it scary that you can gumshoe goiter?
Gumshoe goiter.
Dun, 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 dun. Inspector Goiter.
Dun, 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 dun. Go gadget facial hair.
See, leading back to Friends again. Inspect her gadget. When Phoebe's sister does porn.
Outstanding.
Comes with attachments.
I'm gonna have to rewatch that episode.
For real though, he just has a fat neck. You can see the neck flab on the back of his collar. Yeah, no, see when that looks like there's bulge. Hang on. I'm on the wrong
Yeah,
page.
he might have a little goiter on the right side. His right side, our left side.
When he went down like this, it sort of puffed out and it was like it was round as opposed to being fat.
Yeah, it doesn't quite fit right.
God damn, they're still questioning him.
That number was 941-623-7364. Is that correct?
Yes.
Whose phone was that?
Drake's.
Female was Latoya Adams.
She is not testified in this case. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of it.
That's Nick Fat. Watch your shirt collar.
These texts were from her phone number?
No, they were actually to her phone.
To her phone. Okay, and the person that owned the phone that made these text messages, who had it?
So did I, dog mama. So did I.
Subscriber in front of me. I don't have that right.
You would have checked that out, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, we did a workup on the number.
You can't testify to this jury today that who had that phone?
I'd have to pull the box
certainly wasn't Trayvon Newsome's phone, correct?
It was not the phone number, the first phone number that we had for him, no.
And you never did get that phone.
Yeah, Wayne, we've pumped it up as high as we can.
Correct?
I've actually got 2 different volume boosters on.
And you can't produce this phone today.
The actual phone? No, I've never been able to find this particular phone here. But we did do a workup on the phone.
You've seen this text message yourself.
Oh, I've seen.
Well, we're going to try and find that before we go.
Yeah.
Between Mr. Newsome and this particular Latoya Evans.
Well, again, how do you know that's Mr. Newsome, not someone pretending to be Mr. Newsome?
What are you looking for?
Testified to what is on it.
Apparently, a homeless lady stole a firefighter pickup truck, and they've released the body cam footage of her arrest.
Latoya Evans that are consistent with Mr. Newsome. But did I actually see him text the number? No.
Right. So someone purporting to be Mr. Newsome attaches his picture and sends these extremely incriminating text messages to a third party, Miss Latoya Evans, correct?
Not only these texts, but other texts.
Okay. And the one that you've talked about here.
That face is the last thing an empanada sees.
Yes.
And that's why you searched the whole backyard of the Newsome residence and dug it up to try and find this, correct?
That was the basis for obtaining the search warrant, but this is the only text I was questioned about. Correct.
And you found no money buried in the backyard.
No, you're not.
And the message reports the state that he's going to turn himself in on Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
Not turn himself in on Sunday.
No, I don't remember what day of the week the.
It was a weekday though, wasn't it?
I would believe so. I don't think it was a weekend.
Just let the man fucking answer.
All right, thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Since it's your witness, last opportunity for other than your subject recall.
Just subject to recall. Yeah, just subject to recall.
All right.
Hey, Stingy.
Detective, you are.
Later, Stingy.
Subject to recall of not special testimony of any other witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I thought you said he was leaving.
I don't know. He dropped the video in the Discord, and I said thank you.
My bad.
Someone's shackles are flapping around. Ma'am. At least he's
Sorry,
respectful
work
to the other
release.
sheriffs. Let me guess. She's under the desk, and she's from the ladies' prison near your place.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let's go with ladies' prison. That sounds much better.
Oh, I was gonna. Never mind.
Well, there you have it, peeps. Court will be back at 10:30 tomorrow, which means I will probably start streaming at 10:27 tomorrow. We're not going to quite end the stream just yet because, as it turns out, we've got a couple of fun things to have a look at. So, all right. Now, I'm going to try and be careful with the audio. People, I'm giving you an audio warning because I have no idea how this is going to, whether or not this is going to be loud or not. Okay?
Translation, it's going to be loud as fuck.
It starts with a police siren, so just guard your ears, okay?
I'm just gonna preemptively turn this down a little.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Don't move! Don't move! Get her, get her, get her. Right now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get her leg! Get her leg! Come
That seems like an awful lot of force for someone that's clearly unarmed and... Police squad, in color. I see what you mean about
Stop
the trains.
resisting! Stop resisting! Let go, let go. Just give us your other arm. Give us your other arm. Give us your arm. Give us your other arm. Hang on. I got my cuffs. I got my cuffs. Get the wrist. Get the wrist.
She's got a French manicure. You sure this chick's homeless?
Not now, I'm not. Chosen One's saying she has a home now. Gents, initial reactions?
I'm just confused. I'm
As am
confused
I.
why there's 30 cops. I'm confused what's going on exactly. They didn't whip her ass or anything though, so
There's got to be more to it. Like, that's the other thing I hate about videos like this.
Right.
Is there's got to be something before this.
Hang on.
was this like a 3-hour police chase? Is that why there's so many damn cops there?
Right. Because if you're going to beat her ass, you're not going to bring 90 cops. Because then there's too many reports written.
That is true. Since you got any further details on this one for me, just so I can actually look it up properly? Because typing in stolen fire truck comes up with quite a few things in the US.
99% of them are in Florida.
Syracuse, Madison Heights, Canada?
Why did you say Canada?
Oh, because one of them was in Canada.
Oh. Stingy just put the story in Discord.
Lovely. Thank you, Stingy. Alright, so we'll start with this and then we can go back to the video. Woman steals a Choctaw fire truck. Police chase ensues. A woman in Choctaw, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that, took a truck belonging to the fire department on a joyride this afternoon. The woman then led police on a chase which ended in her arrest. A fire truck with police in tow is usually how people see the vehicles blow by. People on Friday afternoon may have thought that it was a similar scene, but that caravan wasn't heading to a fire. The day began with firefighters checking their equipment and cars like they do before every shift. Only this time, someone else took one of the trucks for a test drive. The fire truck sat in the driveway with the keys inside as a crew member looked them over. You fucking moron.
In all fairness, who steals a fucking fire truck, man?
You know what? If it's one of the big ass fire trucks and they've left the fucking keys in the ignition, okay? If I'm drunk enough, I may just give that a go.
I actually stopped at the fire department, the fireplace by my house yesterday, and the bay was open, the truck doors both were open, and I'm assuming the keys were in the ignition. Who steals a fire truck, man?
I know, right?
You're not getting away with that. You're gonna part it out?
You're all low-jacked, for fuck's sake.
Right. I thought it was a personal pickup. I didn't realize it was the actual fire truck.
Oh no, I think it's one of the mid-size fire pickups.
That explains why there's so many cops after.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a personal pickup truck.
One of the firefighters was in the rear of another vehicle checking, said the police chief, Kelly Marshall. Then a police officer saw a fire truck blow by with a woman behind the wheel. The fire crews are all men. Just as they noticed that, the call came in that a fire truck had been stolen. Chief Marshall said Nicole Dunford slipped into the brush pumper and took off. Dunford had also been on the police department's radar. We've actually had calls on someone matching her description for the last day. One of our residents, she had been on her property in her cellar. We just hadn't been able to catch her. How do you not catch her? Oh my. Okay. She hit 65 miles an hour in the truck as police followed, per Oklahoma County Sheriff's Office. It also made the pursuit a little easier as people pulled off to the right for the flashing lights. It's a fire truck. You're going to get the fuck out of the way, aren't you? On the plus side, people were pulling over for the fire truck, thinking that the fire truck was headed to an emergency. But Dunford showed no signs of stopping. The pursuit even damaged the expensive emergency vehicle. Oh, that's shit. At one point, she, from what I understand, sideswiped a semi. Oh, fuck. So it was getting dangerous. Thankfully, she came to an end of a road. There was road work going on, or this pursuit would have been a little longer. She came right up to where the dirt work is. Officials believe meth played a factor.
Shocking discovery.
Dunford was arrested on a number of complaints, including vehicle theft and eluding. Okay, that makes a little more sense now.
Yeah, now I understand what's going on.
And we begin here at 10 o'clock with a brazen bandit leading police on a chase in a stolen fire truck.
The woman stealing the keys from the front seat, right behind Choctaw firefighters' backs. News 9's Brittany Tula shows us what brought this chase to an end. Brittany?
Oh, well, they're just going to
hey, Brittany.
They're going to take the...
How you doing?
He might be fired. He may well be for leaving the keys in the ignition. Don't steal fire trucks, peeps. People's lives depend on it. Abso-friggin-lutely. Especially not the smaller ones that may... I can't tell if this one's... Oh, you leave them if you need to check the water pressure, etc. For the engine needs to be on for that. Okay.
I feel like most fire trucks' keys are probably in them, to be completely honest.
They probably are, yeah. Because you're not going to want to be fumbling for keys in an emergency.
Exactly. You just want to get in there and go.
Like, I'm surprised that they don't have, like, the proximity key fob things for it and that sort of thing. But anyway, all right.
Police cars are also left running. Always.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
It's not like it's one of the big ones. Like, I can't see that having I don't see that having a fire. The thing about having the engine on doesn't make sense to me in this scenario because I don't think that was a pump attached.
I see what you're saying. Also, where's the damage from sideswiping the semi? Not on this side, obviously, huh?
I was going to say presumably on the other side, yeah. What the fuck is that? Okay, alright. Apparently after this we have Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping in a crepe making competition.
In a
Get
what?
on the ground! Don't move!
Crepe?
A crepe making competition.
Okay.
Move! Don't move! Get her, get her, get her, get her!
Award for the best dressed meth head.
Right now! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get her leg! Get her leg! Give me your arm! Give me your arm! Give me your arm! Stop resisting!
This is so much better with
Stop
context, 'cause
resisting!
now it's kind of like I'm kind of wishing that someone would like just give her a quick swift kick.
Let go! Let go! Just give us your other arm! Give us your other arm!
I don't actually see any issues
Give
with
us your other arm!
how they're trying to restrain her because that.
Hang on! I got my cuffs! I got my cuffs! Get the wrist! Get the wrist! Got him, hold on. Let me double lock.
As long as we're on a call, we leave the truck running. Interesting. Okay.
You guys help me get her to the car, please? Yeah. Let's check her for weapons. Anything like that, if you guys, would you mind?
Yeah, that was either a cup or a Benoit ball.
Sit up. Come on.
Homeless with nicely manicured nails and a large back tat. Clearly, I'm
Hey,
doing
ma'am.
shit wrong by working for a living.
Hello.
Should be out
Come on.
15.
Talk to me. You're just awake.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure she's faking.
Thanks for the help, y'all. My car, right behind the fire truck. You guys got her? Let me make sure those cuffs are on her tight enough. Bring her this way. Other side.
Had someone try and steal one of my trucks before. The person's face met my metal clipboard. Oh.
Hey guys, keep her there, keep her there. You got any idea on her?
I didn't feel anything.
I'm pausing purely because otherwise, you know, copyright or whatever else. I mean, thankfully this video is on YouTube, but the last thing I need is for someone to claim it. Holy shit!
I didn't see anything wrong there. They didn't abuse her. There was a lot of cops, but given the situation, that's understandable. They didn't.
Yeah, I think that's purely it. I mean, watching the video out of context, I felt completely different about it. Having read the news article, I feel like they could have pressed a little bit harder.
I see nothing wrong with that arrest.
Me neither. Justified shoot. I mean arrest.
Those are fake nails. She ain't homeless. Depends whether or not she's. I don't know. I mean, you're right. Those fake nails aren't cheap.
She might just be couch surfing at the moment or something, you know?
That could well be it.
She's clearly having a rough time.
Stamp of, though.
She could just be a working girl, too.
I mean, she could just be new to meth as well.
That's probably the more likely scenario.
Yeah, because she would have sold those rings by now if she was deep in meth.
Yeah. Oh, that's a face poking out.
Yeah, it's a head and a face, and I think that's hair.
It's fucking
and it looks like a
SpongeBob's.
tail?
Patrick. It's
Oh, it might be.
It could well be.
That's so low.
I wonder if there's a starfish on her.
Yeah. So it's not
on her chocolate starfish.
You had to go.
I'm just saying.
She didn't have any weapons or anything on her?
No.
Someone lost their tourniquet. LT? I can't breathe. Something like that. You want to look at it?
What's wrong with you?
Hey, will
Did
you
anybody else catch that?
check on her real quick?
What's your name? I'm Lieutenant Bradley. Let me pull your shirt down, okay?
Bottom boobs.
There you go. What's your name?
Her bra was showing.
Nicole? Okay. You all right? I mean, you're breathing, you're good? Yeah, are you on any drugs?
No.
No? Okay. Just sit here and relax. It's over.
Yeah.
Okay?
Hey, Nicole, what's your last name, sweetie? If I can help you, what's your last name? Take a deep breath for me, will you? We don't know what's going on, so we're just trying to help you. What is? You know your last name?
Dunford.
Dunford? Okay.
Watch this foot.
She's done for it, that's for sure.
Miss Dunford, what's your date of birth?
Oh, as if she's going to know that in that state. Are you kidding me? Impish is me tooing the officers.
Are you hurting anywhere? I'm having the medics come out and check you out anyways, just in case. But are you hurting anywhere right now?
So she didn't A, kick the shit out
Your
of
face?
him, or B, try and
What's wrong with your face,
start
kiddo?
running.
It hurts so slow.
Positive
It hurts?
control, even the illusion of
Okay, I'll have
having
them
your
check
hand
your
on
face
somebody
out.
makes them think that
I don't
they're
see any bruising or anything like that.
being
But
controlled by you.
we'll have them check you out, okay? You need anything right now?
May I have some water?
Let me see if I can get you some water. Go ahead and sip. Hey, you got any water? Yeah.
I actually don't know if there is much in terms of outrage external. I think it's purely just that.
That smash already, stingy.
I might need that myself, but. Sit up. Be cool with me. I'll be cool with you, okay? That's all I ask. Here, I'll help. You don't spit it at me or anything, okay? Just tell me when to stop. Okay. You want to get it yourself?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, she's done this before.
You under the influence of anything?
No.
Drink it slow. I don't need you throwing up. You got a whole.
Okay. Thinking an ambulance ride will get them out of jail? Wrong. Well.
That's a professional maneuver there. Drinking in handcuffs. She's done this before.
She's been in handcuffs before.
Uh-huh.
Water bottle.
Mind you, what is she doing wearing it? Okay, she looks like she's wearing pajamas and her dad's jumper.
You want some more?
Yes, please.
Sit back. Sit back.
What's that? Wait, she steals a fire truck, has multiple fender benders, leads cops on high-speed chase, and people are bitching the cops were mean. I don't know. I haven't actually seen any, like, the news article didn't show any. I think it might just be that it was interesting that they released the body cam footage. And they probably did it purely for their own protection, but... Well, until the hospital released you to the cops. Gold chain. Was the chain gold? And I saw that it had a bumblebee on it. I wasn't sure if it was actually gold or not, though.
Good. Once more. Just be cool, okay? You're fine now. We're here. Yes. Huh? We'll get her ID.
She's going to take it to like a body shop and
Hang tight,
sell it
okay?
off, So, anyway, there's that.
Probably. Go ahead.
No, I was just mocking us.
I would guess that she was, all methed up and thought she could probably get away with just taking it and driving it across town because she needed to go over there and then dumping it somewhere without anybody catching on. And then things escalated very quickly and she didn't know what to do.
Oh, fuck. Is that Biden tripping up the stairs again?
It was a staffer, a White House staffer.
No.
Yeah, no, that's him.
That's Biden.
Because he turns around and waves at everybody.
A new one?
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like it.
And where the fuck was he just at?
Ukraine?
No, he was in Poland. In Poland. This is in Poland.
Okay, hang on. I don't get it. Does the man just have no, like, equilibrium, or is the waters off in his ears that might give you disorientation, or is he really just that old?
He's just that old.
He's just that old.
You've seen the old timers. They barely get their feet off the ground and they move half a mile an hour. He's not really as...
So, Hayden, if you don't want to get too deep into this conspiracy,
I'll be right back.
Please just tell me to shut the fuck up. There's no way in hell that was President Biden in Ukraine. No way in hell. None.
You don't reckon?
No. I know that, like I was telling my chat the other day, so when a president or foreign dignitary comes into your location and you're in federal law enforcement, you become part of the Secret Service detail. And I've had the honor and privilege of being able to do that several times.
Oh, there you go.
There is no way in fuck that the Secret Service allowed him to walk in an active war zone with air raid sirens going, and they were nowhere to be found. There was not a single Secret Service or single U.S. military personnel anywhere.
So do you think that maybe that given that they said that, or was it that they contacted the Russians and said that he was going to be on a train and not to attack or whatever? And
Doesn't
that
matter.
was purely... No, just...
No, sorry.
You want to go conspiracy theory? You let me fucking finish.
Okay.
Do we think then that there was an excuse to use the train to smuggle something into the Ukraine? Because if there is a body double on that train and they're saying, no, that's Biden, don't attack the train, and they have an excuse and a usage for a train that they know is not going to be hit, is there a reason for it? Is what I'm saying.
I'm sure. I'm sure there could be some warheads, maybe. I don't know.
Image is still so salty at you, dude.
Impish. He can't time me out. I'm on stream.
No, he was telling you to time me out.
Oh.
Sorry, she was telling you to time me out.
Oh, time Hayden. Oh, gotcha. I can't time him out because he's the host.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm sort of thinking. I mean, it's as much of an excuse as anything else. Second layer of tinfoil, they hoped for an attack and the train would be a real... that's actually not... Yeah, well, I mean, it could be false flag. It could be any number of things that... There could be any number of legitimate reasons. I mean...
Jason, I mean, you have a serious problem with law enforcement, and I respect that, but the Secret Service are some of the most spectacular people that I've ever had the opportunity to work with.
Air raid sirens were fake. He just wants his Trump North Korea moment.
Even if the air raid sirens were fake, there is no way that the United States president was walking through Kiev. No possible way. I remember.
Yeah, no, I know, Siren, but I legitimately just at the moment can't pronounce it because my brain's fried right at the second. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I can't give too much operational away, but the Secret Service is so in depth that you have multiple routes where the president can come in or out. And there was construction on 275 outside of Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to flip every fucking construction barrel and then leave somebody there. That's how thorough the FBI is. So, or the Secret Service, excuse me. So it's not something where the Secret Service is going to let the U.S. president walk through an active war zone, whether we had an armistice from Russia or not, whether we had an agreement with, Russia or not. There's no way in hell that the Secret Service would ever allow something like that to take place. And some people say, oh, weld manhole covers, everything.
Really?
So there's no way that they would ever let, they weren't in the frame. My ass, they weren't in the frame. If he was there, they would have been in the frame.
Yeah. They might have been hoping that something happened to him. Pesky had a counterpoint saying that they let Trump walk into North Korea without Secret Service, and that could have been a disaster as well. That may well have been. Heard even the manhole covers were shut. Yep.
They let Trump walk into North Korea, but they also had Secret Service and an entire team on the DMZ. And that was a calculated risk, but the Secret Service was right fucking there.
Yeah. All right. Now for a counterpoint. Putin and Xi Jinping making crepes. This is in no way propaganda, people. We all know what I think of the leader of West Taiwan.
There's some good, strong leaders right there making crepes.
Millions going hungry, but oh yes, we can make crappy crepes. Master Chef Dictator Edition.
Это из какой муки? Это наша пшеничная мука.
Putin's looking over at G, he's like, damn, his looks so much better than mine.
He's having a KGB, have him killed.
Gee, don't eat the crepe. Actually, no, by all means, eat the caviar. Oh my god, they're putting caviar on their crepes.
I mean, they're powerful leaders. What else do they have?
Every time I watch the stream, I get hungry. I don't blame you. It may well be, John. This was only brought to my attention.
Мы предлагаем аперитив.
It's out of his comfort zone. He usually cooks
来一点这个。喝什么酒啊？это водочка. Да, это невеликостенно, но мы же в России. 这不是长城，因为我们是在俄罗斯，所以用一下白酒。
Man, I can't wait to be an evil dictator.
Could you imagine? Listen to all the cameras. Yeah. Oh, holy shit.
Xi
Alright, well, ladies and
Jinping
gents,
and Putin.
I'm gonna wait. Actually, you know what? I'll be nice. I'll wait for Val to get his ass back here. Savory crepes are a thing, but they're called galettes. Huh. Well, I eat galettes reasonably frequently then, because I enjoy a savory crepe.
So good.
Actually, there's a place in Geelong that makes an amazing crepe. It's this garlic chicken and rice one, and it's just, oh.
Appreciate you waiting for me, buddy.
Yeah, all good. I figured you wouldn't be too long because you were in chat and texting, so. Alrighty, where are we? So there we have it, guys. Hope that was a little bit more fun. And, yeah, we'll be back 10:25 tomorrow for the continuing trial coverage of XXXTentacion's alleged murderers.
I got something you can eat, Impish.
Heyo. Must be good, must be good. The wife's work colleagues may be watching. So. Yes,
Later,
I'm
y'all.
gonna get the fuck out of here. Actually, before we all disappear, I'm just gonna check if there's anyone that I can shunt these across to, because I'm just that kind of guy.
Stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. You're not a piece of shit.
Good logic, Jessica Reloaded.
Oh, is Joe live? Okay,
Yep.
hang on. $87.82. Thank you so much for everyone that has recently subbed. If you wouldn't mind, just double check that you are still subbed. Susan has a nasty habit of taking people's subs and memberships away, so just double check. Go to the content live. And where are we? Customization. Redirect. Let's have a look. Had nothing to do with you, Mrs. K. Griff. Okay, Jess is playing video games, so I'm going to send you across to Joe. Everyone make some noise and say hello when you get there, alright?
Heck yeah.
Alrighty. As always, everyone, as Mr. Meatball was saying before, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. You are not a piece of shit. You do make a contribution to society, even if it's just by being here. And I appreciate you. I will see you all again tomorrow. Fuck this shit, we're out. Alrighty.
It's a good song.
It very much is.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope.